don't think there's going to be many 5s, 6s, or 7s in there. Look, if this is like a 10K and it's Makita, Mateos, and a bunch of crushers behind, sure, probably beat them to the pot. Like, yeah, cool, let's go. But I don't think people are going to be finding like the king queens, the queen jacks, the ace fives of the world as often as they would be in some of the high roller events. So I'm not sure how I'd want to adjust. But yeah, to answer your question about mindset and whatnot, I'm just trying to stay composed. You still have chips. Yes, you lost the pot, but there's still 95K up top and a bracelet. On to the next hand.
Absolutely. As we see the limp from Wilk in the small blind and a raise here from Flugel in the big blind. This might look a little loose and aggressive to most of us watching, but the limited experience I have, deep studying into tournaments, obviously done a little bit of studying here and there, but the big blind raising range after a small blind limp is supposed to be really quite polarized. So you see a lot of trashy hands like this, so a very nice raise there. From the big blind with the 8-3 offsuit, just happy to take it down, of course, dragging in those extra chips.
Yeah, especially with the big blind ante. So currently 6-handed on this feature table, 7 players, I apologize, 12 players now left in the field as we've lost someone on the outer table.
It's a beautiful feature table we have here, Henry. The setup, etc. is really wonderful to see in the flesh.
3 days and 20 hours it took to set it all up.
Wow. As you see, ace queen for Savinelli, off to a fantastic start here in this tournament, getting the double up with the ace king versus eights, and now has the better ace here against Ferreras. Wondering if he's going to flat here or 3-bet. Let's find out.
Yeah, 3-bet to call off against Ferreras and then fold against the chip leader that's behind.
I think that's completely fine, yeah.
Something like, you don't even have to go that big with ICM, like 750, 775.
Something like that. Just enough to isolate your opponent. Deter other people from calling behind, of course. I think we'll see the 3-bet here. And he embarrasses me by just calling.
You know what they say in the commentary world? To assume is to make an ass out of you and me.
Very good. Very good.
It's alright, mate. Been there, done that.
On the t-shirt.
Play the old guessing game. Get proven wrong time and time again. That's why we're here and they're out there,
Very true. Ace
hello.
in the window.
Oh boy.
What a dramatic peel from the dealer there. Just the suspense of the ace and then the 2 cards behind as we see an all-in and a call here, I'm sure, from Savinelli. Ferreras now see the bad news.
Well, Ferreras just ripping the flop. 1.3x. Savinelli goes over to Ferreras, just stands behind him. Like, is this some... what's going on?
I think it's
sweating it together.
Status thing, perhaps. So around 1.5x pot there from Ferreras. Board very wet, didn't want to see any straight or flush cards coming out, unfortunately.
Oh boy.
Hello.
Always a chance. Savinelli 1 card away from going from 2 million up to 7.4 if he can just hold here with the ace queen. Needs to fade a 6, 5 or a 10. Does exactly that. Fist bumps between the two. Ferreras out in 12th, just shy of making a WSOP final table. Everyone now guaranteed €6,958 for their efforts.
Fantastic start to the day for this man on our screens right now. Coming in with around about 15 big blinds, and he is on for a little spinnerini, little Booker T action.
Quick look at the chip counts here. It is Wilke still way out in front with 73 bigs. Players have stood up out of their chairs, guys. I don't know if they're just all stretching.
Sure, find out.
So obviously if we somehow lost 2 other players, that means we would be down to the final table, but I don't believe we have.
They're dropping like flies, if so. Very fast start to the day.
McLean's 007, Wilpo. How's it all going? See the payouts are in the chat there for you.
Mando 1997 says, my God, that was a bad shove. It was a little different, I'll certainly give you that. But, you know, certain old school players. Oh, as we see an all in here.
Man, I mean, we could be out of here by 8 PM at this rate.
Could be back into that 5-5 game we were playing.
Could indeed.
We both lost in. You asked me not to talk about. As I say, the all in.
Oh boy.
Price. And Savinelli continues to dominate.
This is insane, man. What a spin for Savinelli.
Talk about a heater. A couple of J-boys makes the call. Fife's going to need a little bit of help here.
Chat, we are 5 cards away from being on the final table bubble. Well,
aye.
How about that for a flop? Jack 10-8, top set for the Italian, open-ender for the German. Oh boy.
There she is.
Gary. Mamacita.
In the window.
In the window? On the turn, pal.
That's just what we say when a Mamacita comes out. Savinelli needs the board to pair.
Oh my word.
Just quads, no big deal.
The run continues. Savinelli, Rivers quads him. We are down to the final 10 players in, what, sub 25 minutes.
What a flop, what a turn, what a river. Action, action, action. It's like online poker, isn't it?
You're trying to trigger a Twitch chat straight away. Death by quads indeed. Apocalypse.
My money's on Savinelli to win this tournament, the way he's running so far.
I see in the less than 2 orbits.
Indeed.
Goes from, is it 2.3 million up to 9 million or so now. A wall of chips.
Absolutely.
In front of him.
Beautiful chips here at the World Series of Poker Europe. As we have 4 players on our feature table. And I'm sure we have a redraw of some sort coming. Yeah, final table. Final table looming, Henry. That was fast.
Yeah, it sounds like... Okay, so the players are saying on the other table there's been an elimination. Just going to wait for confirmation of that, obviously. But we will be getting at least 1 player to rebalance the final 2 tables of 5, unless there has been elimination. You can see Savinelli on the spin of his life, up to 9 million. Is there a time you want to run insanely hot? It's definitely final 2 tables of a bracelet event. Going to be one of the chip leaders in this tournament with 10 left.
So we're just getting confirmation from the players, ladies and gents. There will be a redraw for the FT. We'll be down to the final 9 playing it out for that hefty first place prize, plus some tournament tickets for the World Series of Poker Europe main event, which is coming up very soon. Very excited for that one, Henry. The main event. We'll have all the big stars in time to play. Is your buddy Duel going to make it?
15 gold bracelets.
We're going on break, so chat, we will catch you later on.
12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulasch Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad, bad can be so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad, as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I can be.
Main event champion.
Welcome to King's Resort Rotterdam, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. With this year's festival expected to smash all previous records, we wanted to take you on a journey through WSOP Europe history. Follow me. The World Series of Poker Gold Bracelet is considered the most coveted non-monetary prize of the poker player to win, with players coming from all over the world to compete year in, year out, looking to take a piece of the gold back home with them. And this right here is the very piece of gold the poker players dream of taking home with them. So what does it take to run a prestigious series such as the WSOP Europe? About 140 poker tables, over 10,000 decks of playing cards, and over 750,000 chips in play throughout the entire series. Now, let's not forget about the staff. We have over 500 staff members, which include not only the 200 dealers that we have, the floor staff, the cashiers, the chip runners, and of course the production crew with all of their equipment. They're going to be bringing you the 2 feature tables. So this year, not only the main stage behind us, but we have the outer feature table, ensuring that you guys at home don't miss a single hand from the events throughout the series. With 2 feature TV tables, live reporting, and social media content, there won't be a single hand missed from this year's cover. You can keep up to date with all of the live reporting as well as the full WSOP Europe schedule over on the kingsresort.com website, as well as following us over on the live streams for all of the coverage from every single event at the World Series.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall.
Main event champion.
Welcome to King's Resort Rotterdam, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. With this year's festival expected to smash all previous records, we wanted to take you on a journey through WSOP Europe history. Follow me. The World Series of Poker Gold Bracelet is considered the most coveted non-monetary prize a poker player could win, with players coming from all over the world to compete year in, year out, looking to take a piece of the gold back home with them. And this right here is the very piece of gold that poker players dream of taking home with them. So what does it take to run a prestigious series such as the WSOP Europe? About 140 poker tables, over 10,000 decks of playing cards, and over 750,000 chips in play throughout the entire series. Now, let's not forget about the staff. We have over 500 staff members, which include not only the 200 dealers that we have, the floor staff, the cashiers, the chip runners, and of course the production crew with all of their equipment. They're going to be bringing you the 2 feature tables. So this year, not only the main stage behind us, but we have the outer feature table, ensuring that you guys at home don't miss a single hand from the events throughout the series. With 2 feature TV tables, live reporting and social media content, there won't be a single hand missed from this year's coverage. You can keep up to date with all of the live reporting as well as the full WSOP Europe schedule over on the kingsresort.com website, as well as following us over on the live streams for all of the coverage from every single event at the World Series.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to Kings Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scared
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome back to King's Resort in Rozvadov. We have our first final table of the World Series of Poker Europe. It is event number 1, the €350 opener. This is our man from Germany. Okay. With the chip lead, 95,000 for first, plus a 10K seat into WSOP Europe main event, as well as the coveted WSOP gold bracelet. My name's Henry Kilbane, joined alongside Mr. Gary Blackwood in the booth. First FT, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the stacks here, we can see that we've got a short stack around about 14 bigs, but everyone's got around about 30 bigs or so. So, you know, it's not like a turbo structure where we're just going to see all ins. We're going to actually get to play poker and see some flops.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously we came into today with 13 left, and they kind of dropped like flies.
They did.
Down to the final table. Took us, what, less than 7 hands, I believe, to go from 13 to the final 9. Scanning around the table. See what the tournament director says. 2 hours of play before the first break, I believe. So here we go.
Yeah, and like I say, relatively deep-ish stacks of around about 30 bigs or so. You know, you get some final tables and it's just all in or fold, but we're going to get to see some flops, going to get to see some poker. And that's going to be great to see. As we are about to get the cards in the air.
Everyone guaranteed just shy of €9,000, 8,809, the last 5-figure payout. And it's also worth noting that, I mean, I don't know whether I'd call it like a bubble, but I guess it would impact some sort of ICM considerations, being that the first 6 do get those 10K seats. So 6 will receive 29,225 plus the 10K seat. Sorry, sorry, 19,000 plus the 10K seat. But then 7th walks away with just 14,500. So, like, there's literally a 2x jump between 7th and 6th.
Yeah, absolutely. It's almost like another bubble, and the players will be well aware of that. The EV that comes with that 10K seat, because obviously it's, you know, if you're a winning poker player, then you know the potential to go on and do very well in that tournament. So you're absolutely right, Henry. There's another important aspect to factor in with those tickets, which I kind of like. You know, they haven't put those tickets out there to do this, but it does generate that extra side to it, if you like.
Good luck solving that with your modern day solvers.
I know, right? Modern kids and their solvers.
Round 2. There's always a Brazilian at a final table, pal.
Yeah. I was going to say, we obviously, WSOP Europe, we've got Italians, we've got Germans, we've got Czech Republican in the mix. I have seen a couple of American players in. It's really good to see that these guys have made it across the pond for WSOP Europe.
Yeah, it's funny actually that you mentioned that. I was speaking to one of the main WSOP tournament directors, Andy Tillman, who does all the series during the Vegas series and then comes here for WSOP Europe. And he's predicting to see a lot more Americans this year due to, obviously, the exchange rate. Rather than this being like a 13K now for Americans, it's actually a 10K, which is something that sometimes you wouldn't even think about. You just overlook it, but it does make a lot of sense, right?
Absolutely, yeah. As well as that, you've got to factor in the fact that the last couple of years we've been limited to what travel we kind of can't do. So
for sure.
Hopefully the Americans are itching to get out, explore Europe, come and play some poker.
Yeah, I mean, so many flights, from anywhere in America to Munich, Prague.
We want to see all countries represented here at the World Series of Poker Europe. As we say, a raise and a take it with Jack 9 of Hearts onto our second hand of the final table. Our man Savinelli here with Jack 6 offsuit. Talk about here, Henry. First 7 hands, he's shot up there into second place.
Yes. Look, long way to go, obviously. Big final table for all of these guys, but yeah, to go from 2.3, 2.4 million up to second in chips, coming into the final table in less than 7 hands is, yeah, quite the run, especially with near 6 figures for first. etch your name into the poker history, winning a bracelet.
We see Wilke here with Jack 7 off on the button, and of course a chip lead to go with it, so he'll raise it on up. Big blind, of course, 150,000 right now. He comes with the min raise to 300,000, and a very defendable hand in the big blind for our home player, playing for the home team. Novertil here makes the call.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how Wilke plays this big stack, because they're, you know, looking around the table, there are a lot of people that are currently handcuffed due to the ICM implications in play, and especially as we go from like 9 to 7, that noose going to be gripping around their necks a lot tighter as well, with the 10k seat bubble. And
absolutely, see a very small bet here from Wilke.
Yeah, snap fold from WSOP.
The joys of being the big stack, get to make these C bets, these raises, and you know, as you've mentioned already, the ICM implications means that people can't exactly play back at you willy-nilly.
A few people in the chat asking, is this live? It certainly is. We are obviously on a 30-minute delay to protect the integrity of the game, but Gazzy B and myself are on that delay with you, live in real time with you viewers at home. So any questions for either myself or Gary, if you want to know more about Gary, !Gary in the chat. It's an upswing coach, as well as a YouTube superstar, Twitch streamer, professional poker player.
EPT side event winner, you forgot to.
Wow, we did we forgot to mention that one. Yeah, fresh off a victory at EPT London. Talking of EPTs, EPT Prague coming up at King's later on in the year. Pretty much what, a couple of weeks after this wraps up.
Yeah.
Yeah, at King's Resort Rozvadov.
Looking forward to that one. As we see Flugel here with Ace Queen. Gonna bring it in for a raise. A little too deep to be shoving here with about 19 big blinds, so he'll raise it on up.
Is that like the Italian Chance Corner third? I didn't quite grab his name. Oh, looked like it. Maybe I'm just seeing things.
As we see the action fold round to the big blind, Jack 5 suited for Prussia from Italy. Looks like he is considering his options. I think we'll see a call here. Pretty defendable hand. He does also have his opponent covered. Quite some distance.
Open from +2, min open off sub 20. I don't know, Gary. Don't want to assume, but he does let it go.
Lets it go. Disciplined laydown.
Yeah.
Tempting to peel there with the Jack 5 suited, but decides against it.
Think for chips, you know. Think for chips is fine. But you not think with ICM that?
I mean, I would have called it, but to each his own, I guess.
Is that how you? That's how you want that EPT side event? Yeah.
And they're messing around with the Jack 5 suited. As we see our numbers creeping up. Thank you very much to everyone that's tuned in on Twitch and on YouTube. In here for a couple of weeks, calling the action at WSOP Europe. I'm excited, Henry. Are you looking forward to the next couple of weeks?
I am, especially given that we kind of have, I don't know if I want to call it a buffer, but we have today's, obviously, event number 1, Bracelet being awarded. Tomorrow we have the PLO final table of event number 2, so another Bracelet. Then we have 5 days of high-stakes cash game streams, you know, between 6 and 8 hours in the booth. So we kind of just get to ease our way in to the higher buy-in events, the 25k, the main event, obviously, all of that good stuff. With some high stakes cash and, you know, a PLO bracelet and a no limit hold'em bracelet. So yeah, I'm really liking the way this has kind of been structured, schedule wise for commentary.
Really looking forward to that high stakes cash, as you say. A couple of very familiar faces will be in the mix over the next few days. As we see a raise here from Mr. Vogt with the pocket 10s. No, we don't. We see Mr. Wilke coming in with a raise with the pocket 10s.
It's okay, pal. Go on, you dig yourself out of it. Go on.
As we see Mr. Wilke coming in with a raise with a Queen 9 offsuit. And the 3-bet from Mr. Vogt. I think I've got your glasses on, I couldn't see anything for a second there. Savinelli with a playable hand, but not going to be able to put money into the pot. Although he is thinking about it, thinking about his options.
Cold 4-bet would be sick, but
Pretty clean.
yeah.
In a horrible spot.
Hijack v cutoff v big blind.
Now, one of the great things is that these guys have been playing with each other for a little bit of time now. So they'll know who's getting light, who's knitting it up.
Some leveling aspect involved as well. And, you know, Vok knows that Wilk's going to be opening super wide as the chip leader. Therefore, one would assume that maybe his 3-betting range is a few pips wide. Obviously, we can see here that he does have pocket 10s. But a cold 4 would really put the pressure on the Germans' pocket pair if the Italian was to make it. I mean, typically, how do you construct a 4-betting range in terms of size? Because obviously it's a lot smaller than a 3-bet size.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to factor in stack sizes and whatnot. I think if he does elect a cold 4-bet, he doesn't need to go particularly massive. He is going to let it go. I think we would have seen something in the region of about 1.5, 1.6.
Yeah.
Big enough to get the job done, as we see Volk get out the way as well. A little bit sweaty there for Volk, as you've got a player behind tanking. The cold 4-bet is always going to be pretty strong. Would have put him into a pretty horrible spot with his pocket 10s. He'll be somewhat relieved to see 2 folds there, Henry, don't you think? Yeah.
Wilk with the snap fold, no messing around. He's, you know, he knows that he's allowed to open wide, and he knows he can just snap fold. He's going to be up to no good. Decent amount of time, just really leveraging his position at the table as things stand. But yeah, you sat there with 10s, it's gone open, you 3-bet, the big blind's tanking for a minute and a half. Sweat beads dripping down the back of the neck for sure.
Indeed. And what do you do if the 4-bet comes in? Do you call? Do you 5-bet? Do you fold?
Ooh.
Tough spot.
Probably end up folding 10s.
Feels very close, especially when you factor in those 6 tickets. They really do add a second bubble to this tournament. Because you've got to factor in these players all at the table will be very likely to play that event anyway, so if they can free roll themselves into it, then that's absolutely massive. As we see Prussia here. A very playable hand on the button. King of Spades, Jack of Diamonds going to come in for the raise to 300,000. Seeing a lot of min raises, of course, very standard at this stage of the tournament.
No, Italy v. Oh well, hang on a minute. There's a 3-way Italian affair down that side, that stretch of the table.
Italy corner, we'll call it.
Making a showing here at the World Series of Poker Europe.
So going to come in with the call. 30 big blinds, 32 big blinds effective as we head to this flop. I love this. Oh,
hello.
Hello.
How about flopping a boat and there's 95 bags up top and a bracelet?
Does he look like a man that's just flopped a boat to you? If you're sitting there on the button, does he look like he's just flopped a boat?
Looks like, it's a board that my opponent's going to see bet on. I'm just going to have to fold. But no. 850 in the middle.
As I was saying there, I love the way the dealers, they peel out these flops.
It's fun, right? It's a bit sweaty.
Yeah, I like it. I like it a little different. It creates suspense. As we'll see a C-bet here. Again, a small size, as you'd expect from Prussia.
175.
175, very small indeed. Coming with less than 1/3 pot. Way less than 1/3 pot. And the question is, Mr. Peluso, do you want to raise? Do you want to just call? Let's see what he comes with.
I think on like a board texture like this, where you're facing a button open, I'm just a big fan of check calling and just keeping in, you know, the completely wide range of my opponent. I feel like here, check raising on the queen 5 is just, you know, going to fold out all of those bluffs. Most of them that have, you know, close to 0% equity against your flopped boat.
I think I would raise here sometimes, because yes, absolutely, there are going to be a lot of hands that Proscia has to just go ahead and fold out, but at the end of the day, if your opponent can continue, you get to sort of bloat the pot. Because Proscia's, you know, he's not just calling with a queen in his pocket pairs, he's going to be coming along with, you know, ace-jack of clubs and, you know, king-jack of hearts, all those types of hands as well, at a reasonable frequency. So I certainly don't mind the raise. I wouldn't always be calling, and I wouldn't always be raising. I do like the raise, I like the size. And Mr. Proscia is going to continue with more than just a queen and his pocket pairs.
For sure, yeah.
And of course you've got to factor in the fact these guys are 4.5 million chips deep. So if you just call, you can't stack your opponent, whereas if you do raise sometimes, there are going to be some aspects, some times where you do get to win, you know, a full stack off your opponent, which is massive. You know, winning a 9 or 10 million chip pot is absolutely huge. So I certainly don't mind the raise at some frequency, as Proscia is deep in the tank here. I wonder if we'll see a float here with the 3 card straight and the overcard as well.
Yeah, blocking, I don't know if it's necessarily relevant button v big blind, but blocking queen, jack, king, queen suited as well.
As we do see the call from Proscia, and this is the beauty of Peluso's raise. You know, he's getting his opponent to continue extremely... wow.
Dealer, how have you found that turn card?
Any more queens left in the deck? Now, Peluso has gone from absolutely loving live to absolutely hating it. He is, of course, ahead of all those floats that we just mentioned, but he is behind so many hands now. All the 6s, the 7s, the 8s, the 9s, the 10s, the Queen X.
Love that shot from the production crew, by the way. Little close-up on both players as the turn peeled off.
What are we thinking in the chat, guys? Dramatic turn cards. Now, do we see Proscia start stabbing now? He elects to check back. Peluso with a quick check again. Do we think Proscia will turn his hand into a bluff here?
He gets shown the flopped boat. Yeah, and Peluso...
So I think Proscia makes the call there with the intention of perhaps bluffing on certain runouts, but when the queen hits the turn, he knows his opponent will have some 5x that's very unlikely to fold. He has a lot of, you know, 7-6 or 6-4 suited that has to give up on the queen turn. So he knows that he has some showdown value, and also his opponent is all the votes. So I think he just takes that showdown value on that specific run out. If it runs out, you know, 9x deuce x, I think we'll see a bluff there at some frequency.
I'm actually tilted for him.
Which player? The player that flopped the boat?
Yeah, you flop a boat and Tan's just the queen of spades. 3 queens on board. Like, what's going on?
What can you do? Can't be too tilted. He did drag in the pot and is battling out for 95,000 euros. What a first place prize for a 350 euro opener.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Little 300 buy-ins up top. 10k seat. Poker bracelet. Take home. Give to your parents. Stick it on the mantelpiece alongside your primary school and high school year photos.
As we see the payouts in the chat. Thanks again, guys and girls, for joining us all across the world on YouTube and on Twitch. This, of course, as Henry mentioned earlier, the last 4-figure payout, and then we're jumping into the 5 figures. 8.8 for 9th place, 11.2 for 8th. As we see a 3-bet here from Navratil in the hijack. And Wilkie has a very pretty 10-9 of clubs. Is he going to be able to continue, however? We do see that Navratil start the hand with about 22 big blinds.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Gary, but the thought is definitely going through my mind in Wilkie's shoes. You know, hang on, am I the chip leader, or back-to-back 3 bets, one I've opened as the chip leader?
Navratil not afraid to get in there with the 3-bet. Ace-jack. Gets it done, gets it through. I think that's a pretty standard fold from Wilke. Maybe just taking a few seconds, making his opponent sweat. Trying to deter him from doing that again. But I don't think that's a spot you can peel with versus a sub 25 big blind stack. Although it is tempting, there's a very pretty handy on.
Yeah, that's when you just want to be 250 bigs deep in a cash game.
2 a.m. in Rosvedov
Ooh.
on a Saturday morning.
Let me see a flop dealer. Out position. Will my saying Henry on tilt? Would love to see it. Hey, listen, pal. It doesn't take much. Doesn't take much. So you come down to Kings. Find me in the PLO streets. Have a very weird type of tilt, to be perfectly honest with you. Working on it. I am working on it. Welcome, one and all. Bracelet event #1. WSOP Europe. I tell you what. I've been looking forward to this one, chat. I don't know about you guys and gals at home. But this, for me, you know, the World Series in general. Bracelets up for grabs. It's what a lot of us dreamed of, you know, growing up. Stumbling across live streams, YouTube hands, people winning bracelets. Certainly one of the biggest motivators early in my career. As I'm sure a lot of you feel the same way. And especially the fact that, you know, there are just so many satellites and smaller buy-in events as well. Really keeps the dream alive for a lot of the low-stakes grinders. Satellites into the bigger events, obviously. Am I saying your tilt and my tilt are two different things? Do explain. Please do tell. As we welcome Gary B back into it. He's doing yoga.
Yeah, out there doing a bit of meditation and yoga.
A little stretching. He knows, so it's, you know, it's about longevity. Keeping those back muscles ample and supple.
I was actually getting a battered fish from the buffet, but
a battered fish.
Have you not had the buffet yet? It's absolutely fantastic.
It's
fantastic.
It's tough to stay healthy though over 2 weeks because you go in there, you know, commentary booth, you've been grinding, you see, you know, chicken nuggets and pizza and French fries, and
they do have a wonderful selection of healthy foods as well.
They do. They definitely do.
And I was out for my walk this morning. I tried to walk to Germany today.
That's super easy. It's like
left my phone on charge, got lost.
Okay. It's like a kilometre up the road.
Can't do that in London. As we see the battle of the Queen Highs. Neither player loving life on this flop. 5-3 deuce, all hearts. Yeah, in all seriousness, the scenery around this place is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
Wonderful day, lovely colour in the trees and the grass. Really nice stuff.
Yeah, it's that time of year.
You lived here for 6 months.
I did.
I'm sure you saw everything.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty busy time for Kings. They're like really taking the live streams to, you know, up in the game to the next level. And yeah, like I said earlier on, it didn't make sense to fly back and forth from wherever I was in Europe at the time. So I was spending a lot of time in like Vienna and Prague, and then just coming here for, you know, a week at a time, sometimes 2 weeks.
Fantastic stuff. I'm very jealous indeed. Because I don't want to say too much, but the action here, I've played 2 cash sessions. The action it's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. That's all I want to say.
You've converted into a PLO player from
I know.
what I've heard.
I've gone from 2 cards to 4 cards to 5 cards.
in less than 24 hours.
Indeed. 5 cards was a lot of fun today. As a man who struggles to fold 2 cards, giving me 5 cards was nigh on impossible. I think I had a 4-figure VPIP at one point. It was excellent.
Gotta fold rivers.
Well, I made one very bad call and won, and then made one very bad call and lost. So I'm 1 for 2 on bad calls.
And being right.
Yeah.
Nice.
Although the second call was for twice as much as the first call. So, as we see an all-in here from Mr. Bolero.
What is this, 15? Ooh.
Mr. Brasilia.
I'm folding.
Versus blinds for 14.5 big blinds. This is close for Mr. Wilk. What are we doing, chat? If we've got the pocket threes, are we making the call? Are we letting it go as the chip leader? Let us know in the chat. Let us know what you think. It is a tough spot here for the pocket threes. Flipping at best, almost always. As he makes the call, and we are flipping again. Who do you want, ace 9 or pocket threes?
Well, I'll tell you what, Gazzy.
You let me pick?
Sure.
I'll take the ace 9. I'll take the ace 9.
He's taking the ace 9.
I'll take the ace 9.
Just the 58% equity, just like a 16% equity edge. Why not?
I'll take the ace 9.
But yeah, chip lead. I don't know, Gazzy. I don't want to sit here and dissect this, you know, an insane amount. But I feel like maintaining that chip lead with 11 million, where, like you already said, you know, going to be flipping at best. And, well, so far so good on the Queen, Jack, 5, Rainbow. Still, 37% for the Brazilian. 6 million in the middle. If Wilke can just hold here.
Ho ho, dealer. Action turn card.
Does somehow manage to muster up a smile as Valerio's outs more than double on that 10 of spades turn. 1 card to come. And is the 5 of diamonds. Too many outs, Gazzy.
Too many outs. Too many outs. He walks away a little dejected, but still a very nice score. Almost 9,000 euros in the first tournament. That'll set him up nicely for the rest of the week. Hopefully he's not too disappointed when he cashes that in.
Wilke now getting close to being in a spot where he can really let loose, right? Those middling stacks that are kind of, you know, comfortably separated from the bottom of the pack. That ICM moves tighter now, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, we don't want to dissect it too much, but I was a little surprised to see him make the call. I think in that spot, I would favor keeping my stack intact, you know, keeping the big stack so you can push people around. But he does decide to gamble it up, and, you know, the benefits of doing so. He's now commanding chip leads, and we are 1 player less. As we see Mr. Bolero out in 9th place. Andrian now the short stack with 8 big blinds, and we see Mr. Wilke with 70 bigs. Savinelli in 2nd place with 42. That is a commanding chip lead, as you say.
It really is going. And note those, you know, stacks between 20 and 30 big blinds really handcuffed at present due to, you know, Adrian's presence, 8 bigs. Flugel as well. Sorry, Andrian's presence with 8 bigs. Flugel on 14. So if you're in like Vox shoes with 26 bigs in the middle of the pack, 2 eliminations away from a 10k seat into the main, as well as a couple of ladders, would expect to see some cagey play for the next couple of orbits until we either, you know, lose a couple more players, or we just get a case of the stacks evening out a little bit more and people being forced to play.
Absolutely, yeah. Just see Mr. Wilke again in the small blind with King 6 suited, elects to limp, and Volt will absolutely be putting more chips into the pot here.
GG's in the chat for our 9th place finisher. Poggy with the Twitch Prime. Appreciate you subscribing to the channel, dude. And don't forget, we are going to be holding several giveaways throughout WSOP Europe from today. Exclamation mark giveaway in the chat. WSOP Europe merch and King Shop merch up for grabs. So do get involved in that. Let us know if you have any questions as we dive back into this. Gary, take us away, blind v blind.
Yeah, a limp from Mr. Wilke. Vogt with the raise to 500k. Wilke makes the call. A little on the small side from Vogt. I think he's just trying to fold out, you know, the 7-4 offsuit type hands. But a little on the small side. He does like to see about this board. 300,000 chips. Wilke with a gut shot, an overcard, and the backdoor diamonds being offered a very nice price. He does have the quote-unquote idiot end of the straight draw, as I like to call it in the United Kingdom. But he does elect to make the call, hunting for that 9 or that king to put him into the lead. Little does he know a 6 would work as well. It is the 5 of spades. He now has the open-ended straight draw.
Does indeed.
Vogt not loving life after getting called. He can, of course, sometimes have the best hand when he does get called, as we can see here. But many pairs for the small blinds. And I think we'll see this go check, check. Yes, indeed it does. To a river. Queen of diamonds. How do you like that?
Yeah, talk about drilling the river. I was just about to say, you know, if it does go check, check on the turn, will we ever see Wilke probe a river for, you know, like 1/3, 40%, try and get a cheap bluff through?
I think so. I think he can target the ace highs. The question is now, we'll see Vogt throw out a bet here. Is Wilke going to turn his hand into a bluff? It would be a very nice spot to check shove or check raise. As we see the bet of 600,000 going. I like this size. Trying to milk the 9/8s, the 10x, the worst one pair hands. Does Wilke have it in him to turn his hand into a bluff here?
Yeah, you like this as a bluff candidate, you absolute sick pup.
Well, I mean, it's easy because we can see the cards, but Vogt does appear to be very capped here. Can't really have any straights, sets, not too many combos of 2 pair. So he could put his opponent right in the blender. He decides against it, though. Talking about keeping that big stack intact, and he decides to take the lower variance route this time. It would have been a really tough spot for Vogt there. Had Wilke come along with the raise, but he does decide to let it go. And some much-needed chips for the big blind.
Gazzy would have been fist bumping his way out the commentary booth if he had found the check raise there with the king high.
Absolutely. I'm not saying he was going to do it, but it would have been a pretty sexy play. As once again, we thank you guys in the chat for joining us. Taking a little look at the Nightbot exclamation mark promo. If you guys want to know more. Joining us on Twitch and YouTube. As Henry said earlier, our numbers creeping up. We'll be with you for the next couple of weeks. I'm sure we'll hit some big numbers. Some big tournaments coming our way. Some big cash games. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm ready for it.
Yeah, if you guys are obviously interested in the full schedule, head over to kingsresort.com. You can see all of the tournaments that we've got coming up. We have 2 feature tables this year. As I mentioned earlier on, the production team have been working pretty much day and night. About 4 days to set up the entire stage and the outer feature table as well. So more tables, more players, more hands, more coverage, as the bigger names of the poker world will obviously be rolling in towards the end of this week as the higher buy-in events start. I did see Alan Kessler out there.
Oh no, I'm going home.
bothering the floor. Yeah, no, I joke. I jest. He was just he's perusing the tables at one point.
In all seriousness, good luck to Mr. Kessler. As we see Queen 8-3. Queens are hot, Henry. There's been a queen on every flop.
Mamacitas.
Queens are hot. Talking about the production value, obviously the stages look fantastic, but away from that, you've got the general poker area. Hundreds of tables set up. They are ready for a big one here in Rozvadov.
How many? Here's a question. How many decks of cards do you think they use during a series like this?
Oh.
I know the answer, by the way. So.
Ooh, that's a good one. I don't know.
Chat, what do you think? 14 bracelet events. We have 140 tables to give you a little bit of help. Give you guys a couple of minutes to get some guesstimates in the chat. But how many decks of cards you think get used throughout the entire WSOP Europe?
This is an interesting hand here. We see Vogt check call the turn. Navratil turning his ace high into a bluff. He does know that's the ace of diamonds and not the ace of hearts, doesn't he?
Sometimes you just have to pray.
Yes, indeed. I love the heart. No nits about here as he turns his hand right to a bluff, betting 600,000, putting the Queen 6 of clubs in the blender. We've seen Volt get there on the last one. Does he feel like his opponent has just gotten there, and is he going to let it go? Or is he going to make the call? He's got chips in hand. So it'd be a bit of a ballsy call here to call with just top pair on the 4 flush board. With the 4th heart hitting the river. Navratil looking strong here. I'm not much for live tells, but if I was to look at this man, I'd say he has it.
Blind v blind. It's the big blind of Navratil as well, so
yeah,
100% range, right?
Lots of Jack 4 with the 4 of hearts, 10-3 with the 10 of hearts, those types of hands, which are going to stab the turn at some frequency. And a lot of them can go for this thin value on the river.
You name it, he's got it.
Is Volt going to make the call? He's got chips in hand. Not a believer. Every decision crucial at this point. You don't want to be making the wrong choices. I certainly wouldn't begrudge him for folding given the actual board.
It does flick in the call.
But this man is here to play. Making the call with just top pair on the 4 flush board. What a play. I like the play from both players here. I really respect the heart of the bluff from the big blind.
Wow.
Wow.
Talk about a morale boost. For just flicking in the call on the river, and he's done a great job of kind of separating himself from the middle of the pack. And with that, Navratil kind of now down there alongside Andrian. That sub 15. Oh, I believe he's actually down to 12 bigs now.
Volt is 2 for 2 in the last hands. That is fantastic. A little bit of momentum in these tournaments, so you can get yourself right up there among the bigger chip stacks. With just 8 left, every pot is important.
Seeing a few guesses in the chat as to how many decks of cards. What was your final guess? You got a number for us?
I don't know. I really can't even think, to be honest with you.
I don't know. Throw a number out there between 1 and 20,000.
See, I would have said something like 2,000, but you're making it sound like it's massive. I'm going to say 4,000 decks of cards.
Okay, so Gazzy's going with 4. Wilmar saying 750. DJ saying 1,500. A few guesses in here. Give you guys a couple more minutes on that. Apologies for the lack of table sound. I don't know if you guys can just hear myself and Gary at the moment. We are currently without table sound. Our Italian gets a walk in the big blind. Okay, so you can hear the chips. Okay, that's interesting.
Excellent, good stuff.
Something has happened on our end. Can you hear them talk when they talk? Always a bit cautious when it comes to trusting you guys at home. Trusting Twitch chat.
Trying to bluff us.
All right, sound is good. Okay. Well, me and Gazzy will go silent into the night. Indeed. The official answer from tournament director Andy Tillman, when I asked him how many decks of cards they used for a series like this, he said somewhere between 8 to 10,000 decks of cards.
That's insane.
It's pretty wild, right?
52 cards each. That's many individual cards.
That is
running out of fingers and toes here. I get them all.
Almost 52,000 individual cards, man.
No. Recyclable, I hope.
Wait, hang on a minute. You didn't even correct me. 520,000 individual cards.
I took your word for it, mate.
Hang on a minute.
I thought it was 5.2 million.
Hang on a minute. What's going on here?
As we see, a limp from the small. And Savinelli raising. Henry, queens are hot, and we could well see Queen 5 and King Queen going to a flop.
Yeah, I don't. Well, actually, blinds have gone up to 100,000, 200,000, yeah, and he does just come with the limp fold.
Yeah, disciplined, solid laydown. Again, tempting to limp call, but he does elect to let it go. The Savinelli got off to a very hot start today. A little quiet, a little card dead at this final table so far, but is biding his time, patiently waiting. You don't want to be forcing the action and bleeding chips. All these players in position to win some healthy money today, and as we've mentioned a few times, for those that are just joining us, the top 6 players of this tournament will also win a tournament ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, which is of course a 10K. So it's like we have the money bubble, the final table bubble, and now we've got the ticket bubble, which, and as Henry and I have discussed, is a whole other element, a whole other level to this tournament for all these players, because they'll want to win that ticket, Henry.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, WSOP Europe main. Not sure, you know, how many of these guys are planning on playing it regardless. But obviously the chance to, I guess, satellite your way into it, as well as winning some healthy 5-figure paydays. We jump back into this. It looks like Italian Posher is considering turning its hand into a bluff against the chip leader. And well,
Mamma mia.
We have seen Wilke open fold to a couple of 3-bets, but this time round, unless something wild happens behind.
This is interesting stuff here from Proscia. 3-betting with the ace-3 offsuit to 1 million. And Savinelli, once again, this is not the first time he's been caught in the crosshairs with a very playable hand.
Yeah.
Perhaps not able to play it as well he would want to, given the action before him. And again, I think we'll just see a fold here. A little frustration, taking his time, understandable. Thinking about his options, but I think he'll just have to let this one go.
Yeah, he did have the ace-jack open and 3-bet spot earlier on. Tanked, considering the cold 4.
He came close. It looked like he was going to do it at one point, whereas I get the vibe now that he's just going to let this one go. Good fold. I think that's a disciplined laydown. You know, you've got to imagine at home, you can't see the cards. Very difficult spot for him. He's got to just go ahead and let it go. Now, back over to Wilke with the 13 million chips and the ace-jack suited. Ace-jack of hearts as well. We all know that hearts is the most dominant suit in the deck.
Wow, I didn't know that.
You didn't know that?
No.
Oh, well, you know now.
Learn something new every day.
You slightly up your frequencies with hearts.
There we go, chat. If you ever see me blasting, a good chance. I got hearts in my hand. So okay. Considers his options here. 4.5 million effective, 22.5 big blinds.
As we see Rec 7777 say, wrong, it's spades. Wrong, my friend, it's hearts. And Wilke knows this. As he goes all in, he would have folded spades, I'm sure of it. But he moves all in, getting the job done. Taking his time before shoving all in.
Yeah, I don't wish to state the obvious, but that is a huge pickup. All things considered, Wilke up to 15 million in chips. Now has around about a third of the chips in play with 8 left. And kind of chopping away at one of Proscia's knees there.
Yeah.
Taking about 25% of his stack away from him, uncontested.
Reminded of a Mike McDermott quote from Rounders about chopping off one of your opponent's legs.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to that.
Yeah, that time where Teddy KGB put 5k of his 10k in the middle and then folded to a jam. Yeah, I remember that. Well, very realistic hand history.
Man's just put 1 million of his 4 million in with ace-3 off, so it's kind of similar, to be honest.
No, 100%. That's where I got it from. But yeah, I just always laugh at that hand history. Because not only does Mike McDermott have pocket kings in that hand, it's like, well, he's representing aces, and if he has it, then so be it. I'm all in. It's like, okay, pal. What was it? It was like a 50x raise or something?
Something like that, yeah. Something
ridiculous. It goes like, they're playing 25-50, 200 bigs effective. Firstly, he 10x opens the kings, and then Teddy rips in half of his stack and then folds to a jam. I mean,
And ironically, that's not even the craziest hand in that entire film. My favorite one is when Johnny Chan 5-bet folds at limit poker and then is like, "Did you have it?"
oh,
Sorry,
man.
John, I don't remember. Absolutely fantastic. Love me a bit of Rounders.
Yeah,
Haven't seen it in a while.
it's my go-to first date night movie.
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
because you just get asked all the time. They're like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Okay, I can't explain to you, so let me." So, you think I'm joking as well? I'm not even joking. Like,
Are you single, Henry?
I am. There may be a reason here, Gary. I see what you're on to. There might be something going on.
Aye, aye, aye.
I mean, what? How else am I? I'm not gonna just like pull up poker streams. They're just gonna lose interest straight away.
I
They don't understand it.
very recently met a young lady off of one of these dating apps, and she said, "What do you do?" And like yourself, I was a little nervous about it. I told her I was a professional poker player. She told me she used to watch poker after dark as a teenager.
Wow.
Talk about run goods. That's
Talk
my
about
top 1%.
Just put a ring on it, mate.
Yeah.
Marriage material
She's
right
just
there.
talking about 7 deuce and stuff before I'd even met her.
Wow.
Absolutely fantastic.
What life.
As we see the call here from Andrian. In the big blind with the Jack 3 suited. We saw Jack 5 suited fold earlier. Andrian very shallow here, looking for any help, and he gets it in the form of bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. And with the SPR being 1, that stacked pot ratio, 1.1 million in the pot, 1.1 million the effective stack. What are we going to see here?
Yeah, I really like the check jam over just lead jamming because we get to extract, 250k here from 10 high.
Absolutely.
I'm going to get a lot of stabs on this board that are just going to have to bet fold.
There are
yeah.
advantages and disadvantages to both options as we see the raise coming in from Andrew with bottom pair.
Love this.
But as Henry says, absolutely. He extracts an extra 250,000. It's tempting, Henry, to just go ahead and lead jam. Just deny that 30% equity from the 10-8, but as you say, the C-bet's going to come in a lot of the time, and you get that extra 250k chips, which is massive when you're the short stack. Absolutely massive.
Yeah, Andrian up to 2.5 milli with that pickup. No longer the shortest stack, I believe.
Absolutely huge to get that through. Lots of hands there that can call with reasonable equity versus your check raise with bottom pair. But alas, he gets it through. He moves himself up and away from the bottom spot. I've been very impressed with the quality of play so far, Henry. I think everyone's playing very well, and sort of does tell that these players will be looking to play the main event, given the quality of play we've seen so far. So they'll be vying for that ticket, absolutely. It's an extra 10,000 euros. A little more in EV, given they're all top players.
Everyone currently guaranteed 11,254 euros for their efforts so far.
Lots of limping in the small blind. And we see Wilke here with 8-3 offsuit. I did mention earlier that the big blind's raising range obviously got their aces, their kings, their ace king, etc. But lots of these trashy hands. It does change slightly when the small blind is shallower. Let's see what Wilke comes with here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a raise or a check. I don't think we'll see an all-in. I think it'll be a small raise or a check. He does look in the mood. However, he does just decide to check. Yeah, we'll see a lot of raises with the 7-3 offsuit type hands when the players are deeper, but at this stack depth, it's nice to just check and see a flop. And we see the ace, queen, 10 queens. Henry,
Every flop.
Thick and fast.
Mamacita.
Aye, aye, aye. The bet from Andrian gets it done.
What has Pad started?
I don't think Pads was on start up.
No?
No.
Okay.
I believe it all stems from, I can't remember the guy's name. Someone in the chat might be able to help me out. The guy at the WSOP, the lady coming guy, are you familiar with this? I think it's behind a paywall now, unfortunately, but it's one of the most epic archived WSOP clips of all time.
What, and he just screams like he wants a mamacita and then it just comes?
Yeah, like he was... Is somebody in the chat? Find it for me. Not yet. But yeah, lady coming. I believe he was a Vietnamese player. He was very charming. Very funny guy.
All right, I'll rephrase it.
Queens are sticky. Yes, they are. Sticky queens. Go ahead.
Pads took it.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Don't want to take anything away from Mr. Patrick Leonard. Pads 1161 on Instagram. If you guys like Instagram content, we've got to give him a shout out. It's absolutely fantastic.
Where do you think the 1161 came from?
Do you know? Is this another question?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
1161. I don't know.
Neither do I. I was hoping you'd tell me.
Yeah, his Instagram content. Playing online tournaments and essentially broadcasting them live on his phone. Playing so many tables and being able to do that's very impressive. We will, of course, be giving shout-outs to a lot of our favourite content creators over the next couple of weeks, but Pads is in there first. Brilliant football player as well. Don't know if you know that, but he's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I was actually interested in trying to drum up some action on Pads' football analytics, I guess, would be the right way to phrase it. Like lifetime bet, I give whoever I bet $1,000 straight off the bat, and they give me some odds, like, you know, we're talking ridiculous odds, obviously, that Pads at some point in his life becomes a manager or I can't remember. We'll jump back into this, but I was thinking, because, like, I mean, he loves it, but I don't think he'll ever stop loving poker enough to pursue football. But I could definitely see it. How about this? You flop trips, and it comes running spades, 4 to a royal flush on board.
Checks it back on the turn. Love to see that. Doesn't love to see the queen. Queens are hot, as we say. As the river goes check, check. Both players with showdown value. Savinelli doing the double take when his opponent announces that he's got a king. Like, you check that back, bruh. Folks, dragging in a nice one. The German taking from the Italian. And we are going to see a European heavy player pool in a lot of these tournaments. But sure, as mentioned, you know, we've seen a Brazilian make a final table, plenty of Americans in and around the room. Representation from all corners of the globe.
Yeah, 52 different nationalities in this one.
52?
52 nationalities being represented in the opener alone.
Now, if I were to set a line, I'd set it about 20. I didn't think 52. 52? Jeepers,
You would have set at 20?
Yeah.
I need to start betting with you.
I'm playing the long game, buddy. I'm a prop bet master. Am I right in thinking that Pad's got 350 to 1 on Haaland to score 40 Premier League goals? I think it's 40 goals in all competitions. But yes, the odds are correct. And I believe he bet $2,000, so he's in for a very, very, very healthy payday if Haaland continues his ways, which he inevitably will.
Oh boy.
Whoa, yay.
Chip leader waking up with aces. Andrian basically, or effectively, jamming. He does leave himself some room to get away from it should, you know, it go all in, all in, all in behind.
So he's raised to 1.4 and left himself 1.5. Normally you see players leave chips behind. They leave, you know, a couple of big blinds. But Andran calls it off with the pocket sixes, and we are heading to another very important run out. The big stack with the aces. Andrian with the pocket sixes in need of help. I will pass it over to Henry to call the action on this run out.
Yeah, I mean, this, again, I know we just mentioned it, but the fact that Wilkie already has 14 million, if he can just hold here with the aces, be up to close to half the chips in play with 7 left, lean onto the other players on that ticket bubble, as well as obviously the ICM implications in terms of monetary value being incredibly high. See a flop, please, dealer. Dramatic one, if we may. Could be from 9 to 7 in just 20 hands of play at this final table as we see the 9-9 deuce. A couple of upside down sixes. No dice though for the Italian. 2 outs twice. 6.3 in the middle. King of Hearts on the turn and just 1 to come. Gary, not the spot you want to be in with a Bracelet up top. 95k. No dice, 4 of hearts on the river, and we are down to our final 7 players as we lose. The Italian Andrian in 8th place, going to be receiving 11,254 euros for his efforts. And Gary, that means everyone is now guaranteed 14,500 and change. We are on that ticket bubble, pal.
We are on the ticket bubble, and as you say, the rich get richer. Wilke is dominating this final table in terms of the chip count. He's had a couple of good spots. He got to 4-bet jam the ace-jack suited. Made a couple of disciplined laydowns with the 10-9 suited that we saw earlier. Obviously, a little bit of good fortune there, running the aces into the 6s and holding. But he's in a commanding position, and as Henry's just said, there is another, I don't even want to call it a mini bubble. It is essentially a 10K difference between this next bust out and the player after, not factoring in the prize pool, because of course there is the 10K WSOP main event ticket, which the top 6 players will be getting. So really interesting stuff here. I expect to see Wilke really push out the boat in terms of his opens. The 6 deuce off in the cutoff. Maybe a little tiny bit too loose. But then again, maybe not. He's getting to work now, Henry. Opening the 6 deuce offsuit in the cutoff. Because he knows,
wow,
that this is a bubble again, where this is a pretty hefty 10K bubble.
Yeah, and just getting this through with the 6 deuce, 500K to win 500K. This is pretty out of line.
Absolutely.
Proscia in the big, tanking with the 5-4. I think it's a case of like, he knows what Wilke's up to, but there's nothing he can do about it. He's just sat on 3.1 million.
Somewhat, yeah. He did make the Jack 5 suited fold earlier, which I was a little surprised to see. I thought he could have defended that. Indeed, we saw Jack 3 suited defend from a player much shallower than he. But certainly no shame in folding the 5-4 offsuit, just letting it go. Letting the big blind and the anti-pass. You know, you're in the small blind next, and then you've got several free hands to pick up some cards. As we are down to our final 7. 7 of the best. It's been a fun final table so far. Players are having a good time. Quality of play has been very high indeed. And we see Wilke again. If he's opening 6 deuce off in the cutoff, Jack 8 off in the hijack, for sure going to be in his range. I'm reminded of main event winner Joe McKeehan.
Okay.
He had a phenomenal spot. 10 or 11 left. He had like half the chips in play or something ludicrous like that.
With 10 or 11 left?
Maybe not half the chip, but okay,
I know what you mean, yeah.
He absolutely
insane spot.
Massive, and just opening any 2 cards for an hour. And Wilke obviously in a very similar situation, but he is going to face resistance here. Proscia taking a stand with pocket 7s. This will of course get through. No tank from Wilke, just goes ahead and lets it go. He knows that the table knows what he's up to. He's not going to tank and try and save face.
Yeah,
So
of course.
just let it go. Which is good. I'm a big fan of fast poker. So if you're not calling, go ahead, click that fold button. Next stand, Taylor.
Yeah, it does feel like it's his to lose with this lead over everyone else. Second in chips with, what, 7.5, 8 million? So he has more than 2x second at the moment.
On the note of fast poker and slow poker, Henry, I'm going to tell you a story with a question at the end of it. I will, of course, pause if we get any action at the table in front of us. So I was playing a live poker tournament last week. The big blind was 40,000. The button raised to 120,000 with 5,000 behind.
Right.
The big blind calls, the flop comes down, and the big blind leads all in.
Okay.
How long do you take before you call the clock on the button who starts the tank? And part B, I called after about 10 seconds of my outline for doing that.
Depends on if there's a pay jump or not.
Okay.
If there's a pay jump, I think it's out of line because he has smartly put himself in a position to be able to use the clock to his advantage, which is his right, I believe, post-flop. By leaving himself 5k behind, he's put himself in a good spot to, potentially ladder or get a pay jump. If there's no pay jump, though, let's say we're like 7 spots away and it's a live tournament, then I think 10 seconds is absolutely fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think even if there's a pay jump, I think...
yeah?
Well, he's never folding. He's just never
Of course
folding.
not. No.
So let's just get on with it. That's my 2 cents.
All right.
Although I am happy to be told I'm wrong. But yeah, if I recall correctly, there was there was like pay jump every like 3 players or something like that, with like 20 players left. But yeah, I'm a very grumpy old man when it comes to slow poker, so I promptly called clock. The whole table was outraged. Even the dealer told me I was out of line, and the guy said F it and called it off and lost. Good times.
Even the dealer told you you're out.
The dealer was like, "No, you can't do that." I was like, "Watch me." Floor. I don't mind people taking their time when they've got legitimate decisions, but I mean, if you're just, it irks me somewhat that this has become an acceptable thing to raise and leave yourself like 1/8 of a big blind behind just so you. It's an angle, in my opinion. It might be controversial, it might be a bit out there, but it's an angle. You're bending the rules without breaking the rules. That is the definition of an angle.
But it's also it's not just so that you can tank though, right? You know the game theory behind it.
What's that? Oh yeah, of course, yeah. But in that scenario, post flop where the guy has led and you're tanking,
right?
In my opinion, that is where the angle is. Raising and leaving yourself 1 chip is not an angle, but leading, tanking with 1/8 of a big blind when you're just never going to fold. In my humble opinion, that's the angle. Happy to hear from the chat though if they think that that's not quite right.
Did anyone notable weigh in on that? Anyone get back to you and give you a mixed opinion or a different opinion?
Not yet. Not just yet. As we see, an all-in from Flugel with the pocket 5s. And Wilke has got a spot here with ace-3 suited for 9 big blinds. This looks strong from Flugel, shoving the 9 big blind stack from the big blind versus under the gun versus the chip leader. So Wilke might decide to just respect that, or he might just shrug his shoulders and click that call button.
Yeah, it's a sub 10 big blind jam,
yeah,
and he's already opened. I feel like if there's ever a world where Flugel is jamming, King Queen, even against a hand like Kings Queen, any pocket pair, he still has 30%. We can see here he has 43. Could be from 9 to 6 in the space of 3 orbits. And wow, is that a couple of clubs on board?
It's never easy, is it? It's just never easy.
What a sweat for Flugel. Needs to fade an ace or a club. Those are the immediate outs for his fellow countrymen.
9 of hearts on the turn for the extra sweat.
Ah, you sicko. 8 of diamonds. Changes nothing. Okay, needs a club or an ace to score yet another elimination. There's the 6 of hearts. That seems fair. He faded the world with the 3s earlier.
Love that big deep breath from Flugel. He is a little relieved to say the least. He stays in the tournament, stays fighting for that 95k. Plus the bracelet, Henry. We haven't spoken much about the coveted gold bracelet, but of course this is a bracelet event. And all these players will be looking to get their hands on one. So close, 7 left. We hear some discussion about the blinds. Listening in here, guys and girls. I had this dealer earlier today. She was absolutely fantastic. As are all the dealers here at the King's Casino.
There are some world-class dealers here for sure. Yeah.
She seemed very competent, very friendly.
Over 200 dealers, I believe.
Excellent.
12 different nationalities being represented amongst the dealers.
Nice.
I'm just making this stuff up, by the way.
Oh.
I'm joking there. Over 200 dealers, 12 nationalities, I believe.
Bluffed me successfully. Very experienced dealers. I was chatting to dealer last night. He deals all over Europe, as far as Sheffield. And now he's back in the King's Casino in Rozwadov, Czech Republic. As we see Volk with the king 7 suited under the gun, tempting to raise, but decides to let it go. Navratil with sub 10 big blinds and pocket 10s. Dealer, throw me the triangle. I'm all in. Is what I'm expecting to see here.
Yeah, everyone else at the table was definitely anti-sweating there, rooting for an ace or a club, because that would have been the 10k seat locked up.
Tell me about it.
But it's Navratil's turn to run it sub 10 bigs with the pocket pair.
Aye,
Oh,
aye,
hello.
aye.
Hello. Ace Queen for Savinelli.
Flugel's about to fold a queen.
This is another one for our prop bet, Gazzy.
So we're one apiece right now.
We are indeed.
Your turn to pick, my friend. What do you want?
I'm always going to take the pocket pair.
Savinelli with a lightning fast start to the day, securing a double up and then a knockout. Now he needs a bit of help. He's getting it in with ace, queen of diamonds, covering Navratil's pocket 10s.
How does he have 59% equity, mate? Am I missing something here?
Yeah, slight error in the graphics, I would imagine. Perhaps one of the 10s being dead. Does that change things? We did see 10-3 also being folded.
Yeah, we did.
Could slightly change things. You stuck with, you've chosen your pocket 10s, my friend.
I have indeed, don't worry.
No take-backs.
No take-backsies.
Aye, aye, aye. 9-8-7. One diamond working for Savinelli. He does have the backdoor diamonds, but a very pleasing flop for Navratil. Shooting up to 73% favorites.
Can tell that Gary's been playing PLO, seeing the backdoor diamonds straight away as they present themselves on the turn.
Sweating it, Henry?
Oh, we are indeed, mate. This is the 10k seat ladder, or bubble, if you will. Down to the final 6. Savinelli has been running pure so far today, and he continues to do so, Gary. 3 of diamonds on the river. Backdoor diamonds coming in. Commentators curse.
As we see the only Czech Republic player remaining departing. A valiant effort for the home team, Henry. But unfortunately, to say, he departs in 7th place, and that bubble has burst. All final players, all 6 remaining, are guaranteed an entry into the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
They are indeed.
An unfortunate way to go out for the pocket 10s there, but such is life, such is the way.
18,900 euros in cash locked up, as well as that seat that Gary mentioned. It's going to be one of the biggest 10Ks of the year. Absolutely. Outside of the States. As we jump back into 6-handed action, and well, short stack with the boots. Savinelli with a hand and a decision. All options on the table here, in my opinion. Don't hate 3-betting. Don't hate flatting.
Don't hate folding.
Definitely don't hate folding as well, especially against an under-the-gun open, and given the stack size of his fellow countryman. The old min open from under the gun, sub 15. Alarm bells.
And if you're pro show, you're loving life here. Raising with the aces and facing a tank. Savinelli does decide to let it go.
Oh, wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
What is going on, dealer?
Peluso with ace king suited. And a stack of around 32 big blinds.
What a brutal cooler.
Is he going to shove? Or is he going to 3-bet? I would imagine 3-bet is more appealing, given you've got the big stack behind, who could wake up with an absolute monster, and you might find some parallel universe whereby you fold this. He does come with the raise. So it looks like 1.5. Which I like, as mentioned, you know, you don't want to shove and see the chip leader really shove behind you. Whereas if you make it 1.5 and he makes it 3.8, and Pro Ship goes all in, you could probably just about get away from your ace king suited. All in and a call. Peluso sees the bad news. Crusher with the aces, the black aces. Peluso does have hearts working for him. We did mention earlier, they are, of course, the dominant suit. We need to help him out a lot here because he is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, what a brutal cooler for Peluso, running ace-king into aces. 6 left in event number 1 of the World Series of Poker Europe. Wow, king in the window with a heart on board, Gary.
Wow.
There's some life.
Wow, it's never easy. It's never easy.
There is some life. King 7-4, a couple of clubs, 1 heart.
Oh, it's a diamond.
No backdoor flush draw rolling off this time round. Peluso drawing to 2 outs once to really do the dirty on Perush's aces. Oh my word, dealer. King of diamonds, corner pocket, Gary Blackwood. We are down to 5 players here in event number 1 of the World Series of Poker Europe, and you should have seen the knee-jerking response of Gary out of his seat there.
I never fell out of my chair. That's such a sick way to go out. Really brutal. Ace is losing to ace-king on the river. He's taking it like a champ, though. Humble in defeat is Gennaro Proscia, finishing in 6th place. What a way to go, Henry.
Indeed, really taking it on the chin like a champ.
Wow.
Just smiled, tapped the table, fist bumps all round.
One of the really brutal things about that is that he's had a couple of situations where he could have made extremely marginal defense from the big blind, and he elected not to preserve the size of his stack, so that in the event that he does double up, he's doubling up to a bigger stack. So, you know, he's done really well to preserve his stack. And he would have had a very healthy 7.5 there or thereabouts.
Wow.
But unfortunately, the dealer had other ideas. King on the river. Wow. Brutal. Brutal game.
Silver lining, Gary, being that we're going to be seeing him in the 10K main.
Absolutely.
Did manage to survive that seat bubble. So hopefully get the chance to see him showcase some more of his talents. Unfortunately, aces into ace-king, king high flop, king on the river, sending him home in 6th for just shy of 19,000 in cash and that 10K seat. Gary, I mean, we've been in the booth for, what, less than 2 hours? We're down to the final 5 players in this bracelet event. At this rate, we'll be back out there in the Pillow Cash Game streets in space of 2 hours, man.
Absolutely, buddy. Quick stop off at the buffet for some dinner, and we'll be straight back in there in the 5-5-5 card streets.
There we go.
Messing around with all the other punters. I can't go over that king on the river. I just didn't think it was coming.
Yeah, when the 3 of diamonds rolls off, okay, yeah, no backdoor this time.
Dealer just slapped it down there like it ain't no thing. Incredible stuff. Down to the final 5. We are here in the first event of the World Series of Poker Europe. €350 buy-in, 95k plus a 10k ticket, plus the coveted gold bracelet for first. And we are down to the final 5. We have Mr. Wilke here, still in the chip lead with 15 million. Couple of 7-ish, 8-ish, 9-ish million stacks. Savinelli here in the small blind with king 7 suited. Will certainly be putting chips in the pot. He is electing to call the extra 125k. And Peluso with jack 5 of diamonds will check his option, and we'll go heads up to a flop.
See Cat Mama coming in the chat. The exclamation mark Henry, exclamation mark Gary. It's myself, Henry Kilbane, alongside Gary Gazzy123 Blackwood in the commentary booth. Gonna be calling the action from not only the bracelet events of this series, but also the high stakes PLO and no limit hold'em cash games that we have coming up this week. You can see in the chat there, Gary is not only an upswing poker coach, but he's a YouTuber, as well as obviously a professional poker player. You can follow him on Instagram and YouTube. An exclamation mark upswing to find out more about Gary's course, what he gets up to. You got any secrets, anything you can leak about stuff that you got coming up? You've been in talks maybe about adding to your course. I know you sometimes do the upswing poker takeover on Instagram, where you kind of, the followers over there get to spend the day through your eyes, if you will.
So I obviously, if I'm ever playing live poker, I broadcast that all over Instagram, and sometimes Upswing Poker, they let me take over their Instagram page, do the same thing, just adding polls. What would you do in this spot? What's your bet size, etc. In terms of the Upswing work, I've been with them now for 18 months. I have released 4 modules, plenty of live play videos, lots of interaction in the chat, etc. I'm coming to the end of my 2nd deal, and I don't want to say too much, but talks are ongoing for round number 3.
Round number 3.
Round number 3, yeah.
Gary Blackwood and Upswing.
Indeed.
Oi, oi.
I shall remain tight-lipped. But in all seriousness, it's a fantastic site. If you're ever interested in taking a game to the next level, and yeah, not just myself, but some fantastic coaches in there. Ryan Risk, very accomplished cash player from Canada. Obviously, Doug Polk himself. A couple of other wonderful guys in there too. David Yan in particular, fantastic. Yeah, really happy to be part of the team.
Couldn't agree more. You can see Nightbot with the special Twitch giveaway command in the chat as well. So today we're giving away one special €100 Stream King hoodie for free. All you need to do is type WSOPE into the chat when we get down to the final 5 players, which we are. If you're a Twitch subscriber, you have a 3x bigger chance to win. So get involved with that chat. Type in WSOP Europe. Free roll to win a hoodie, some WSOP Europe merch. I'm going to do it myself.
I'm about to log into my phone and do it myself. So €100 hoodie.
Let's do it. I'm doing it.
Be fantastic.
Currently have over 1,500 viewers across the board as well with us here for this coverage. So shout out to all of you at home, wherever you may be in the world.
Absolutely. We're very grateful for you guys tuning in. And this is just the beginning of a very, very interesting couple of weeks ahead. Lots of big tournaments, big names will be in town. And as Henry mentioned, we have some wonderful cash games coming your way with some very familiar faces. And maybe some new faces as well, starting over the next few days. I am in particular excited for the cash games. I'm really looking forward to calling the action. Yeah,
it's been a while since I've got to call the action on a high-stakes cash game.
Excellent, excellent. Looking forward to that as we see the Battle of the Blinds.
Ooh, grim.
Both players catching a piece.
Modern day cooler, Gary.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to see a lot of these blind versus blind battles, if you like, as we get down to the final 5. Deuce of Clubs rolls off on the turn. No help to either player. I think we'll see a bet go in from Flugel here with his top pair. He is reaching something in the region of around about 350 to 400. He goes a little bigger. 500k is the size of the bet. Wilka, of course, not going to be going anywhere with second pair here. Glancing on over at his opponent. We know he's only got second pair, but that is going to be good a lot of the time here. Just taking his time before making the call. 13% equity. He needs a jack to take the lead. He does not get it. 2 pair now for Flugel. Gone from liking his hand on the turn to loving it now on the river. Some straight draws have just got in there, but you would expect a hand like Jack-9 to stab on the flop. Maybe even raise pre-flop. So I'm not too worried about a hand like Jack-9 or 6-4. And we'll for sure see a bet here from Flugel with 1.6 in there. Given how big you bet on the flop, I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see something in the region of 1.1. Deep in thought. Glancing on over his opponent. Wilkett does pose an intimidating figure at the table. But that's not going to stop him here as he reaches.
So it's come with like a block sizing.
Yeah, very interestingly, it elects to block for 375. Really surprised to see the small size after the big turn size. Generally, we favor a block size when the board changes. You know, a 9, you know, an overcard, flush completing. Obviously, no flush completing there. Comes with a small size, gets snap called by second pair. And very nicely done. After the big turn bet and the river bet as well, dragging in a very healthy pot.
All right, so just another quick reminder, chat. Going to give you guys 5 more minutes. So it's currently 6:19 local time. So at 6:24, we are going to draw the winner for this special Twitch giveaway. So once again, we're giving away €100 Kings Resort hoodie for free. All you need to do is type WSOPE into the Twitch chat, as we are down to the final 5 players. And again, if you are a Twitch subscriber, you have a 3x bigger chance to win. A quick shout out to a couple of our recent subscribers. Andel Burger with the Prime, Jay Whistlow with the Tier 1. That is a 3-month streak. Jay Whistlow, how you doing, dude? Or dudette? Welcome back to the stream. Apocalypse UK gifting a Tier 1 sub to Henry Kilbane. Well, Apocalypse, firstly, thank you. Secondly, hashtag rigged giveaway, as my chances have now gone up 3x, courtesy. Thank you very much for the gifted Tier 1, Apocalypse. Really do appreciate that. You get 10% of anything that I win.
What is 10% of 0?
10% of 0. Let me think.
You're surely not allowed to win your own giveaway as well.
Well, it's not my giveaway, is it?
Well, it kind of is.
Well, it kind of isn't. I don't own King's Shop.
Getting the excuses in early for when you inevitably win the...
Have you typed it in yet?
I have not.
Get in there, mate.
I went to do it and got slightly distracted.
Ah, okay. All right. Now the chat is active. It is indeed. 1,500 of you watching across the board on the Poker Room Kings Twitch channel and YouTube channels.
Big shout out to everyone tuning in so far. As we get 5-handed, as mentioned, you're going to see a lot of small blind versus big blind battles. You know, a lot of players certainly not going ballistic. We're very close to the, you know, the really big payouts, 95k for first, plus the bracelet, plus that 10k seat. Of course, all players now guarantee the seats to the main event. Henry, I'm very much looking forward to the main event. Always a big deal, of course. As we see Vogt trip 8. We've seen him flop trips before in this blind versus blind scenario. And he elects to check it on over to his opponent. Savinelli, of course, with a really nice hand here. It's going to have showdown a lot of the time. No need to turn this into a bluff. He checks it back. And Vogt with the option of stabbing now. Will he reach? He does elect to reach for chips. I wouldn't be surprised to see Savinelli peel here. He's going to have the best hand a lot of the time. Versus this very small bet. He does elect to call one more. Certainly not surprised by that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Gary. Ace high, going to be good. Decent chunk of the time. We're going to have some random stabs.
Vogt surely going to reach. His opponent might bluff a hand like Jack 9, 10-9. But that's pretty much it in terms of bluffs, so I would not be surprised to see a reach here. I think checking would be a big mistake. You generally want to check a hand as strong as this to induce bluffs from your opponent, but when your opponent has so few bluffs, a lot of Queen X, some Deuce X, and some Ace Highs, you're much better off going for value, and that's what he elects to do, firing 750k. Now, Savinelli, do you want to put your cape on and be a hero, my friends?
Yeah, 60% pot on the river. Kind of annoying river card as well, right? For Savinelli, some of those gut shots, brick, Jack 9s, 10-9s of the world. Gonna feel like they have to fire twice. And if he was good on the turn, Ace High should still be good a lot of time on this river.
Have we seen Vogt get out of line? Have we seen him be active? Have we seen him bluffing and fighting for pots? One piece of information which is really important, he checked back trips on the turn in a blind versus blind spot. If I'm in Savinelli's shoes, I'm using all the available information, and if that's the only piece of information I have, plus the fact that we haven't seen him too active, I might lean towards folding this.
He's certainly mulling over this decision.
Really important you take all the information available to you. And the information is limited, but he does use that to his advantage, and he makes a very good fold. Certainly tempting to peel, to call the river. And perhaps versus the likes of Wilke, who's been very aggressive, very active, he'd be more inclined to call. But maybe Vogt being slightly more passive, he likes to let it go. Good fold, if you ask me.
All right, chat. Giveaway is over, stopping at Bogle 111, the last player, or last person rather, to get the keyword into the Twitch chat. And we are about to roll the giveaway any moment now.
Good luck to everyone.
Yeah, GLs.
Not good luck to you, Henry, though. You're not allowed to win your own giveaway.
Thanks, mate. I hope I win.
Ladies are hot today, as we see Flugel opening up pocket queens to 500,000. Min raises all around. Savinelli with ace-5 off would probably peel this in the big, but I don't think he'll be able to continue in the small blind here. Although he hasn't folded just yet. Can he 3-bet this out of position? Can he put this into his bluffing range?
It's like that's the option. He's mulling over. He does let it go. I guess he's just trying to be as balanced as possible, taking his time in those spots.
Yeah. Now, I mentioned earlier I'm a big fan of fast poker. I think in this scenario, obviously, tanking for a few seconds, not wanting to give away tells, completely fine. So if you're just taking 5-10 seconds every time to fold, I think this is a scenario whereby it's okay. Peluso, with King-Jack off in the big blind, certainly going to be calling here. Little does he know Flugel is under the gun with a monster. He has one overcard working for him right now. Let's see what comes out. 1.3 million in there. Flugel with 4.9 behind. Every pot extremely important, particularly to these shorter stack players.
Oh, wow.
As we get the Jack 7-3. Dream spot now for Flugel.
Oh, boy. Peluso going to have to do the dirty again. Flopping top pair, decent kicker on the Jack 7-3 up against the overpair.
I think we'll see some raises here from Peluso. It's a wet board, lots of gut shots. Lots of flush draws, lots of hands in his range that are semi-bluffs, and therefore he has to widen his value range. An ace-jack, king-jack to go along with the pocket threes, the jack 7 suited of this life. So I would not be surprised to see a bet and a raise here. Calling, of course, fine, but given the texture of the board, given all those semi-bluffs you're going to have, you want to widen your value range ever so slightly. Let's see what he comes with.
Yeah, Flugel starting off this hand just shy of 6 million. Around about 22 bigs effective, and one would assume 5-handed.
He is reaching.
Let's see more chips go in.
Reaching for calling chips. Certainly nothing wrong with that. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a raise, but calling, of course, completely fine. As we see Flugel staring down his opponent. That is an intimidating stare.
Yeah, I must say, Flugel's table presence has really impressed me. Like, he lost that big pot earlier on, the 8s against the ace-king. With the final 2 tables.
Yeah.
He's managed to stay composed and kind of let that go onto the next hand, and it's been really dialed in.
What's the actor in The Social Network? I can't remember his name.
Ah, mate.
Are you seeing a resemblance? Are you seeing what I'm
Yeah,
seeing?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, you caught me out there though. I can't remember his name.
Jack, can you help us out?
Mark Zuckerberg, I think it was.
Now, one of the best things about this turn is that both players will be loving this turn. Both players will be loving this turn. Matt Damon, thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like Matt Damon.
I think it was Brad Pitt.
Denzel Washington.
Getting closer.
Is it Jesse? Oh, I can't remember. I don't want to Google it. That's cheating.
I honestly can't remember. We'll see if so. Oh, Jesse. Yeah, see.
Jesse Eisen. Is that it?
All right. Let's just jump back into this, Gary, because we've got a potential double up spot here. Flugel with the double barrel. SPR is going to be less than 1 going to the river should Peluso just opt to check call.
It is a chunky bet, 1.4 million into a pot of 2, around 70% pot. And it sets up nicely for the river jam on bricks.
It really does.
4.8 would be in there with 3.1 behind.
The old
It's maybe
0.66 SPR.
Maybe a touch too big on the turn here, but it gets the job done, sets up for that river jam. I don't see Peluso jamming here. Sort of surprised to see if he elects to put it in. I think if you call the flop, you're going to want to just call the turn here. Let's see what he comes with, though.
I do believe we will be going on break after this hand, so potential stack switch around between these two coming into that break, unless Peluso can obviously get there again.
There are also a lot of rivers that will kill the action of both players.
For sure.
4, 6, a heart, an ace. He does call. Jesse Eisenhower staring his opponent down here.
Yeah, brick river is going to be extremely interesting. See if Peluso can get away from the king jack.
Not too many brick rivers in the deck. Hi. Queens are hot, Henry. Now, this is a really good card for Flugel because, you know, it's a really good card for him to bluff if he's got a hand like ace-6 or ace-4. So he might get hero called here. Hand like ace-king that's barreling off. Obviously, it's not ideal. We can see that it kills his action, but it's not a disastrous card in terms of it being the over cards. He does have plenty of bluffs in his range here. Missed hearts, of course. Peluso going to be put in the blender here. As we see the all-in. And Peluso immediately grimaces. He's going to ask for a count.
Does not like it.
3.1 million to call.
3.1 million to win 7.9. Hearts bricking, as Gary already mentioned. You know, some of the barrels that barrel flop and turn now going to use this overcard to the flop and turn as a bluff follow-up candidate.
King 6 suited, 9-8, 10-8, 10-9, all the heart combos. Really quite a wide range of bluffs. Of course, a lot of those bluffs are going to check the turn at some frequency, but a lot of hands here, a lot of missed draws, a lot of nice candidates to triple off on this overcard river. I wouldn't be surprised to see Peluso make the call here. So much king 6, ace 4, 10-9, 10-8 as we say. He is reaching. He's going to count out the 3.1.
Yeah, Flugel doing backflips in his mind right now. Praying for a call.
The best part is all the other players at the table are praying for a call as well. They want to just see maximum action. I've been there myself just last week.
Peluso does call. Flugel will be up to 11 million chips, and we'll go into the first break of this final table, second in chips, 2 of 5. See if Peluso can sniff this one out.
I really wouldn't be surprised to make the call. Wouldn't be surprised to see him make the call. As well as that, if you're Peluso, you've got to ask yourself, what's the worst hand my opponent's going to shove here? His value range is not too wide. Is he betting Queen Jack on the turn?
Yeah, we're now losing to Queen Jack as well. So is he ever jamming Jack 10 for value? I don't think so.
Absolutely not. 8s, 9s is the question. Somewhat satirical, I think.
It's a dangerous road to walk down when you start calling out the hands that you beat. I feel like that leads to a lot of mistakes, at least when I've experimented with that thought process. It's like, oh, let's call out some hands that I beat and see if my opponent reacts to. My favourite one is, oh, it's so sick. I only lose to one hand. And see how they react.
Blue so deep in the tank, it's tense here in the booth. What way is he going to go? Lots of money at stake. I think, judging by his body language, he looks like he's leaning towards a fold. He has counted out the chips. And his opponent does look very calm. Flugel looks very calm right now.
I agree with this still shot, but he's also been extremely composed in every spot.
Absolutely, yes.
A big fan of his table presence and demeanor.
Can tell he's an experienced player.
We are also at the TV table as well, so there's that added EV of wanting to be a hero live on TV. The bracelet up top, 95k.
Our 1,500 viewers putting on the pressure right now.
There we go.
Big thank you to everyone that's tuned in. He looks like he's going to fold.
Odds on him folding?
I think it's right down the middle, to be honest. No, I think 2-1 in favour of him folding.
Sorry, guys.
Apologises for the tank. One of those spots where you can kind of forgive him for taking his time here.
Absolutely. He's not even close to the line yet, in my opinion. I have mentioned a few times I don't like slow poker. This is not one of those times. He has a very big decision on his hands. And if you're in that spot, take your time. If you're taking 20 seconds to look at your cards before the flop, you need to speed up.
Tournament defining moment for the Italian. If he calls and is right, he is going to take the chip lead. If he calls and he's wrong, he's down towards the bottom of the pack. Big, big spot for Peluso. Let us know in the chat. Do you think he's going to call? Do you think he's going to fold?
Do we have a tank time? Must be about 4 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's getting close to the 5-minute mark for sure.
Still, like I say, I don't think this is too long at all. I think this is completely standard. He's well within his rights. He doesn't look to me as if he's thinking the spot through, though.
Yeah, I agree.
It doesn't look as if he's thinking, you know, what hand's my opponent going to shove for value? What bluffs can he have? What's he more likely to do on the turn with this, that, and the other? Looks as if he's just caught up in the moment a little too much. I felt like that when he was asking his opponent, you know, pocket nines, pocket tens. Got to use this time to really think the spot through.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you on that read, mate. I really couldn't. I do feel like it's just like, how did I get here?
Yeah. Yep, that's me.
Like if I'm going to take this time, I'm going to
think about it.
I'm going to be staring my opponent down, trying to, you know, something, you know, asking questions.
It looks as if he's deep in thought now. The eyebrows are furrowed.
Oh boy, he does make the call. Get shown top set. And Flugel is up to 11 million chips. Moves into second in chips. I believe we will get confirmation on the chip counts after a 5-minute tank.
Mr. Flugel getting paid. Now, Henry, one of the first hands of the day we saw was him losing that flip. And I asked you, you know, how do you compose yourself in this spot? He's obviously an expert on it. He's done very well. He hasn't panicked. He hasn't tilted. He hasn't been too wide. He's just been patiently waiting. He's found his spot, and all of a sudden, he is right up there. Must be in second place now with 11 million chips.
Believe so. And I believe we are going into break. I just heard the blinds going up to 150,000, 300,000. Oh, maybe it sounds like I'm wrong. I did get... Okay, so last hand and it's a break. No? These guys are confusing. They're playing. Oh, right. They were playing the sit-down game. Last player to sit down has to pay the big blind ante for an orbit. Okay.
Okay.
Increasing the stakes here. I like it.
Who was it? Wasn't Wilco, was it?
I don't think it was. No.
You can afford it, though, I guess.
Yeah. So Wilco on 14 mil. Fogged on 8 mil.
It looks like this is the last hand before the break. Fogged with a very playable ace also in the cutoff. Going to come in for a raise. 500,000 chips.
Question is, are we coming back with 5 players or 4 players?
The tonic for just losing a massive pot is surely picking up pocket kings in the next hand.
Does come with the... what is going on, man? We've literally been commentating for less than 2.5 hours. We came back with 13 left. And it has just been non-stop action so far today. Event number 1 of the World Series of Poker Europe opener.
Flugel chopping off one of his opponent's legs in the previous hand. Is he about to chop the other one off? Needs an ace. An ace is dead. I don't see any scenario where Flugel and Peluso don't get this in and Vogt gets out of the way.
It's wild as well because it is off the back of Peluso tank calling in a big spot. Maybe, you know, sometimes going to be tilted here, but he does have the goods. 2 kings in hand. We saw an ace folded. Flugel with 26%. Wow. If he can drill it, though, Gary, he is going to be up to 18 million chips, plus the dead money in the middle with 4 left.
This would be huge for either player. So frustrating for Flugel, just, you know, getting that double up and then just walking into this monumental cooler. Although he does have 26%, 1 in 4 times. This is the end of Peluso's tournament. The Italian versus the German.
Hold your seats, chat.
Loving the reaction in the chat, guys.
9-7-4. Couple of hearts on board. Flugel does now have the running hearts
scenario
working for him. 15 million chip pot. Oh boy. 4 hearts on the turn. It's never easy, is it, Gary?
It's never easy, boys and girls.
1 card to come for the chip lead.
Not like this.
Flugel needs an ace or a heart to be the chip leader with 4 left and 95k and a bracelet up top. No dice.
Ooh.
It looked close, I'll tell you that much. 5 of diamonds on the river, and just like that, I believe he's actually up chips now, Gary, in this this exchange of hands.
What a swing, both in terms of chips but emotions. Dejected, frustrated. All of a sudden, life is good again. Such is the way that this game goes sometimes. Pocket kings into ace king. Flush draw on the turn. No dice on the river. And Flugel, who had worked ever so hard in that previous hand to get his chip stack up to what it was, all the way back down again just like that. 15 bigs, though, very playable stack as we see the chip counts on our screen. Peluso, our chip lead now with 14.575.
We are going on a 16-minute break, chat. But don't go too far when Gary Blackwood and myself come back from break. We're going to be playing down to our first champion at the 2022 WSOP Europe, awarding over 95k, a bracelet, and a seat into the 10k main. We'll see you guys shortly.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall.
Welcome to Kings Resort Roswell, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. With this year's festival expected to smash all previous records, we wanted to take you on a journey through WSOP Europe history. Follow me. The World Series of Poker Gold Bracelet is considered the most coveted non-monetary prize a poker player can win, with players coming from all over the world to compete year in, year out, looking to take a piece of the gold back home with them. And this right here is the very piece of gold that poker players dream of taking home with them. So what does it take to run a prestigious series such as the WSOP Europe? About 140 poker tables, over 10,000 decks of playing cards, and over 750,000 chips in play throughout the entire series. Now let's not forget about the staff. We have over 500 staff members, which include not only the 200 dealers that we have, the floor staff, the cashiers, the chip runners, and of course the production crew with all of their equipment. They're going to be bringing you the 2 feature tables. So this year, not only the main stage behind us, but we have the outer feature table, ensuring that you guys at home don't miss a single hand from the events throughout the series. With 2 feature TV tables, live reporting, and social media content, there won't be a single hand missed from this year's coverage. You can keep up to date with all of the live reporting as well as the full WSOP Europe schedule over on the kingsresort.com website, as well as following us over on the live streams for all of the coverage from every single event at the World Series.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to Kings Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8. Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see. So bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me.
Main event champion.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome back to King's Resort in Rozhadov, home of the World Series of Poker Europe Series, and we are down to the final 5 players of event number 1 of the 2022 WSOP Europe. It is the €350 opener. Over 2,400 hopefuls ponied up the 350 euro buy-in, generating, wow, for a 350 euro buy-in, whopping prize pool of over 730,000. We're now to the final 5. It is Italy against Germany, as we see Peluso leading the pack with 50 big blinds, and it's myself, Henry Kilbane, alongside Gary Blackwood in the commentary booth. Gary, just straight off the bat, looking at these chip stacks here, what can we kind of expect coming into five-handed play?
Well, there's a lot of playability for a lot of the stacks. You know, we see, you know, at the same time, the biggest stack is not massive. It's only 50 big blinds. Generally, you'll see a big stack of, you know, 70, 75 big blinds there or thereabouts, with 5 players left. But, you know, we've got playability. We've got 4 stacks who are all within touching distance of each other. And then, of course, we've got the unfortunate 5th stack there who took that nasty cooler just before the break. Ace King versus Kings after working so hard to get that stack up to 11 million. Mr. Flugel back down as a shorty. But yeah, like I say, certainly lots of poker to be played. It's not a shove fest, but at the same time, there's nobody running away with it. You've got to be careful that you're not bleeding chips. But at the same time, you don't want to be getting run over. You've got to take a stand. You've got to be aggressive wherever possible.
Yeah, it was a brutal cooler just before the break. Everyone currently guaranteed 25,000 euros cash for their efforts thus far, plus that 10k WSOP Europe main event ticket. And talking of winning prizes, shout out to Classy Lampy, who just before the break won our first giveaway of the series, €100 WSOP Europe hoodie directly from the King shop.
Congratulations to him, €100 hoodie. Absolutely fantastic.
Bit of merch. Why not?
It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, there's a lot of new hoodies in that King shop in preparation for this series. Once again, this is WSOP Europe opener, event number 1. Tomorrow we'll be bringing you coverage from the PLO bracelet event.
Yes, I just saw the field there. It looks like a very fun tournament and a very healthy payout for first place as well.
I haven't had the chance to take a quick sneak peek at the field, see if I spot anyone. But I am definitely looking forward to some 4-card bracelet action, that's for sure.
Absolutely, as we see Wilke here picking up the Ace King suited. He'll be 3-betting versus Vogt. Under the gun raise. Now, it is an under the gun raise, but we are, of course, 5-handed. See Wilke go with 4x, 2.4 million. And Vogt going to posture a little bit. Nothing wrong with that at all. But he does look as if he's about to fold, and of course, there he does.
Yeah, so 5-handed, as Gary already mentioned. A lot of playability in these stacks. Wouldn't be surprised if we stay 5-handed for a couple of levels or so, unless obviously the deck presents the cooler, which we've had plenty of today so far. Had the aces cracked by Ace King. Had a lot of flip situations as well. Ace Queen against the 10s on the 10k seat bubble.
Yes, of course, running diamonds. What a nasty way to go.
Yeah, the local man, Miroslav Navratil, falling victim to the old backdoor Bangkok. It's alright, chat, don't worry. That's not a gorilla in the booth. That's just Gary B. Gary B? Gazzy B?
Gazzy B, thank you.
Gary B?
Doesn't sound quite right, does it?
I mean, it does. Gary B. Henry K.
HK.
HK.
Good old Hong Kong next to me in the booth here, calling the action.
Yeah, a couple of people are confused that Peluso has 50 million after losing the last hand before break. That was not the last hand before break. That was the penultimate hand before break.
We did, of course, have a massive cooler. For those of us that stepped away just before the actual last hand, Ace King versus Pocket Kings. Peluso's Kings holding despite a very sweaty turn card, giving his opponent King High flush draw. But alas, he was able to hold. And flippity flop, all the way down, all the way back up. Gotta just embrace the swings.
Currently 640 of you on Twitch, 500 over on YouTube. Let's crank those numbers up. Let your grandma know. Let your postman know. You know, let everyone know.
Oh boy, a little bit of a hand developing here, Henry. Ace Queen offsuit. Discipline laid down in the small blind from Vogt with the Queen Jack offsuit, deciding not to put money in the pot. Savinelli will be putting money in the pot. Will it be in the form of a 3-bet or in the form of a call?
What is this? 30 bigs effective against the button open.
This is also the first time we have seen something larger than a min open on the button. Wilke generally favouring the min open, but elects to go to 625k this time. Savinelli does, of course, make the call. 3-betting, of course, completely fine in this spot, but elects to call.
I wonder if ripping here is just the thing for 30.
I believe it absolutely is. However, I'm not too sure with regards to ICM implications. And how about that for a flop?
Top set.
So we absolutely do have a ripping range 30 bigs effective, but I haven't looked too much at the strategy when you factor in the ICM and whatnot. So certainly not surprised to see a call here. I think that's completely fine. I think 3-betting would be fine. I think shoving would be a mistake with the ICM implications. Not so much a mistake, but it wouldn't be as high EV as some of the other options. As we see a bet here from Wilke. Savinelli with a decision in his hands. Does he want to raise here? Does he want to just call? Looks like he's coming with a call, although... Yep. We're seeing these pink chips in play now. 9 of diamonds. Shout out to Ben Abadby if you're watching.
How many people viewing at home do you reckon will understand that reference?
The 9 of diamonds one. Do you understand it?
Yeah, and the shout out to Ben Abadby. I'm saying like sub 0.1% of viewers.
Well, Ben might be watching, so...
That would still be sub 1%.
9 of hearts on the river. Interesting spot here for Savinelli. We'll come back to the 9 of diamonds reference in just a moment.
He boats up.
He does. I really like this check. I really like this check from Savinelli. Also allows opponent to value bet himself if he does, of course, have the flush. And also throw out a bluff. Wilke with ace high might not fall into the trap. Maybe thinks he has just enough showdown here versus a hand like ace 10 offsuit or something along those lines.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like fake showdown value though, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, but we do have a lot of worse hands here to bluff with. Hands like king, deuce of clubs, etc. Which make it in there before the ace queen. Just a smidge of showdown value. I certainly wouldn't be surprised to see a stab here from Wilke. He has been very aggressive and played very well at this final table. And indeed, he is reaching.
That's a sizable bet. Comes close to pot. 2.5 million into 2.7 and...
He's going to get the bad news.
Yeah, Savinelli.
Oh, the old look back.
Is salivating.
This is a large bet. And it is a relatively quick shove. Frustrating for Wilke. I don't think he needed to go that big, to be honest with you. He's repping extremely strong there. I think more in the lines of 1.9 to 2 million. But as you've said earlier, maybe that's why he's sitting there and I'm sitting here.
I mean, typically I would agree with that, but you did final table. Not only did you final table, sorry. Let me restart this.
Took home the trophy, my friend.
Did. Just 2 days ago.
I know.
Saturday, right? Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday.
Took down an EPT side event for 500 euros.
One more shout out comment. Shout out to Welsh Gads who dragged me out the house to play. My main man Gareth Devereux. Dragged me out of the house to play.
You have a swap ski, 5%?
Swap 10, yeah.
Swap 10?
Yeah.
What a life.
We only went to play and to get very, very drunk. I was very drunk on the first day. I was blind raising under the gun, trying to get the table to agree to a round of blind raises. Was showing cards, doing shots of Baby Guinness.
Wow.
Yeah. Was unbelievably hungover. And rocked up to day 2 with 10 bigs and shipped it.
How many left when you rocked up to day 2?
70, I think.
Oh, wow.
Thereabouts. Ran top 1%, got to be said.
Oh, the absolute fair.
Felt like I played okay, but ran top 1%. As we have the battle of the King Highs here. Peluso with King 3 of clubs against the King Queen of Diamonds of Wilco, who's just lost that pretty chunky pot.
Yeah, it was a sizable pot, yeah.
Bluffing
7 odd mil.
King in the window. Both players happy with that. Could be blood here.
1.6 in the middle. Both players flopping top pair on a relatively dry board. King middle.
Wilco reaching. Not going to be checking back this King High. If he wants to be checking some back, it'll be the King Deuce and the King Threes of this life, but King Queen very strong indeed. As we see, he has his opponent dominated right now. Throws out a bet. Around half pot. I like this size. Like this half pot kind of size here. Sort of does suggest that he doesn't want to bet his entire range. Wants to play some check backs, which I think is smart. So when you're not betting your entire range, you tend to size up ever so slightly, as he's done here. Quick call from Peluso to the turn. 4 of hearts. Pretty connected turn card. Some 5-3s and 8-5s get there. Some 6-4, 7-4 type hands. Lots of bad rivers now. Lots of straight completing, flush completing rivers. Wilcat with a decision to make. I think we'll see him reach again here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Gary. It's still...
His hand is still very strong.
Yeah. But it does present some completed draws against the big blind range. 3 million in the middle, 9.4 effective.
Just a little count there of the chips. Before deciding what to do. I like this. I think a lot of players out there who are watching who might be perhaps not as experienced as these players would be very tempted to check back here. But there's lots of value to be had. This comes with 2.5 million. Again, almost a pot-sized bet, setting up for the river jam. He really does like the strength of his hand here. Peluso in a world of hurt here with just top pair, no kicker. He does have that gut shot working for him now.
Yeah, and he just saw Wilke bomb river and then fold to a jam just, what, 1 hand ago.
Yes, indeed. Not going anywhere with top pair, as you'd expect. Makes the call.
All of a sudden, there's 8 million in the middle. Wilke with 6.9 behind. He's done a great job of setting up a very natural river SPR of sub 1. Should he want to jam on brick rivers such as like a jack. Oh, wow.
The 5 just slides on in there.
Check, that is brutal.
Wilke with 2 very unfortunate hands.
Wow.
And we see for the first time just a little bit of frustration there from Wilke. Understandable, he lost the last hand. He's just been rivered here. A little bit of frustration creeping in. He's got to get over that very quickly.
Yeah, I can't say I blame him. 1 card away from being the chip leader with 15 million and instead finds himself close to the bottom of the chip counts now, hovering around 20 bigs.
We have commended his fellow countryman for the composure that he's shown today. Over there in seat 8. He needs to do the same himself. He needs to just gather his thoughts, get over it quickly. There's a bracelet to be won here, buddy. Easier said than done, though. We've all been there, getting a little frustrated. Very important to just take a breath, compose yourself, and get on with the game.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, you know, to get here in the first place, you have to have run insanely pure.
Absolutely.
2,400 plus runners. You're down to the final 5. You're playing the 10K main, courtesy of locking up a seat. It's easy to get caught up in the moment, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely it is.
Peluso playing 19 mil now.
What swings for Peluso? Lost that huge pot. Made the call with second pair on the river. Doubled up next hand. Just won this massive pot. And out of nowhere, he's the main man, Henry. He's in pole position.
He is indeed. Wow, look at this. Flugel just taking the rejam spot here from the big.
Love to see it. He's seen Volt fold to a couple of 3-bets already. I think this one's going to get through as well. I've been very impressed with Flugel so far at this final table. He seems to know his spots. Seems to be composed. It looks like he's going to chip up nicely here.
Yeah, sizable pickup. Going to increase his stack, almost, 33%.
Absolutely.
Certainly a spot that I don't think I would find. Bravo, sir.
These tournament guys are very good. They're very, very good these days.
Yeah, Peluso in a weird spot now, Gary. Like, is he getting close to the spot where he can just start opening close to any two? I mean, Flugel's going to be on 4.3, Vox on 6.1. So once the other Italian gets out of the way, who's currently second in chips, can really just lean into these shorter stacks as they're all kind of tied with each other.
Yeah, absolutely.
Difference between 5th and 3rd is a better part of 20,000 euros. So
certainly opening extremely wide, as we saw from the previous chip leader. Wilka, of course, opening 6 deuce off and then jack 8 off in consecutive hands earlier on when he was in pole position to do so. So you're absolutely right, Henry. If you're in the position to do it, go ahead and put that pressure on your opponents. ICM very much a factor, particularly when the stacks are the way they are. Even more so if there's a very short stack, which we don't quite have. We don't have a 5 big blind stack right now per se, but still able to put a lot of pressure on your opponents. Let's see if he elects to do so.
KMLW saying, do they read chat? We do indeed.
We do indeed.
Try not to obviously get sidetracked by you lovely people at home when there's a hand going on, but in between hands, happy to answer any questions or just exchange some light-hearted banter, some rogue chat.
If you've got some compliments for us, we're all ears.
Early days for compliments in my opinion. I don't know. We got to warm them up, Gary.
Speaking of things warming up, Peluso with a couple of 9s.
I would have loved to see him limp barn.
Very much a thing.
Yeah, I guess maybe not at 20, 22 bigs.
Yeah,
effective.
Tends to be 15 and under. As you see, Wilka with a very defendable king 8 offsuit. He'll be hoping for a king in the window.
PV saying, will there be a stream every day during the WSOP Europe? There will indeed. Every day, starting today, until the 16th of November, where we will be crowning the WSOP Europe main event champion. Strap yourselves in if you haven't already. Hit that follow button. Receive notifications when we go live. Tomorrow we'll be streaming the PLO Bracelet event. And then all week, starting Wednesday, high stakes, no limit hold'em and PLO cash games. Live from Kings. And next week we got the high rollers, 25k, 50k, main event. It's all going on.
Absolutely fantastic. I'm sure the big guns will be in town to see it. I think I asked you this earlier. Is main event winner Ulin going to be in town?
Oh, who's that?
Ulin Poker, you never heard of him?
No, I've never heard of him, mate.
No, me neither.
Don't know who that is.
Cool. Good one. Is he going to be in town?
He is indeed. Yeah, Spin Jorstad, also known as Ulin Poker.
Saw him at
on the 6th of November, I believe.
I saw him at EPT London, chatting away to everyone.
When?
At EPT London?
No, when did I ask?
Oh.
Oh. Oh no. It started chat. How long? Okay, over-unders until...
Didn't realise I was co-commentating with a man-child. Okay, King Queen off, under the gun. Nah, in all seriousness, looking forward to a wonderful couple of weeks in the booth. Lots of giveaways, lots of gimmicks.
Chat loves it. Got him. We did. You should have seen Gazzy's face last night when he arrived. So Henry, we drinking? I was like, sorry mate, don't drink. He let that one slide. Then he was like, you gonna play any table games? Some craps or anything like that? I was like, I'm really sorry mate, but no, I don't really play any of these. And as soon as I said it, I was like, man, this guy must be like, oh no, what have I signed myself up to for 2 weeks? Like, guy doesn't want to have a drink, doesn't want to play some like ultimate Texas Hold'em or something at 3 in the morning. But I did compromise and said to Gazzy, when we get down to the main event, we'll spin it up on the craps for sure. We'll let him shoot some dice.
That's not what he said, chat. He said he'd stand behind me and watch me shoot dice.
That's not true.
That's what he said.
I did not.
Did you not?
No.
Oh, okay.
I will. Okay, yeah, sure. I'll stand behind you and watch you shoot dice.
I've got a system, buddy. It's foolproof.
Oh wow.
It can't go wrong.
Right, this is why I don't play this stuff.
Good times. Good times indeed. So who's winning the flip gimmick? 2-1 to you, I believe.
No, it's 2-1 to you, man.
2-1 to me.
Believe
Oh
so.
yeah, I had ace queen, of course.
Yeah.
2-1 to me. We'll keep a tally running throughout the entire series.
But we do need to
come up with a
know
forfeit.
what we're playing for, because if it gets to like run away and then you're like, okay,
10 bucks.
Yeah. Then all of a sudden it gets a bit dicey.
Chat, what do you think? We're going to have a little running contest between now and the end of the series. Every time there's an all-in and a call, and it is a flip, Henry will take one hand, I will take the other, and we'll keep a tally of who's winning. What's the forfeit? Doesn't have to be for money. It can be something silly. Oh, why don't we do... If I win, you have to get my name tattooed on you.
No.
No? Okay.
No. 100 burpees, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups.
All right, fine. Something along those lines.
Something like that, yeah. See what the chat comes up with.
Yeah, come on, chat. Give us something good.
Shave your hair off.
My hair looks good. I don't think I could do that, to be honest.
Exclamation mark Gary if you want to confirm whether or not Gary's hair looks good.
Just got it cut.
As we jump back into this, some Italy v Italy potential action. No dice. 2 Italians out in front, the final 5. Shave one of your eyebrows off and dye the other one pink.
Deal. Logged in.
No.
Okay.
No. That is great though. I just can't. I mean, it's great if I don't lose.
That's the kind of thing we're looking for, chat. Get your suggestions in, please. I'm down for whatever. Anything really silly. Whatever you guys think. I'm up for something crazy like, run the London Marathon or something like that,
What do you typically run?
I play a lot of football, so I don't have much time for running, but I plan to do a bit of running out here because unfortunately there's no soccer pitches nearby, so got to get my cardio in somehow. Probably run to the buffet before it closes.
It's 24/7, pal.
Oh god, that's all the cardio I'm not going to get any now. As you see, ace 4 suited raising the cutoff here. It's going to be a lot of raising and taking it at this stage, obviously. In a full table of 9, you're more likely to see a flop. So we'll see a lot more pre-flop battles here. I haven't seen anyone get too out of line, not too many 3-bets, but then again, not too many opportunities for people to 3-bet so far. It's been very standard stuff from that aspect. We've seen a couple of light-ish 3-bets. One of them, of course, got punished with the ace-jack suited. 4-bet jamming over the top of the ace-3 offsuit 3-bets. I'm sure we'll see plenty of battling over the coming weeks. Plenty of suck-outs as well. We've seen aces lose to ace-king. We're going to see a lot of bad river cards for a lot of players. It's going to be carnage over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been... well, the fact that we went from 13 to 5 in the space of 2.5 hours was pretty ridiculous.
Indeedly.
It sounds like they're catching up with that ace-queen against 8's hands, as Wilke just said something about getting check jammed on. Would assume that these guys are, stepping away to their rails or getting some sort of information, which makes sense.
Very much so. I don't know about you, but when I went on break, I did one of these, looked away from the table. I didn't want to see how many players left. I want to be as shocked as everyone else at home when we see the king hit the river and so on and so forth.
Yeah, can't agree more. Knowing spoilers in the commentary booth is just really depleting.
Yeah.
Oh, Flugel.
I don't need a spoiler to tell you that this is going all in from Flugel. I'd be very surprised if he did anything else. Although, yeah. No, I think this is all in. 12 bigs. We've seen him shove ace-4 offsuit in a very similar position. Pocket 7s. In it goes. Wilke trying to pick up the blinds and antes. Wilke just can't get anything going right now. I don't think he can call this here. He's going to be too dominated too often. He just can't seem to get anything going. He was the chip leader at one point.
Yeah, runaway chip lead. It was up to 17 mil with, I believe, 8 left. A couple of things just not going his way, and
absolutely.
Finds himself down at the bottom of the pack with his fellow Germans. Is the 2 Italians leading the way. So 35,000 and change locked up for these final 5 players. Playing for over 95,000 euros in cash. And that 10,000 euro WSOP Europe main event ticket. Germany versus Italy. It is indeed, especially in the poker sense, or at least in the poker sense. It's not going to happen at the World Cup, unfortunately. I say that with love. My mum is Italian, so no needle intended. Just can't believe that they didn't qualify.
I know, Italy knocked out by North Macedonia. Fair play to the Macedonians. So as Scots, you know, we felt bad for Ukraine. We let them beat us. Wales couldn't do the same thing. You know, that's why we're not going to the World Cup.
Oh, you didn't qualify.
We had a qualifier against Ukraine. Let them win.
Oh, yeah.
Had nothing to do with the fact that they played us off the park for 90 minutes. But hey ho. Didn't even want to go to the World Cup anyway.
Yeah, I was thinking about it. I was speaking to a couple of people because I mean, it's definitely on the bucket list. I personally don't follow football at all. But like a World Cup finals, that's a bucket list.
Oh, absolutely,
thing right there.
yeah.
Like, it has to be done.
The only downside, of course, is that the World Cup's generally on when the World Series of Poker is on in America.
That's true.
So it's going to be tough. Although the World Cup's going to be hosted in Canada, America, and Mexico in a few years' time, so that'll be fantastic.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
There's going to be a couple of games in Los Angeles, if I recall correctly. So hopefully be able to take in a game or two. Let's get back to the action here as we see Wilka make the call with Jack 7 offsuit. Fogged with Queen 9 offsuit and the shorter stack, tempting to shove this and take down the dead money, but he does elect to check. Hand just about not strong enough to shove. Plays really well post flop. We've got 2 relatively decent hands here going to a flop. Generally, in these blind versus blind battles, you get a lot of 7-4 offsuit versus 8-3 suited type stuff. So 2 relatively decent hands going to the flop. What are you giggling at?
You're right, yeah. I mean, like, the way that you explained it, rather than it being like 9 deuce against 7-4, it's like picture card against picture card.
Yeah, absolutely.
Modern day cooler in a limped pot, 5v blind.
What has poker become?
What has it become?
Very standard stab here from Wilka. The ace high board favouring his range, as you'd expect Vogt to shove a lot of his ace X, his ace 4 offsuit type hands. He's going to have some second pairs and third pairs, but not too many top pairs in his range. And really important pot for Wilka. It feels like nothing's going his way. Poker is a game of momentum at times, and he's been swinging down for the past hour or so. So really nice for him to just pick up a pot, be able to stem the flow, both in terms of his chips and mentally as well.
Do you believe in momentum?
Absolutely, yeah. I don't think it changes results. I don't think, if you've got momentum, it changes the outcome or anything like that. But in terms of your mindset, your attitude, etc., I am very much of the opinion that momentum is an important aspect.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, actually. I'm thinking of like prolonged periods of momentum where I've just been upswinging and going into sessions, having a great night's sleep, super positive, just feel like I'm playing my A game. And then, the opposite to that, a few bad sessions and then kind of, losing the motivation to grind, etc. and kind of going into sessions with a losing player's mindset, if you will.
I want to touch on one more thing on that aspect in just a moment. We've got a hand here. Savinelli certainly going to continue. Looks like he's going to come with the call. As we are going to a flop with 2 pretty strong hands here. 10-9 suited versus ace-10 offsuit. Ace-10-9 one-time dealer.
Wow, you sicko. Why would you say that? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Very close indeed.
Ace-9-3, middle pair, backdoor diamonds for Peluso. Savinelli with top pair, decent kicker, and the ace of spades to boot, by the way. So nut spade in hand with the 2 spades on board.
If that had come down ace 10-9, I would have left the booth and gone for a roulette spin. As you see the bet of 650k coming in. Peluso, the second pair, backdoor flush draw. He's going to have the best hand sometimes here. There's a lot of, you know, gut shots, spade draws, worse pairs in Savinelli's range, so it's certainly fine to be betting this. Savinelli, of course, not going anywhere. 8 on the turn. Expect this to go check, check. 100 out of 100 times.
Gary going for the 100 out of 100 times. I feel like we can get away with betting on the turn here and kind of set the size for the river. Give ourselves the chance to check back if Savinelli check calls this turn size. Deny some equity as well. Can also get some value from 9x hands. See what Savinelli comes with. 5 million in the middle. Has to be somewhat concerned. It is against an under the gun open. Counter argument to that obviously being that it is up against the chip leader who's going to be opening a lot wider. Savinelli has taken his time with a lot of these spots. Mulling over his options here. Be very surprised, Gary, to see him just fold, but then again,
I don't think you can ever fold so many Jack 10, 10, 7, 7, 6, spades.
Queen Jacks.
Worse, ace X. Be astounded if he folds. But then again, I'm astounded that Peluso bet the turn. Very surprised to see that. Interesting hand here between the two Italians. Savinelli really thinking about this. Could he be about to let this one go? Just maybe preserve his 12 million stack.
Wow.
Wow, wow, wow.
Does lay it down, and Peluso, little does he know, I mean, he probably feels like he had the best hand there.
Yeah. Maybe he thinks his opponent's just folded a better 9. Little does he know, he's just got his opponent to fold top pair. And top pair with a relatively decent kicker. What do we make of that in the chat, boys and girls? Any thoughts on that?
Saying a WTF straight off the bat in the chat.
Triple X Brody. My thoughts exactly, my friend. A very interesting turn spot for both players. Fats or Lord says, when does the giveaway end? Unfortunately, it's finished, my friend. We have already selected a winner.
Has indeed, but
do you think that'll be the last giveaway, Henry, or do you think we'll have many every day for this person in question to get their hands on?
Every day.
Every day.
Not sure about every day, but I do know we are going to be doing a lot of giveaways throughout the series. A ton of merchandise. And if you've been, you know, eyeing up merch without a giveaway necessary, you can use the code STREAM10 at checkout, get yourselves 10% off. I've been eyeing up a couple of hoodies, I'm not going to lie, but I must say I'm a bit stretched for space in my suitcase. So I don't know if I have room to add a couple more hoodies, to be honest.
Once again, battle of the blinds. Two very good hands going to a flop. King 9 electing not to raise. You do want to have some strong-ish hands in your check-back range. Peluso deciding that King 9 is going to be in his, and that is an action turn. Savinelli turning the flush draw, Peluso turning the 9, and the Queen of Diamonds rolls off on the river. Top pair for Savinelli, pair of 9s for Peluso. Savinelli going to try and extract some value. Very tempting for Peluso to call. He does make the call. Queens are hot, Henry. Savinelli rivering top pair. Peluso showing his King 9, giving away that free information. And Savinelli now chipping up nicely to 13 million after making that extremely tight fold just a few hands ago. With top pair on the turn, gets a little back.
Oh, wow. Oh, you've really outdone yourself here.
I hope so.
Gazzy B. I mean, not sure how I feel about you just uploading a picture to social media without me. I mean, what's going on here, mate?
You look good, mate. You look fantastic.
You've also tagged the wrong casino.
Oh, for goodness sake.
But yeah, if you want to know what I'm talking about, chat, exclamation mark. Gary in the chat.
If you could let us know if you think Henry's hot or not in that picture. I think he looks great, but he seems to be a little upset at something. So. I
mean, I look like I just like I don't even know how to explain it, mate.
You look good, buddy. You look like you're crying, but you look good.
Yeah, it looks like I'm crying. It does look like I'm crying. Unibet Poker raiding with a party of 74. Shout out to Unibet Poker.
Shout out to Unibet Poker indeed.
How you guys doing? Hope you had a successful series. The Donny 11 subscribing with the Prime. Get in there. Currently have over 1,600 viewers with us for event number 1 of the World Series of Poker Europe, and well, potential hand developing here depending on the size that Peluso goes for. He does go for larger than 3x. Cut off the button. Bit on the large size, I must say. Late position via late position. And Savinelli does just let go of the sixes. I believe Peluso just showed the jacks as well. Showed the 3-bet.
I love that. I mean, they're going to see it in 30 minutes anyway. I don't have a problem showing my cards. Giving that info out. Love to see it. It's been a very good-spirited final table. You know, no seriousness, no tanking. Everyone's having a good time.
Yeah, it's something that you actually noted when we first came in today. You were like, there's not many hoodies or headphones.
Yeah, love to see it.
Everyone was chatty, laughing. You know, 95k, 10k seat into the main, and a bracelet.
It's all to play for, and they're playing it like it's a 1-2 home game on a Friday night.
Straight onto my parents' mantelpiece.
Absolutely. Let's hope the rest of the festival is played as casually as this. It'll make our jobs very easy.
Yeah, it certainly does help with table talk and some light-hearted banter between the players.
Indeed it does, my friend. Indeed it does. As we see Peluso with the 4-deuce, lets it go. Flugel, one of our shortest stacks with 4.7. Wilka not too far ahead with 5.5. Queen Jack of Hearts on the button.
Limps?
17 bigs. You're desperate for a limp.
I am. I want to see how long it takes
Unfortunately,
through this series before we get a button limp.
He gets the triangle, and Savinelli with ace-10 offsuit is going to ask for a count. Ace-10, his foe several hands ago. Going to be his friend this time.
Here's a button jam for less than 20. Saw him pass up the double barrel after defending the big. Ace 10 on the ace 9, 3, 8, 2 spades, and kind of leans me towards the idea that maybe he's kind of locked up a little bit because of the shorter stacks, and
potentially
he's thinking about money jumps and whatnot. But this,
I think ace jack would be in there by now. Ace 9 he'd probably let go. This is, boys and girls, right on the line. Certainly within his rights to think about it for a few seconds. 5.5 million. Just under 18 big blinds. What's he gonna do? He's gonna ask somebody else who's not in the hand how much they've got. Love it.
He's trying to figure out if he were to call and lose the hand, how would that affect the table dynamics. He's asking for a count again, getting confirmation. 5.5 total, 5.2 million on him. I think Wilke knows that Savinelli has a better hand after this tank. A funny, sneaky suspicion. He is now rooting for a fold in his head.
You're absolutely right, Henry. When this much time goes past, he's probably thinking pocket fours, ace-6 suited, ace-10 offsuit, maybe even a hand like king-jack offsuit, which would have him in a world of hurt here. Tough, tough spot for Savinelli. If he calls and wins, he will have about 18 million in chips. However, if he calls and loses, all the way down to about 7. Under 7.
Spin the RNG.
50-50. Flip a coin.
Yeah, AJM saying spin the RNG. I mean,
spin it. Really close spot in all seriousness. He's certainly within his rights to think this through. I am very keen to see what he comes with.
wow, he has the calling chips in his hand.
Can he make that call?
Oh, Wilke is shaking his leg, by the way. You can see his chair shaking. He does make the call, and Wilke from chip leader with 8 left to all in at risk with 5 left. 11 million in the middle. Wilke gonna need some help from the deck. Gary, I'll let you pick this one.
Oh, well, Wilke can't get anything going for him today. I think his momentum is
taking the ace-10.
I'll take the ace-10.
Booked.
Am I 2-1 ahead right now?
You are indeed.
Awesome. King 7-10.
How about that for a flop, dealer?
Just a million outs for Wilke here. Some might say it's too many outs. I'm inclined to agree with them.
And the ace, queen, jack 9 would give Wilke the best hand. 5 of clubs on the turn changes nothing, and perhaps Gary Blackwood's suspicions were right. 1 card to come. Can the German get there? He can't.
Aye, aye, aye.
8 of clubs on the river. And we lose Wilke in 5th. And it is the 2 Italians leading the way here. Event number 1, WSOP Europe opener. With 4 left, Gary.
With 4 left, indeed. Commiserations to Wilke. He came in as
chip leader.
Chip leader. You know, tough day for him, and couldn't seem to get it going again. You know, he made that bluff for 2.5 million on the river, and hasn't really been able to recover since then. A couple of steals not going his way, and so on. But as you say, 5th place, nice little payday, plus the 10k seat. Hopefully, he is happy with that when he's had time to reflect. And then there were 4, Henry.
Then there were 4.
2 Germans, 2 Italians, is that right?
That is correct indeed.
Fantastic.
43,000 euros locked up for these final 4 players, and it's Bog's turn to spin the wheel on the button with an ace. And with the blinds going up to 200k, 400k, he's now got 10.5 bigs. It's 2 quick folds.
Happy to take that one down, I'm sure. Even with the ace. As we're down to 4, the action will be fast and furious. We'll do our best to call the action. Lots of raise and takes it. Lots of shoves. as we seem to have two players who are the bigger stacks and two players who are the shorter stacks. Lots of ICM implications for all involved. Vogt, of course, with 5.2 million. There's around 13 bigs. He won't be playing the 9-3 offsuits. And then we have the two bigger stacks, Savinelli, currently with 18 million and a very playable 10-9 of spades. He will be opening this one up on the button.
Limp. Button limp.
No limp. Oh, he's limped.
He's limped the button, chat. He has limped the button.
What is it? What has this poker become?
Let's go. Short stack in the big blind. Don't want to raise fold 10-9 suited, do you?
What, you want to limp fold it?
No, you want to limp call like against like a 3x or something if the big blind lets you see a flop. I don't know. Just saying.
Peluso in the small. The chip leader, although not by much, he elects to call. And
wow.
Flugel. All his dreams are coming true right now. Great spot for him to shove the shortest stack at the final table with 4 left. I'll be astounded if he doesn't just put this in here.
Do you not think he can like induce, like 4x induce?
Not with 10
bigs.
bigs. I feel like if you do that, get called, and it comes down Jack 5-4, you just hate your life. You're kind of happy to just shove it in. And if you take it down, so be it. You also get to make dominated hands call off. Peluso now with a spot here. He's going to ask for a count. It's going to be very close for Peluso here, given the fact it's only really 10 big blinds. I think I lean towards a fold here, but he is kind of at the top of his range, given the fact that he's completed in the small blind. And like King Jack or King Queen probably comes in for the raise. So he is very high up in his range. Let's see what he comes with here.
Wow, he says call. Cards on their backs. Gary, we could be down to 3 if the Queen Jack can get there. I must say, however, although I am obviously meant to stay as impartial as possible in the booth, I would love to see Flugel kind of chip up to around 30 bigs. I just get this feeling that...
Yeah. Shades of Martin Jacobson, main event winner. Played the short stack very well, played very well the entire day and went on to win.
Yeah, he's played tremendously, and I feel like this man with chips is going to be a force to be reckoned with. Well, wow. Queen, Jack, 4.
Queens are hot.
I guess sometimes...
Little 4 on the turn.
It's just your day. 4 would be the biggest sweat, that's for sure.
Can Flugel find it?
Oh, wow. Just dead on the turn. Gary, we are down to 3 players. Flugel with the needled ace on the river.
The Greenstein.
Going to be receiving 32,800 euros plus an entry into the WSOP Europe main event worth 10,350 euros. I'll tell you what, Gary, that's going to be one of my hot picks for the main event. He seemed like a very solid player.
Absolutely, he did. Commiserations to him, although hopefully, as I've said a few times today, when he's had time to reflect, 4th place, 32.8k, plus that tournament ticket. Not a bad return for 2 days' work. And then there were 3, Henry. Then there were 3.
Then there were 3.
2 Italians, 1 German. The 2 Italians with the bigger stacks. Mr. Vogt, shortest stack. He's in the big blind here. Peluso's going to go all in with the pocket 3s. Vogt will not call the 8-5, although if he could see the cards he might. But he can't, so he won't.
If you had told me that it would only take less than 4 hours of play to get down to the final 3, I would have snap called.
Yeah, taking around.
Yeah, 100%.
We'll be back in that 5-5 game in an hour's time at this rate.
Wow.
Might even find out where we're staying tonight.
Yeah, Gary and I are currently homeless, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So if any of you happen to have a car or a caravan or hotel room,
just a bit of space on your floor, we are humble men.
I'm kind of thinking of like laying out like this here.
We're also extremely tall For those of us that don't know, do we sound tall, chat? Do you get the 6'4" vibe from the pair of us?
Oh, you're 6'4.5", right?
I am, yes.
Right, yeah, he's 6'4.5". Jack.
Big boys, cramped into this very cozy booth.
It's not bad.
I'm loving it.
Yeah,
Little bunker, it's class.
It's kind of a nice way to just escape.
As we have the battle of the Jack 5s here. Vogt limping in the small blind. Savinelli going to think about it, and I think he will check, which indeed he does. Can either player connect? Both can. Jack of spades on the flop. Vogt with the backdoor hearts working for him. Check, check. Queen of diamonds on the turn. This might just be checked down, although Vogt is reaching. Bets out. Looks like about 400k. He's going to be called by the third pair of Savinelli. Is Vogt bluffing? Is he value betting? Seems a little thin to be value betting and a little strong to be bluffing. Extremely strong to be bluffing. Vogt needs to just think this through. What does he want to do here on the river? He's going to check, Savinelli's going to check back, and these guys are going to chop this one up. Right, Savinelli. At this point of the 1-2 game, somebody says, "Do you play that garbage?"
Oh
no!
no!
They chop it up.
Oh, you've spent way too much time grinding that.
I have. At least I didn't call myself "kill the game Bane" while I was grinding it.
It wasn't whilst I was grinding 1-2, pal.
Oh, sorry. Did they have 1-1 back then?
Oh man, it was good times.
What's your other favourite things you hear people say when you're playing?
Oh, there's so many, mate.
My favourite one is like if you open and somebody folds like 8-3 off and they turn it around and say, "Can I double down dealer?" Like blackjack. I think that one's it's so cute. It's so charming.
Yeah, I got quite a few favourites. My favourite one is, if I had gone all in, would you? If I'd gone all in, would you have folded or called, whatever? Yeah. Just those kind of questions where it's just like, oh, what would you have done if I'd bet this amount? just grow up. But no, I mean, I like it because it just makes me chuckle.
Yeah.
I don't, because you never really know if they're like looking for a sincere answer or whether they're kind of like reverse needling you in the sense that they know that, you know, it's just banter. I don't know, man. There's so many.
Any from the chat out there? Anything that you love to hear at the lower stakes games? Get your questions, get your responses in. Would love to hear from you guys.
Yeah, that is a good point. What are your favorite things to overhear?
Do you know what we'll call them?
At the poker table.
1-2 isms. What are your favorite 1-2 isms, chat?
Your 1-2 isms.
What do you hear at 1-2?
Your local $30 rebuy tournament.
Don't forget the classic guy who's lying, saying, "Oh, I would have flopped 2 pair," or Jack 6 I fold. It seems to be every hand. It's like really convenient. Hate those guys. But at the same time,
classic.
I
would have won if I'd called. That's a good one, mate. Come on.
Like the classic. Oh, I had Jack 4.
I was so close to putting 100 bigs in with King 7 suited. Would have made it flush.
That seems pretty standard to me to put 100 bigs in with King 7 suited. Any 1-2 isms from the chat yet?
No, crickets, mate.
I'm sure they're all thinking about their favourites.
Absolute crickets.
Too many to choose from, I would imagine.
Let's have a look on YouTube.
Shout out to everyone joining us from both platforms. We're live on Twitch. We're live on YouTube. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. If you are enjoying that show, click that like button on YouTube. It takes 1 second to support the channel. We'd be very grateful. Get those numbers up. As I see Henry clicking the like button himself. Good man.
So they all got involved for the giveaway, but no one wants to get involved with the 1-2 isms, mate.
Tell you what, why don't we do a pretend giveaway?
How about we just jump back into this quickly as Volk's going to get a spin here. Button open from Peluso, raising to 800k with the 10-6 suited. Volk taking the 9.5 big blind rejam from the small blind with the Mamacitas, and Savinelli in the big with ace jack O.
What do we think? Think maybe a flat call?
Yeah, I think flatting here makes sense.
Absolutely. Oh, he's gone for the rejam.
I imagine Peluso just has kings
Yeah,
there. Just wins the tournament outright.
He's gone for the rejam.
That's indeed.
Wants to just isolate. It's an interesting rejam there.
Savinelli needs to find an ace, some clubs or some spades to get us heads up.
Queens are hot, however, chat.
Be an all-Italian affair.
Fogged with the ladies. The Mamacitas.
Five to come. Fox at risk.
Hello.
9-3. I mean, they are hot, I'll tell you that much.
They are hot on their heels.
What do we want? We want an open ender or a gut shot for a sweat? Let's take a gut shot.
Yeah, let's take a gut shot.
8.
8?
Please
Ocho?
do. Take an ocho.
Oh.
All right. Never easy.
Little Kardashian on the turn there.
10 has been folded.
Vogt is just thinking, not like this.
3 outs. Savinelli, I mean, he's been on an absolute tear today. If anyone's going to find it, 10 ball corner pocket, no dice, 4 clubs, sits back down. Fogged up to 22 bigs, and now we got some poker on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, for this bracelet and the 95,000 euros.
Back in the game, some might say. Back in the game.
Rocco Calzone saying he likes the word straddle.
He likes the what, sorry?
Yeah, the 1-2ism straddle, when people say straddle at the 1-2 game.
How's that a 1-2ism though, when someone straddles?
Listen, mate, don't shoot the messenger.
I'm asking him or her to expand. Please clarify, my friend. As we see Savinelli picking up the King Jack of clubs in the small blinds. Now you guys and girls watching at home will have noticed that the fewer players remaining, the more blind versus blind battles we have, and obviously we're going to have quite a lot of these now. As we see Peluso with a very healthy chip lead here, 26 million to Savinelli's 12 million. And once again, not for the first time today, we're going to a flop, blind versus blind, in one of these limp pots with 2 pretty strong hands.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Gary, we could potentially have a new chip leader here if a club rolls off.
Oh my word. Peluso getting to work straight away. Throwing out the bet for 800,000. What a spot.
Comes with 2/3 pot.
We are impartial in the booth, but I almost want to see it. Just for a bit of blood. Comes with the call.
2.8 in the middle. 12 million behind. Club on the turn would be fireworks. Oh my word, Gary.
Lord in heaven. Both players loving life, although Peluso is going to get some very, very bad news very soon.
Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen.
Nope.
We are 1 card away from a new chip leader, especially if the board doesn't pair.
2.5 million. That is a chunky bet.
The club doesn't roll off.
A quick bet as well. Not taking his time.
Wow. 3-handed. Bracelet up top.
It's a bit awkward here for Savinelli because he might want to raise, but tough to find a size that isn't all in. He elects to just call. Lots of rivers that could kill his action here if the board pairs or if a club rolls off. And we get the cleanest, cleaner than clean.
No way.
The bleachiest 3 of hearts.
7.8 million in the middle. Savinelli checking it on over to Peluso for a 3rd time. blind v blind. Remember, this was a limped pot, chat.
Let's just listen in to Peluso after he loses this pot, because he's not going to be a happy bunny.
7Ellie is about to be the new chip leader, regardless of whether or not
he's loading the gun.
Peluso calls the check jam. The inevitable check jam, one would assume. Remember, we are still three-handed here. I mean, this is a sizable bet. Bombed turn, bombed river. Is there ever a world where 7Ellie just flat calls here? No. I really hope he doesn't.
I don't think so, but there is a world where Peluso bet folds. Or perhaps, with all due respect, some of the other players at the table might bet fold. I don't think Peluso will be able to get away from this one. I think 7Ellie always jams. Given the pre-flop action, you expect your opponent to raise all their suited ace-X.
Let's just make the call.
He's just called?
With the second nuts.
I don't believe that.
And he is up to 22 million. He gets shown the flush from Peluso as well, so he's going to be somewhat furious that he didn't check jam there.
Really surprised to see the check call. Given the action pre-flop, there are only 3 or 4 club combos that you lose to, and there are lots and lots of worse flushes that your opponent can have. Really surprised to see the check call there on the river. I think it's very much worth going for the extra few million. Yes, there is ICM at play, but there's only a few combos that beat you, and there are plenty of worse combos that can call, and your opponent is never folding a flush there. I think when he looks back on that one, he'll be a little disappointed with himself that he didn't go for the rest.
Chat is absolutely losing it, bro.
Oh, the check call?
Yeah. Yeah.
Try having to be diplomatic about it, chat.
Yeah, 7Ellie playing 22.5 million instead of 28. And it's given Peluso a lot of life. Should be kind of cagey down there alongside the other short stack, but instead he's got a lot of breathing room.
What a lovely view there. Henry of the camera just coming down. These 3 players spread across the table. It was wonderful.
Yeah, I must say, I mean, the production.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it really is.
Big shout out to our team. We've got a very healthy team working here for us, working the cameras, working the production, organising things behind the scenes. So thank you very much to those guys. As we're now 3-handed. 1 German, 2 Italians, vying it out for the first bracelet of the series. The opener, €350 buy-in, 95k plus the bracelet, plus a 10k seat for first. Kudos to these guys for making it this far. Out of 2,454 entrants, there's just 3 left. Peluso with 7-6 suited on the button. Gonna raise that to 800k. Vocal guy in the way with his 10-3 offsuits. And 7Ellie just gonna flat aces here. With the king 10 offsuit, we'll make the call. And these two are going to battle once more. Ace 5-3. Got shot for Peluso. 7Ellie with king high. And the backdoor flush draw should be enough to continue here versus a bet. Although we have seen him be a little more disciplined than most in a variety of situations. As Peluso comes to a relatively healthy 900,000. Generally you want to float there with the king 10 versus a smaller bet, but versus 40% pot, I think that's a completely fine fold from 7Ellie. A little bigger than I expected there from Peluso. Getting some back after that last hand.
Let us know in the chat who you think is going to take this one down. It's kind of tough to say at the moment. There's been some clear value missed in some spots, some spots not taken.
Three-handed poker. Folked on the button here with King 9 also. He'll be coming in for a raise. Too deep to be jamming. I don't think we'll see any 22 big blind open jams. We'll raise it up to 800,000 on the button. Savinelli should be letting this one go.
You got chat. Savinelli, Peluso, Folked.
I'm going Folked. I love an underdog.
Yeah, same.
Now, we are neutral in the booth, of course, but we do love an underdog also.
Yeah, I think he's played very well. He's done obviously amazing work to get here three-handed. It's one of the shorter stacks coming into the final table today. It's definitely going to be a massive uphill climb for him from here. I wouldn't be surprised to see him continue to play a pretty tight, aggressive style as we've seen him play thus far, especially given that the two Italians haven't minded at all about playing big pots against each other. And those are some of the adjustments you have to make when, you know, there are ICM considerations in effect, and especially when there are opponents at the table that don't seem to be, you know, as maybe ICM savvy as yourself. Savinelli with the 8-5 on the bottom, Peluso.
The soothing sounds of Henry Cobain chugging down water.
Oh, you could hear that, could you? My bad.
Yeah. It's like an amaranth stream for a second there.
Oh, what? An amaranth? What?
Doesn't matter.
You're alright, mate. You're losing it.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Italy v Italy, round 3.
Queen 8-10. Peluso with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw and the overcard. Savinelli with 8-5 of diamonds for bottom pair, no kicker, no backdoors. Takes a free turn card.
Cassane, please just don't start licking the mic.
That's an Amaranth reference.
What is...
Amaranth is a streamer who
right.
makes noises into the microphone.
Right.
She's very successful.
Maybe a career for me to look into at some point. And Savinelli does just relinquish the best hand. Understandable on that board texture.
Yeah.
Flat call from the small, sizable turn probe from his fellow countryman.
If I'm ever in this spot in a tournament and I open the button and my opponent flats in the small blind, I put them on exactly Queen Jack offsuit, which was doing pretty well on that flop, so certainly not surprised to see the fold.
Exactly Queen Jack offsuit?
Exactly Queen Jack offsuit.
Wow.
That's their flatting range. And it's always Queen high. Queens are hot.
Queens are hot. I can't even recall the last time we had a flop without a queen on it. I don't think we've had a single flop without a queen on it.
Peluso with the suited queen decides not to open Henry. A little tight, do you think? Or happy with that?
Feels incredibly tight, yeah.
Glad it's not just me. Folked in the small.
Expect to see Folked play a strict limping strategy. Small blind v big blind. I think he wants to be limping close to the entirety of his range.
Savinelli with the 8-6 offsuit will come in for the raise. Raising to 1.7, just over 4x. Vogt on the button with Jack Deuce. We call that the Jack Deuce Roos in the UK.
Never heard of it.
You never heard of it?
Never heard of it, mate. Is that not one of your 1-2 isms?
No, it was coined by a very accomplished live player.
No name dropping?
No name dropping. I don't know if he wants to be associated with Jack Deuce, but one of the better live regs I've played with. And he had Jack Deuce of clubs one day, and he won a pot, and it was called Jack Deuce Roos. I don't know the Jack Deuce Roos crew too well personally. They seem like good dudes though, but yeah, that's what we call it, the Jack Deuce Roos.
Jack Deuce Roos.
Well, that's what they call it. I just
What was the Benabad beat reference earlier on?
Oh yeah. So Ben and I used to play a card game called Run It Thrice, and Ben used to bring a deck of cards, and the 9 of diamonds was ripped out of the corner. So we would just like point out to each other, and that's basically it. You had to be there.
Wow, that sound like one of those you had to be there kind of things. Is this one of yours, by the way?
Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Probably not, but I'll take it. Oh. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah.
As we see, the all-in from Peluso with ace-4 offsuit. Vogt not going to be able to call that 21 big blind shove. He lets it go.
Man, I still can't get over that blind v blind hand.
Yes, you said the chat was popping off. They're in agreement with us.
Oh yeah, the chat was, yeah, popping off to say the least. Not sure how I feel about it overall, but I'm not one to judge. You know, this is the thing about a lot of these lower buy-in tournaments, right? Is you are going to get people making it, you know, deep, that are playing for amounts of money that they've never played for before.
Absolutely.
And, you know, it's very easy to fall into that money scare trap. All of us as poker players have experienced the first time of playing for an amount of money that you've never played for before. Sometimes more extreme than others, you know.
Absolutely.
Depends whether you grind cash or tournaments, and, you know, all of a sudden you're playing like, I don't know, 5 extra stakes that you normally play because a couple of fun players at the table are doing straddle, re-straddle, re-straddle kind of thing. Been there, done that. It's, yeah, you know, it takes a while to kind of get used to. Obviously in tournaments, that can be a lot more extreme in the sense that you're typically playing, you know, small amount of runner, €300 buy-ins where you maybe 10, 15K for first. All of a sudden you have a 2,400 runner one, same buy-in level, make it down to the final 3, and all of a sudden you're playing for 6 figures in a 10K seat into WSOP main and a bracelet. So
absolutely, you're absolutely right. We need to take every factor into consideration, and as well as that, you've got to factor in if he shoves there and he does run into one of the 4 combos that he loses to, he's out of the tournament.
He is indeed.
Just call, you know, win that big pot, keep your stack in the game if you are incorrect. Certainly don't begrudge him for calling there, although I would shove there 100 times out of 100. As we see, Vogt with the raise with the pocket 6s, gets called in 2 spots, the Queen 10 offsuit and the King Jack offsuit. Nice spot for Savinelli to squeeze if they were a little deeper, but I think given the stacks, completely fine. As we see a king in the window for Savinelli, a king behind it as well. Peluso was second pair. Vogt was the under pair.
This could go check, check, check here, by the way.
Absolutely could, yeah.
Any 6s in the deck, dealer?
Oh,
for max entertainment
cheeky
value. Talking strictly from an entertainment point of view, obviously.
Vogt going to see bet though. Throws out a small bet of 600,000. And interesting to see what Peluso decides to do. Sorry, Savinelli is first, of course, to act. Peluso then in the big blind. Let's take a little look and see.
Those are raising chips.
He comes with the raise. Peluso with a pretty clear fold now.
Oh, what could have been. Gazzy B.
Vogt can't be loving that raise, given 1, he's short stacked, 2, Savinelli has flatted out the small, and 3, Savinelli has raised with a player behind to act. He's not likely to be doing that with a hand like Jack-10 offsuit, given the plethora of King X in the big blind's range. Vogt trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together.
He is getting laid at an incredible price.
He is indeed, but when you factor in everything that's happened, that's a very, very good fold. It looks easy for us to say that given the cards, but I think that's a very disciplined laydown. Really well played by Vogt.
Not gonna lie, Gary. Pretty upset about that.
Yeah.
I want to see a turn card.
Yeah, I want to see a little sexy 6 on the turn.
I thought that was going to get checked through.
Or another king on the turn for Mad Bants.
For Mad Bants. 10 on the river, so there's a full house on board, and
we'll see the
everyone's
King X check call.
and Vogt just like overbet jams river because like, well, only I have aces, like aces, queens, jacks.
Savinelli with the J-boys on the button. Gonna come in for a raise, I'm sure. Maybe finding a limp, given the stack sizes. Does indeed come with a limp. Picked up 300k, went for a pink, then went back and picked up another grey chip, or brown chip.
Oh, did he really?
So
I missed that.
He picked up raisin chips and then changed his mind. Let's see, a call from Peluso with a raising hand. A hand that could well be raised versus the limp. Vogt checks his option in the big blind. Let's see what comes out.
Well, hello, dealer.
Wow.
Another top pair v top pair affair here. King 7-6, couple of spades. The only saving grace for Vogt is has a very weak kicker.
He has the backdoor straight draw too. But this could be all she wrote for him, depending on what happens. Savinelli with the bet into 2 players with the overcard out there. Lots of worse hands that can call, though. Certainly don't mind the bet. Peluso with a very easy call. Vogt might be tempted to just go ahead and raise this. Probably too deep to shove. He does have 15 bigs. It's kind of nice to just hoover up the entire pot right now. Let's see what he decides to do. Lots of worse hands out there that can call. And there he goes.
Wow. Does just put it in.
Certainly don't begrudge him that.
Do you know, there is a weird world here. Okay, right. You know what I was about to say.
I do indeed. Peluso, surprised he hasn't snap called. I don't know what he's waiting for. He's never folding.
Vogt gonna need to do the dirty, similar to what Peluso has done for most of this final table. The King 3 against King Queen, Ace King against Aces.
This seems like a bit of an unnecessary tank, to be honest. This is now a nit roll in my opinion. Why have you not called? Why have you not called?
8.7 million in the middle does make the call, and it is the German Vogt at risk.
He's going to be disappointed to see the King 9 there. There are some runouts which will involve a chop.
14 million in the middle.
Vogt with just 18%. Needs a 5 or runner. I'll pass it over to Henry to call the action.
He does need 5 is the immediate out. Obviously take a sweat for max entertainment value, some chop opportunities as well. And hello, 5 on the turn. Still has to fade a 6, 7, 8 or a 9 in order to secure that double. 1 card to come. 14 mil in there. And it's the 10 of clubs on the river. Finally a bit of run good for Vogt. See if See, now I'm really interested to see if Palooza can kind of hold it together, stay composed, and
he's been swinging today. I mean, he's like had it through no fault of his own. He's had a lot of big pots.
I mean, it's been wild.
It's been carnage.
Yeah, it's been absolute insane how this final table's played out, especially given the WSOP Europe main event seat bubble that just seemed to happen within a couple of hands.
Yeah,
and
very much so. 95k plus the bracelet plus that ticket for first. Top 6 players receiving a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, which will be kicking off not too long from now here in lovely Rozvadov, the King's Casino. 2 Italians, 1 German, vying it out for the first title of the series, the €350 opener. 2,400 runners, 95k for first. So on the bottom, 7-3 offsuits. He shall not be playing this. Although then again, he has surprised me in a couple of instances today.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, man. It's been the perfect event to just warm up with. Yeah, I honestly, look, I love covering high roller stuff and bigger buy-in events when you just have all the wizards and the occasional, you know, wealthy businessman. But this for me is like, I don't really know how to explain it. It's the reason like a lot of people got into poker was just playing these kind of small buy-in, huge field size in terms of runners, and you know, just the dream, right? €350 buy-in.
Absolutely. Plus, the quality of play has obviously been very high as well, you know. But you're absolutely right. It's been a lot of fun, good table talk. And I don't know if you noticed, Henry, but queens are hot today.
Yeah, I feel like that's like the 12th time maybe that you've said that. So I hear you.
The way the dealer's dealer flop is beautiful. But what's with the sideways turn? Have you noticed this?
On the turn?
Yeah, on the turn.
I'll have to pay a little bit more attention to it, see if I can pick up on.
Because the first time it happened, I thought maybe it was an accident, but all the turns seem to be coming out horizontally as opposed to vertically.
Okay.
Which is kind of interesting. As we've seen Vogt stab the flop with his 4-high flush draw. Black turn, but not the black turn he was looking for.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It feels like a turn card that you can really apply some pressure on, you know, deuce X, 8X. Don't have any showdown. We have the nut low in terms of showdown value. And we also have equity against the continuing range of Savinelli, of course. Can just drill a club.
Savinelli going to make this call with top pair. Made a very interesting fold with top pair earlier versus his fellow countryman.
No dice, but Savinelli, sorry, rather Vogt does river some showdown. Just in case he was up against a hand like 10-7 of clubs, Jack-7 of clubs. He has now got there, but does feel like some fake showdown value.
Very much so. Blocking rivered 2 pairs. This might be a nice candidate to put into our bluffing range here. We do have plenty of, you know, 10-7 offsuit type hands. But blocking hands like 8-3, queen 3, 9-3. I wouldn't mind to see a bluff here. He does decide that he has too much showdown value.
Yeah, it does feel like when we river a pair. Now be, you know.
Check raise one time. Check raise with a blocker. He can't have queen 3. Oh, he checks it back. I think that check back is fine from Savinelli. It's very tough to get value there. I think it seems well played.
RTS Hurricano in the chat saying, I talked to Vogt yesterday and he said that he has some trouble to arrange the free time if he were to win a main event ticket. Well, I guess he has to organize something. He does indeed. As he has secured that bag as well as the 10k seat.
First world problems, are we right?
Yeah, no. I mean, it's going to be one of the biggest 10ks on European soil in quite some time, in my opinion. Would not surprise me to see us hit 750 runners. WSOP Europe mini main on the way, by the way. Gutted that I can't play that because the structure is just absolutely superb. And
absolutely. Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun. We can see the main stage here, but the main tournament area is prepped and ready to go for a very large WSOP Europe. It's hundreds of tables down there.
140 tables total, I believe.
And how many decks of cards again?
Between 8 to 10,000 decks of cards. Do you know how many chips?
No.
No? Okay.
Are you making this up?
No.
How many chips?
750,000.
Wow. You mean like physical chips?
Yes, mate. Physical chips.
Fantastic.
Not French fries. Chips. Wow, I haven't been looked at like that since I disappointed my mother.
As we see, another pot coming to Vogt. Pings that 5 on the turn to stay in the game. Chipping up nicely now. Battling with these two Italian players.
Wish I hadn't mentioned French fries.
I'm starving now.
Yeah.
All good though. Plenty of time left this evening. Good time. We've mentioned this already, but it's we start with 13 tonight.
We did indeed.
We're down to the final 3. That's very fast, and it hasn't been a fast structure. It's not like these guys are playing all in or fold. It's just been the nature of the beast. Lots of coolers, lots of inevitable all-ins. Really, really fun tournament so far.
Yeah, I feel like we could still be here for a while. I mean, there's currently, what, 100 bigs in play, 50 million, thereabouts. There's 23.5 between these two.
Ace, 6, deuce. A little bit of something for both players here. Vogt with second pair, Peluso with the nut shot to the guts. The gut shot to the nuts, I should say. 500k is the bet. 1 big blind. Vogt makes the call with that second pair. Peluso looking for a 3. Vogt looking for a 6 or a 7. And he finds a 2 pair. Peluso now with the open-ended straight draw. I think we'll see a lot of barrels here from Peluso. He can make the 6x and the deuce x in a world of hurt if he does continue.
Overcard to the 6x and deuce x as well. Again, gets to kind of lean into some of those.
If folks sitting there with a hand like, Jack 6, for example, not only is it an overcard to the 6, but there are also a lot of really bad rivers now. A lot of straights get there, a lot of flushes get there, which de-incentivizes you to call with those 3rd and 4th pairs as Peluso loads the barrel, loads the gun, I should say, fires it off.
Yeah, not only does he load it, I mean,
1.4.
he loves these sizable turn barrels, doesn't he?
Doesn't he just?
From
Now,
what we've seen.
Vogt with a spot here. As you see Peluso stack. 8.1 after the 1.4 million. Vogt with the opportunity here to just call, or he could raise. Certainly don't begrudge him if he does elect to raise. Peluso is going to have a lot of hands with good equity here. Lots of straight draws, lots of flush draws, lots of top pairs as well. But he does decide to just call. He wants Peluso to continue barreling. Peluso needing a 3 or an 8 to take the lead in this pot. To the river. And it is the Jack of Diamonds. Bit of a brick, some might say. Does Peluso have a 3rd barrel in him? He's got 5 high right now. If he wants to win this pot, he's going to have to. He does wave the white flag. Vogt with 2 pair now. Immediately asks his opponent, how much do you have? Let's listen in.
8, maybe 8.
Peluso telling him, whilst knowing that he's not putting another chip in this pot. Vogt with a look back.
You have any rules about that in terms of trying to not give anything away?
No, I think I'm quite good at not giving away tells. I'm happy to answer that question. He has moved all in. Bit of an overbet. 1.5x pots. Gets the job done, of course. Peluso not calling it off with 5 high. Very polarizing bet there from Vogt. with his 2 pair. And again, Vogt, he found that 5 on the turn to stay in the game. And
He
now,
did,
all of a
indeed.
sudden, he is in 2nd place and cruising.
Yeah, we said it wasn't going to be easy for him to turn this around against the 2 Italians, but
Absolutely.
he's got the engine ticking.
Peluso on the button now with 16 bigs. Decides to fold the Jack-10 offsuit. We've seen him make a couple of very tight folds on the button.
Yeah, it feels very strange that he's seems to be doing like a lot of flatting out of the small and then folding a lot of openable buttons.
Vogt with a very standard 10 deuce off fold. Although I guess you could limp it as well.
Well, Savinelli started off the day really hot. Saw him go from 2.3 million up to 9 million, from 13 to 10 in the space of 7 hands at the start of the day. And he has continued to use that heat. Finds himself chip leader. 3 remaining. Everyone currently guaranteed 54,000 euros for their efforts.
Good for them. That's wonderful. A very nice payday for all involved. Set them up nicely for the rest of the series.
Yeah, flicking the 25k, 10k.
Vogt 2nd in chips, raising with the pocket 7s on the button. Peluso, Queen 9 offsuit. Certainly a playable hand. I don't think he's going to shove this. I think we'll see a call here.
Mate, we should not have mentioned food.
I'm alright, I'm holding strong. Do you want to go grab a bite? I'll hold down the fort.
No, I'm just going to end up seeing if anything's happened.
That's fair. That is fair. As we see, Peluso defending his big blind, defending the honor. With Queen 9 offsuit. Any Queen 9-7 flops about, Taylor?
You just love the action, don't you, mate? You just want the sick flops.
10-10 deuce. Folks will be very happy with that flop.
See the Nightbot command. We're running a special promo just for the stream viewers. You can use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your orders at kings.shop. And I must say, I've got my eye on a couple of pieces, not gonna lie. The only thing stopping me from pulling the trigger is the fact that my suitcase is like, honestly, I don't think I could fit
Henry was giving
a
me the
toothbrush in there.
you were giving me the grand tour last night. We stopped off at the gift shop. Your eyes lit up like a kid on Christmas. All the things you wanted to buy. Pointed out a couple of t-shirts that you were looking to purchase.
Yeah.
Let me know where you'll be over Christmas. Maybe I'll send one to you.
I appreciate that, mate. Don't know where I'm going to be yet. What about you?
God only knows, my friend. Hopefully back in London, in the house. It's been a busy old couple of months for Gazzy B. Spent a lot of time in LA. It was a lot of fun. Had a lot of good times.
I love LA, mate. You just can't beat LA.
Yeah. Tough games, but good action at the same time. You know, reggy games, but not nitty regs. And back to London for a week and a half. Don't know if I told you this, but I played a tournament while I was in London.
What did you play? I don't think I heard that, mate. What did you play?
I played the EPT side event.
What was the buy-in for that?
250k.
How many runners?
Millions. It was a £330 unlimited rebuy, 1 bullet, 1 trophy. EPT finish for me. And then straight out here to Rozvadov, arriving late last night. It was beautiful though, just driving through Europe as we see the all-in of Peluso here with King 7 of diamonds.
There's 13 bigs, I guess we fold. Mind you, what was it, 11?
I don't think Savinelli ever calls her a King 10 offsuit.
Yeah, I have to agree. Based on what we've seen. How much did you win, mate?
21 GBP.
21 GBP.
Yeah, made a deal.
I used to like bragging about that being worth $60,000, but unfortunately,
about $100 right now.
the bragger has Yeah, the old roast stucco.
Yeah.
Used to be so fun to go to America. It's like, oh, everything's 30% off, 40% off.
Not anymore, though.
No.
I got roasted sufficiently by my friends. Apparently, you shouldn't do deals when you're the chip leader, which I did not know until I made a deal as the chip leader. And my friends told me off for it. Good times.
Rightly so, mate. How much do you have of yourself?
All of it. I swapped 10 with a friend, but I had all of it.
So you didn't have all of it then, so you had 90%.
Yes, I had 90%.
Well played, mate.
Good for you, buddy.
£18,900.
Something like that, yeah.
It's a nice start. And you're here at King's now to try and give it all back to the local 5-5 PLO race.
Yeah, I was playing 5-card PLO out here. It was tough to not have an 80% VPIP as Peluso. Again with a playable hand on the button.
It is tough, isn't it?
17 bigs.
Tough life.
What's he going to do? Okay, nice chip stack. Looks at the dealer, that sort of suggests he's all in. Bit of a sloppy raise here coming.
Half stack. I mean,
Sire.
Yeah, I mean, even
interesting decision.
Let's say Fog looked a bit perplexed there.
Fog wondering what's going on. It looks like they've gotten through. Slight delay in the graphics. Fog folds the Jack 3. We'll never know what the big blind had. Peluso winning some much needed chips. He is at a very swingy day, as we've mentioned. He now finds himself in third place, being the chip leader not too long ago. He'll be hoping for a swift turnaround, getting himself back into first place as soon as possible. As we have hand number 84 of this stream. Vogt falling on the button. Savinelli with Jack 10 offsuit and small blind, 23 million in chips. Comfortable chip leader right now. He'll be looking to be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, has around about half the chips in play.
Electing to flat the small here. Peluso with 3 high and 18 big blinds. He will check.
May be here a while, Gary.
I'm completely okay with that, buddy. Absolutely loving it here. King 4 deuce, spade, spade, spade. Neither player with a spade in their hand. Peluso with bottom pair. He is going to find out where he's at. He's going to find out that he's ahead very quickly. I don't envisage Savinelli getting too out of line here, given the way he's played. And he does, in fact, let it go. Very ABC approach to the game from Savinelli by the looks of things, but it's certainly working for him. He is the top boy at the moment, out in first place.
I honestly think in these fields that makes the most sense. Like if I had to pick like a strategy.
Tight is right, my friend. Tight is right.
Yeah, oftentimes you stumble across a lot of these guys like Hendon mobs, like these European grinders that grind these buying ranges. I mean, Savinelli has over $1 million in earnings on Hendon mob, and he basically plays, you know, buy-ins like this. Ace King on the button. It's crazy to think that he's the chip leader with just 44 big blinds, though. See what we run into in the blinds.
Peluso getting out of the way.
Oh no. Dealer, what are you doing? Three-handed.
Vogt with the ace-queen offsuit, a very playable hand.
Wow.
You've got to factor in as well, when you're three-handed, you've got to take into consideration the stack size of the shortest player, and he's not too short as he's reaching.
Just checking the size of the antenna. He comes for the 3-bet rather than the rip. And now the action's going to... I mean, I feel like now he has a chance to get away from it.
Absolutely. But...
30 effective, three-handed.
I wouldn't be surprised to see this go in. I think we're going to see an all-in and a call.
I think, like, I'm thinking of, like, online tournaments against unknowns.
Yeah.
I think it just goes in. I think here, though, like Savinelli with a pretty quick 4-bet jam. You've got ace-queen off. Sure. Chart says hello.
Vogt not snap calling, looking at his opponent. A wry smile spreads across his face here.
What have you been saying about queens?
They're hot.
All queens are hot.
Queens are hot, boys and girls. Do you think that's factoring into Vogt's thought process right now?
I finally sneaky suspicion. No. No, I think he's thinking, how on earth have I been jammed on here three-handed, especially against Savinelli's just been playing so tight. As you already alluded to, you know, kind of ABC style, pretty straightforward and honest guy.
Yeah. Flipping against the 9s, 10s and jacks, rarely has his opponent dominated. Maybe some, you know, ace-4 suited type jams, although very unlikely versus this particular opponent. Counting out the chips, hasn't folded yet, has not called yet. It is a very tough spot, and it would be for his tournament life.
Also has to take consideration that other player at the table is sat on 17 bigs.
Absolutely. Vogt with the decision. I think I would call in this spot. They would call in flip versus jacks.
Yeah, I think my thought process kind of comes down to, do I think this guy's jamming ace, jack, ace 10, king, queen, ace 5, and I honestly don't think he is. I mean, I know it's only an 85 hand sample, but we're playing against, you know, an opponent that just check called second nut flush, blind v blind, and
very good point.
Has showed down just absolute monsters every time he's got to showdown.
Chat, what we thinking?
Call or fold. Does let it go and take a bow, Vogt.
Yeah, that's
staying alive.
Fold. That's an excellent fold.
Take a bow, sir. I think obviously in a vacuum against an unknown, against someone we have, you know, little history against, or not much of a sample, then we get away from it. Oh, sorry, we get in rather.
Yeah, absolutely. Very disciplined fold there from Vogt. He is vying for the title and the coveted gold bracelet. This is a bracelet event, boys and girls. The winner will be taking home a prestigious WSOP bracelet as Peluso. 20 big blinds on the button. Ace-9 offsuit will be coming in for a raise. Looks like he's got raising chips in his hand. He makes it 1 million to go. Vogt looks to have let his small blind go, and Savinelli with the same hand. Ace-9 offsuit versus Ace-9 offsuit.
Just catching up with the YouTube chat.
What's everyone been saying?
Nikolaios Sirpa saying, he said plethora.
Plethora. I did drop plethora a couple of times.
Yeah. And then followed by Three Amigos. Sick. I'm not sure what that is in reference to, but nut shot to the guts.
Yeah, I said that by mistake. I tried to say gut shot to the nuts. You were swiping at that point.
Oh, hang on, what? I was swiping.
Through Instagram.
Okay. Rocco Calzone saying, excellent commentary, guys. Appreciate it, Rocco.
Thank you very much, Rocco. Appreciate that a lot. If you guys want to compliment us, if you want to tell us we're trash, we're all ears. What are you thinking about the stream so far, guys and girls? Let us know in the chat. It's been a lot of fun. You had a good day? Good first day, Henry?
Yeah, 100%. And I second that as well. You know, anything that the viewers at home feel like we can try and add to this over the next couple of weeks. Whether it be, you know, more questionable banter and rogue chat.
I've bit my tongue a couple of times with some very questionable banter.
Yeah, definitely made you roll your eyes a couple of times. My kind of like dad joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry, mate.
That's all right. Don't worry about it.
That's fine. It's not you, it's me.
You're breaking up with me.
We'll get there. We'll work it out. We can start seeing a therapist.
A very dramatic check back on the turn from Peluso, rolling his eyes, looking away. Ace high. How high? Chop it up. 2 Italians, 2 identical hands.
Question: if you get told ace high there, and you're sat in Peluso's shoes with ace 9, do you think you've won or lost the hand?
Ooh, like 70% won.
Yeah, has to be, right?
Well, although you only beat ace 7, ace 8. You lose to ace 10, maybe ace jack. Yeah, 50%-ish. Ace jack doesn't 3-bet sometimes.
That seems fair.
Yeah.
But yeah, chat, anything we can do. I mean, I've got a couple of ideas noted down coming in for tomorrow. I'm going to speak to the floor ahead of time and just get, information on all the players.
Yeah.
Get some like resumes, maybe give them some sheets of papers to kind of answer questions beforehand or something. Just some fun facts about them.
Yeah, favorite color, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, favorite color, football team, tennis player. A couple of things like that. But
yeah, let's get some background on the players. I feel like it's their one chance to get themselves on stream.
What's that, sorry?
Yeah, I said it, I think it's a good idea. We'll get some background info on the players.
Yeah.
Be nice to be able to introduce them a little better to the chat. And once again, chat, we're very, very grateful for you guys hanging out with us, tuning in, enjoying the show, supporting the stream. Thank you very much for doing that. We'll be with you for the next few weeks.
Apocalypse UK saying, Henry, can you do an Irish accent? I can't, no. Don't do accents.
I grew up in Northern Ireland. I might sound a wee bit Irish from time to time.
Well, I mean, I am first generation born in the UK.
Oh, you are? I thought you were Bulgarian parents.
Right, you're just trolling me at this point, like, you're absolutely trolling me.
As we see Savinelli coming in with a rare small blind raise. This is one of the first ones we've seen today. Peluso with pocket ochos. Ocho Libra.
I love that by Cassan. That's a good idea. Ask them first pet's name, city of birth, mother's maiden name, name of first school. I wonder if any passwords are going to get cracked.
Who's he stolen that banter off? Because there's no way he's just made that up on the spot.
I mean, he's been dropping some absolute bangers in the chat today, not going to lie.
Excellent. Good for him. Should we have like a chat person of the day?
Yeah, I think currently Cast is leading the way.
Cast is winning it. We'll do one every day. Henry will give away $5,000 to the chat person of the day every day.
Mark Corley saying, go get some food, guys. We will, mate. We will.
Peluso
all in due course.
With the jam. Savinelli with the folds. It's been a lot of fun. What are you giggling at now? What's someone saying?
No, I'm sorry, mate.
Just read it out.
I can't read it out because I don't know if it's offensive or not, but it made me laugh. And
point it out to me, please.
Yeah, this one here. It just sounds like someone's trying to get me to say something that I don't understand.
Just say it.
No, I'm not saying it. I'm not going to get in trouble.
I can't decipher any rudeness from that, but don't say it just in case.
I mean, it just feels really random, you know.
Lots of fun as always. Three-handed here, guys and girls. Peluso with ace-8 offsuit on the button. Coming in with the call. Sorry, he's not on the button. He's in the small blind. Vogt in the big blind. Vogt has fought back to this chip stack you see before you. He did have a few more chips about 5-10 minutes ago, but then he 3-bet folded ace-queen offsuit and got away from getting it in versus ace-king offsuit. So kudos to him for that as he finds the raise here. Peluso with a limp and is now facing the raise. What's Peluso gonna do? Counting out his chips. He looks strong here to me. If I was sitting across the table from him, I would say that he looks quite strong in this spot.
Coming for the old limp jam.
Yeah, I think it might be a limp jam. That looks like what it's coming to me. Limp calling doesn't feel appealable. Limp folding certainly not appealable. Limp jamming might be the one. There it is, boys and girls. All in.
Yeah, Vogt gonna be absolutely seething for 3xing the 10-9 here. Just feels like Yeah, great hand to knuckle back.
Yeah.
C3 with.
C3. I like that.
Back down to 3 of 3. Still 20 bigs or thereabouts. So we're getting some info here from Nikolai saying the Three Amigos is a 90s comedy that put the word plethora on the map. They did an entire skit on it, and people have been using it ever since.
Wow, I did not know that.
Did not know that.
Yeah. What was the name of the chat user?
Nikolaus Sirpus on YouTube.
Thank you very much, Nikolai. We appreciate that. Dropping some knowledge in the YouTube chat. You're now the chat pro of the day.
Yeah, dropping some more facts in the chat about mass media.
All right.
Being responsible for doing that regularly.
Is it tinfoil hat time or?
No, just like taking a word and then just like using it and pushing it into the vocabulary of the mass majority.
Okay. Call here from Vogt in the small. Savin Elliott will check in the big with 9-5 offsuit. 8-6-6 gut shot for Savinelli. Plus an overcard. Vogt with a ace high. Not going to stab here. Let's see what Savinelli decides to do.
Yeah, that's going for a little stab. Got one big blind bet. 100% range after knuckling back from the big blind. Vogt not going anywhere just yet with his ace high. 3 diamonds on the turn. Still with the best hand. See if 7 only it feels like a nice hand to actually continue barreling with here. It's unblocking like some of the ace high, king high, queen high type hands. Have equity. Should we need some emergency outs?
The overcard, of course, extremely important. I'd much rather barrel this than a hand like 5 deuce, for example. Or 7-4. 7-4 is a better example. That extra 3 outs can make all the difference sometimes.
And Vogt's going to keep him honest for 2. See a river dealer. 4.5 in the middle. Crucial spot for the German. He does get the check mark next to his name.
Now,
Backdoor diamonds getting that.
Savinelli, can he use his image here? Find the bluff.
Oh, it does knuckle it back, and Vogt back up to 12 million.
A very nice check call on the flop and on the turn from Vogt. That 7 not too ideal, blocking hands like 10-7, 9-7, 7-5, 7-4, but does still elect to call. He will drag this pot in. Very nicely done from the German. From the German.
That's indeed. I believe we have a break coming up very shortly. Just trying to figure out exactly when it's going to be.
I'm very impressed by that. Check call by Vogt. In the last 30 minutes, he's impressed me very well. Sorry, impressed me twice with that ace queen fold. And the ace 7 call on the turn. Very nicely done from him.
Small blind v big blind battle. Savinelli has his fellow countryman dominated. Jack 7 v 10-7.
These two tangoing, not for the first time today. They've been in plenty of battles, sitting side by side.
Swift fold from Savinelli. Still three-handed here, and it has been for quite some time. Around about 100 bigs in play. Thereabouts. One guaranteed 54,000. for their efforts thus far. 69.4K for second. 95,000 plus that 10K main event ticket for first. Potential limp spot here for Savinelli. 7-6 of clubs.
Let's see what he comes with.
He's gone with the limp.
You love it every time someone limps the button, don't you?
It's just, you know, it's just, I'm just a GTO wizard, mate. What can I say?
Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Vogt with pocket tens in the big blind and a lovely spot to raise this on. I don't think we'll see a shot for 22 bigs. I think we'll see something in the region of 2.2. What size does he come with? 2.5 million. So he 5x's it from the big blinds. That'll get rid of Savinelli. That'll get rid of Peluso. And that will see the end of that. Did you say there's a break coming up?
Yeah, I mean, I received the notification that there's a break coming up.
Okay.
But I kind of got a sneaky suspicion that the notification was maybe a false alarm, mate. Don't know.
Cool.
Playing it by ear. If I see the players start to stand up, I'm going to... well, hey, guys, yeah, we're going on a break.
Until then, though, stick with us as we're down to the final three of the first event of the series, the €350 opener. 3 players remaining out of a whopping 2,464 hopeful entrants. 95k for first. All these players guaranteed a free roll, a 10k ticket into the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Wonderful stuff. As we see a couple of playable hands here. Vogt limping in the small with the 8-7 offsuit. Savinelli checking in the big blind. Savinelli playing very ABC, as Henry and I have discussed several times today, and clearly working for him, as he is the chip leader with 40 big blinds. Taking a little stab here with the King 9. A little surprised to see him stabbing as wide as this. Hand has really nice showdown, but then again, happy to deny the equity from Vogt. He will drag in this nice pot.
Yeah, I don't know. I received a notification from a bot. We have this custom bot.
Okay. Don't fall in love with it.
AI, trying to take over.
Yeah, seen the film. Joaquin Phoenix, Her. Great film.
Ex Machina? Yeah, great movie.
No, it's not Ex Machina.
What do you mean?
It's a film with Joaquin Phoenix. He falls in love with his computer.
Yeah, but Ex Machina is more to where we're heading towards, mate.
Never seen it.
Never seen it? You actually haven't?
No. Is it good?
Oh, mate. Oh, mate. Oh, you're going to love that.
All right, sounds.
I'm glad you haven't seen that.
I'll check it out.
I love it when, like, people haven't seen, like, a banging movie and you're just like, okay, yeah, go watch it.
Should we stick it on just now? Stream that?
Yeah, just put it up on the side, man.
Let's do it. No, I meant instead of this. As we see the raise from Vogt on the button. 10-8 offsuit. Makes it 1 million to go. Peluso with a very defendable hand, King 9 offsuit. He will make the call. Where it heads up to the flop.
Vogt just grinding away.
Yeah.
Trying to get something to happen.
9 in the window with a king behind it.
No, how about a 7 as well, Gary?
Aye, aye, aye.
Open ender for the German. Top 2 for Peluso.
This is action. I think we'll see Peluso play this one pretty aggressively here. It is a very wet board. You want to slow play your top 2s on King 8-3 rainbow, but King 9-7 flush draw. There are about 750 gut shots and straight draws and flush draws.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Here we go. There are a few cards in the deck that are going to get us close to heads up.
Vogt with the bet. Peluso with the decision to make. It certainly wouldn't be a mistake to check call here, but I wouldn't be surprised if he comes with a raise to around 2.1, 2.2. something like that. And he is reaching for calling chips. No, he isn't. That be a raise, Henry.
Is indeed.
1.8.
It's for 2.6. This comes with what? 4.3x.
2.6 indeed. Really tough spot for Volk now. Must feel like he has no fold equity. If he does elect to jam, he's always getting called. I think we see a peel and then a fold on a brick turn.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we're getting what, 3-1 on the call, so we need 25% equity, which we just, you know, almost always have, unless we're specifically up against the hand like, I don't know, Queen 10 of spades, Jack 10 of spades, something like that. It does make the call. An offsuit 6.
Oh, offsuit 6 one time. Come on.
Is the card that would get us pretty much to heads up. 7.9 in the middle.
SPR of about 1.2, 1.1. Action turn dealer, let's go. It's close.
Inconsequential for diamonds.
Close but no cigar. Now does Peluso just move it all in here? Or does he choose something a little more on the small side? His flop size has put him in a bit of a tricky spot now because of the weird SPR. If he goes slightly smaller, he can just bet the turn and shove the river. Whereas now, 9.1 million is the effective stack, 7.9 million in there. Let's listen in.
Does feel like due to the SPR just jamming, we just miss out on so much value.
Absolutely.
But I also do understand on the flip side of that, there's a lot to protect against.
Let's listen in, he says, as the audio seems to go on holiday for a few seconds.
And 93.
Peluso's deep in the tank here. Really thinking through his options.
Well, if he slides it on over. No, okay.
It looks like a non-all-in size. Looks like... Tell me you're all in without telling me you're all in. He bet 6 million. I hope he announced that. And Vogt must be a little frustrated. A great opportunity to turn a straight. But it looks like it'll be beyond him. Thinking his options through. I don't think he can make this call. He does let it go. A little frustrated there.
So it looks like we are going on that break. 15-minute break for these final 3 players. They're currently guaranteed 54,000 euros in change. It's obviously that 10k seat into the main event, but we're still playing for a bracelet and 95,000 euros. So don't go anywhere. Gary Blackwood and myself will be back in 15. See you guys shortly.
Ciao.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad could be, so bad that it's hard to believe. Oh, what they say about me. That can be.
EPT Prague main event champion.
Welcome to King's Resort Rotterdam, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. With this year's festival expected to smash all previous records, we wanted to take you on a journey through WSOP Europe history. Follow me. The World Series of Poker Gold Bracelet is considered the most coveted non-monetary prize of the poker player to win, with players coming from all over the world to compete year in, year out, looking to take a piece of the gold back home with them. And this right here is the very piece of gold that poker players dream of taking home with them. So what does it take to run a prestigious series such as the WSOP Europe? About 140 poker tables, over 10,000 decks of playing cards, and over 750,000 chips in play throughout the entire series. Well, let's not forget about the staff. We have over 500 staff members, which include not only the 200 dealers that we have, the floor staff, the cashiers, the chip runners, and of course the production crew with all of their equipment. They're going to be bringing you the 2 feature tables. So this year, not only the main stage behind us, but we have the outer feature table, ensuring that you guys at home don't miss a single hand from the events throughout the series. With 2 feature TV tables, live reporting, and social media content, there won't be a single hand missed from this year's coverage. You can keep up to date with all of the live reporting as well as the full WSOP Europe schedule over on the kingsresort.com website, as well as following us over on the live streams for all of the coverage from every single event at the World Series.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to Kings Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulasch Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad can be so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scared
A very warm welcome back to King's Resort, ladies and gentlemen. We are down to the final 3 players here in event number 1, the €350 buy-in opener. 2,400 plus entries into this event, generating a huge prize pool, by the way, especially for a €350 buy-in, over 700,000 collected. 95k in cash for first. These guys are all guaranteed €43,800 for their efforts in cash, plus a 10k seat into the WSOP Europe main event. Well, it looks like we have a player missing, by the way. Hasn't shown up yet. Not sure where he is. Playing for a bracelet and 95k, and the chip leader's just disappeared. Don't know about you guys. Deal the cards, dealer. The other players are waiting. Or am I just being a bit harsh? Bit cranky, perhaps. Everyone else. Like, where's your friend? What on earth? I don't think I've ever seen anyone show up late, 3-handed for a bracelet and 95k. Maybe some mind games. Just, you know, just rock up late 5 minutes, have everyone waiting for you. You're the chip leader, playing for 95k and a bracelet. So Gary Blackwood returns to the booth. Joining myself, Henry Kilbane, for the entirety of this World Series of Poker Europe Festival.
I was thinking about what we were talking about out there. I don't think it's going to work between us. Are we live?
We are live. Yeah. I've got an absolute splitting headache.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no worries. It's fine. Just crack your jokes. He just comes back and like nothing said. So yeah, I'm 5 minutes late.
Did they wait for him?
Yeah.
What a life. What a life. Do you think they'll wait for you and I if we were 5 minutes late?
I mean, I already told the chat what I think should be done, and that is deal the cards.
I quite agree.
Clockers, you know, you got 15 minutes, like.
Quite agree, my friend. Quite agree. Still 3-handed after the break. Nobody busted. When the players took a 15-minute break. Shout out to the chat, guys. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the show so far. Many viewers across the 2 platforms. If you are watching on YouTube, take 3 seconds out of your day to click that like button. We would for sure appreciate it. I always love reading these first-time chats out. Shout out to Parasar1990 says, "Go Carletto." Don't know what that means, but thank you very much. We've got Kuz ETH saying, "Lol, what was that?" Don't know what that's about, but okay. What else have we got in the chat?
Gary doesn't understand what Go Carletto means.
What does Go Carletto mean? What does that mean?
We have 2 Italians at the table.
I assume one of them is called Carletto. I thought it was like like one name, you know, like Ronaldo. I thought it was just Peluso, Vogt, and
Peluso, Vogt, and Ronaldo. I love it. I absolutely love it.
I hate you. I'm going back to the UK. 10-9-8, 2 hearts. Vogt in the big blind with 5 high. Peluso with the OESD. That stands for open-ended straight draw. Come on, Zindako. First time chat from Cesc Farina. Vamos. King of Spades on the turn, helping neither player. Peluso might be inclined to take a stab here with the open-ended straight draw, but doesn't like to check again. Vogt with 5 high. Checks once more. 3 of clubs on the river. Both players making a pair. Check. Vogt not going to be able to win this pot. He's got kicker problems.
Yeah, so Carlo Savinelli, chip leader, Fabio Peluso, the bucket hat and the yellow hoodie, and then Stefan Vogt, currently the shortest stack.
That says Carlo. That says Carletto. Oh, I forgot you got a headache. You're not in the
Way.
You're not in the mood for my bants.
That was good. That's strong.
Yeah, big shout out to everyone that has joined so far. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Like I say, guys, if you're on YouTube, click that like button. We would for sure appreciate it. Show your support for the stream. For Henry and myself, I say it at 74. Can we get it to 100 by the end of the day, Henry?
Yeah, I mean, what should we give away?
What shall we give away?
Subscription to GazzyB123 YouTube channel.
Well, they can do that for free as well.
We got him. Aaliyah in the chat saying, sorry, Aaliyah in the chat saying, shout out from the live reporting team here. You're doing a great job of making our jobs easier. You are way too kind. You're exaggerating. And I also just witnessed you accidentally walk in on someone in the bathroom, and I'm all here for it. It was funny. And
how did you see that? Isn't Aaliyah a girl's name?
Yeah.
So
over in the VIP, and you have the men's bathroom, and then you have like this. It's like a disabled / woman's toilet. The gentleman in there decided to not lock the door.
Okay.
I've come out of the men's, just open the door, and he's just like, someone's just in there.
Aaliyah, knock before you enter. Come on, you can't be doing that.
No, hang on. No, hang on. No. No, I disagree. I even said it's like that. That's not a you problem. That's a not locking the door problem.
Carletto, Francesco, Savinelli with the ladies coming in for the raise in the small blind.
Oh boy.
Ace 3 of diamonds, 18 million. That's
Jam.
30 big blinds.
Jam. Do it. This ain't calling me out loud. Not at all. It was hysterical, and we're gonna talk about that for years to come over dinners and live broadcasts.
Big up Carletto from Antonio Formato. Lots of Italianos in the chat. How is your... I can say Bella Ciao and that's it.
Mamacita is all I can say.
I think that's Spanish.
And everything else is just traumatic experiences of my mother shouting at me in Italian as a kid, which I can only imagine were words that I should not repeat on a live broadcast.
Well, grazie mille for all the Italianos in the chat. That means thanks very much, just in case you didn't know it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I hope so, anyway. Savinelli with the continuation bet with the queens. Not afraid of the king. Gets the job done. Shout out to the Dublin D1 crew. Dublin D1 crew indeed. Top of the morning to you laddies.
How long do you think it's going to take for us to get pneumonia in this commentary?
Are you cold?
Yeah, it's just like on the back of my neck. Yeah.
You're awful gurney, aren't you?
It's a bit chilly, mate.
Do you want my jacket? Do you want a cuddle?
Look, put me in an ice bath. Fine, 15 minutes, no problem. 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes.
Could you last that long in an ice bath?
Yeah.
Wow. That's really interesting because I have only recently started taking cold showers. I know how good they are for me, but it's such a struggle for me. I really hate really cold water.
The thing with cold showers is, you know, have the nice warm shower first,
and then transition,
and then just go full blast, like full cold. That is horrible. That is nasty.
Hate it.
Yeah, you can see the vapor just.
I see all these first time chats coming in saying go Carletto. Shout out to Nelos946 with the go Carletto.
That's saying, how would your mother scream at you in Italian and you don't know a word? Well, the way that she screamed at me in Italian is because she is Italian. And then secondly, I didn't say I don't know a word. I said the words that I do know from said traumatic experience are probably not PG enough or just not the place for a live stream. But thank you for your comment.
Are you a Friends fan? Do you know where I'm going with this?
No, go on.
That Napoli. Have you ever seen that episode of Friends?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
I have not.
Oh, what a river. That's not a friendly river. 9 of diamonds on the river. Fox making the straight. Peluso betting out with top pair, as you'd expect. Thinks he has the best hand here. He's about to get the bad news. Vogt is about to stick it in. I see only one sizing for him here. 1.5 to call. He shan't be calling. There it is, all in. And Peluso with a very nasty spot here. Doesn't love it.
Chat, first 5 viewers to write the word opener into the chat receive a free Twitch subscription. As Vogt scoops in the pot. Go! Opener. First 5 in the chat.
Type the word opener into the chat ASAP. Veneto, right in there, my friend. Well done.
Oh, there's a typo in there. Okay, right, how have we got? So we got Veneto. Are we accepting this? This is the real question here.
He was saying it in Italian.
Fair. Valerixa, Fatstar Lord, Van Velde, and Onio.
Pocket tens for Peluso. Ernesto says she would scream XYZ. Pretty sure I had that on my pizza once. Looks tasty. Peluso coming with the raise. Vogt with Jack 10 off in the small blind. Looks appealable to play. But when you've only got 15 big blinds, you have to tread very carefully. He looked down at his chips and then thought better of it. I thought for a moment he was going to stick it in there. A very ambitious jam for 15 bigs. He does like to let it go though. And Savinelli with 8-3 offsuit in the big blind. I don't think we'll see him make this call. Given the way he's played so far today, he's been very reserved with his chips.
Yeah, I assume this hand is over and done with. Dothy in the chat saying, what kind of Christmas health is the worst? Oh, has it got to that hour? Go on then. I don't know.
Are we telling jokes?
I mean, apparently, it's just you, me, and Twitch chat. Oh boy. There was me thinking he was about to fold.
I'm very surprised to see this. This is an unbelievably loose peel.
Just 3-betting the old.
Oh, he's 3-betted. He's
3.
3-betted to 3.5. Sorry, I thought he peeled. Interesting spot here, Peluso, with the pocket tens. And how many big blinds? Not too many. Started the hand with about 24 or 25 big blinds. Has to be mindful of the shorter stack behind, who will be loving this action. Stanley B23 says WSOP E. Yes, sir, it is.
Yeah, I don't know why that giveaway is in the chat, but that giveaway is over and done with. Chat, don't bother wasting your time. Giveaway's ended.
Yeah, we have handed out a rather lovely hoodie to one lucky winner.
We did indeed.
To the tune of €100, is that right?
Was a €100 hoodie? It does
there's
come
the
for the
all
jam.
in. Savinelli gifting chips to his compatriot with the 3-bet with the 8-3 offsuit. Not gift it, I mean, you know, making a...
Yeah, no.
I wasn't for a minute suggesting that there was anything on top of it.
100%. No, I know what you're saying.
Just to be...
It's going to be a fun couple of weeks, I'll tell you that much.
Aye.
Yeah, no deals allowed in WSOP events, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no deals allowed in WSOP events. What do you think of that, Henry? Do you think they should facilitate deals, or do you think the romance of getting a big score is getting lost with all this deal making?
Yeah, I mean, I'm Switzerland when it comes to this. I honestly think there's a part of me that, you know, if you've bought in to a tournament. It should be your right to look into numbers, but I think around events like this, where there's the prestige of winning a coveted WSOP gold bracelet, there's a lot more glory involved in winning a bracelet event than there is just a normal tournament. So I can get behind it for events such as these. And Savinelli coming with the check jam.
What do you guys think in the chat? Deals? Should they be allowed? Yes? No? Maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, let us know, chat.
Let us know, chat. What do you think? Should the World Series of Poker facilitate deals? Valorexa says yes. I'm undecided. I think I'm pretty Switzerland about it too. I do understand their refusal to facilitate it. Detracts from the romance of a big score. You want to see people winning $500,000. You don't want to see 3 guys chopping it up. It's great for the viewers at home. But yeah, if you've got any thoughts, chats, do let us know. I also see that like button creeping up, 78 now. Boom. On YouTube. Let's get this to over 100 by the end of the day. You could win a 10-minute FaceTime with Henry Cobain.
Wow. Savinelli with the open rip.
Savinelli just ripping it in. That was a chunky rip. And Vogt in the big blind with the ace. Ay, ay, ay. Lets it go. Very solid fold. I've been impressed with his discipline.
Yeah, I've been incredibly impressed with Vogt overall.
I noticed that number didn't jump when I said 10.
All right, let's try again. Those of you watching over on YouTube, hit the like button. And if we get to over 100 likes, Gary Blackwood will be invited to do commentary again tomorrow for the PLO bracelet event, as well as all of the high-stakes cash game streams. And if you didn't already know, Gary Blackwood is an upswing poker coach, cash game grinder. So he knows a thing or two about cash games, and having him in the booth for the high-stakes No Limit Hold'em cash games we have coming up later this week is going to be quite the treat, especially for those of you looking to learn from some of these streams, take something away. Exclamation mark Gary in the chat, and exclamation mark Upswing if you want to find out more about Gary's coaching and content that he produces over there.
I just want to address a couple of things in the chat real quick. Somebody said Savinelli is such a fish. I think he's played extremely well. That 3-bet was a little on the ambitious side, but certainly not a fish. Seems to be one of the top pros of the field. As you see, Peluso flopping the nizzles here. Savinelli with less than 1% chance to win. I just wanted to address that real quick.
Oh wait, how does he can't win, right? It's less than 1% chance to chop.
Queen X jacket. Yeah.
Man.
And he shows. Love it. Love to see it. What else? There are a couple of other things I wanted to address in the chat. In normal events, yes, but in WSOP events where you can win a ring or a bracelet, you shouldn't. Yeah, I think that seems completely reasonable. Belgian Beast says normal people deal, brave people win. Very harsh words from Belgian Beast there.
Oi, oi, Belgian Beast.
Belgian Beast.
Just because you've got KDB, all of a sudden.
Gonna win the World Cup?
Yeah? You want to bet on that?
No.
Alright, that's what I thought. Vogt's turn to most likely open jam, and he does. Moves all in on the button, and he's likely to get looked up here. This is for 12.5 bigs. It could be an all-Italian affair. All-Italian affair.
All in and a call. Peluso gets out of the way, folding an ace in the process. And a heart as well. Folding the ace of hearts, as we see. The all-in getting called. Queen 10 of hearts versus ace 9 offsuit. I'm 3-1 ahead. I'll let you choose. Which one do you want?
I can't.
You can't choose? Ah, right.
Yeah, right.
Actually, I might not be able to choose either. Okay. Right.
All in and a call. 60 million in the middle.
RTS Hurricane says, true flip. You are not wrong, my friend.
It is a true flip.
Not wrong.
Fair as it gets. To get heads up with a sizable chip lead over his fellow countryman, Savinelli Just needs to hold with the ace-9, and, well, never easy.
It's never easy.
Ace, Jack, 8, even though Savinelli has flop top pair, he has some outs to fade.
It is just never easy.
3 9s and 4 kings, 7 outs for the German.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was.
1 card away from being heads up for 95,000 and a bracelet. Can Savinelli hold? Dealer, ping it off. Jack of Hearts seals Vogt's fate. Fist bumps and GGs all around.
GG's indeed. Shout out to Mr. Vogt. I thought he played very well. A couple of incredible folds, the ace-queen versus the ace-king. Getting away from the ace-7 offset a few seconds ago as well. I thought he played very well indeed.
Yeah, really put himself in a, you know, a good spot to
absolutely
survive, if you will, with that ace-queen against ace-king. We are going to take a 15-minute break, chat, as we set up the ceremony for the bracelet, get the tournament directors from WSOP over and getting everything set up. The stage is going to be set as we are going to crown our first World Series of Poker Europe 2022 bracelet winner. And we know one thing, and that is that the bracelet is going back to Italy. We'll see you guys in 15.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Goulash Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me. I watched an empire fall. I stormed the gate and scaled the walls. They wouldn't share, so I took it all. I watched an empire fall. I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I can be.
Welcome to King's Resort Rotterdam, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. With this year's festival expected to smash all previous records, we wanted to take you on a journey through WSOP Europe history. Follow me. The World Series of Poker Gold Bracelet is considered the most coveted non-monetary prize a poker player could win, with players coming from all over the world to compete year in, year out, looking to take a piece of the gold back home with them. And this right here is the very piece of gold that poker players dream of taking home with them. So what does it take to run a prestigious series such as the WSOP Europe? About 140 poker tables, over 10,000 decks of playing cards, and over 750,000 chips in play throughout the entire series. But let's not forget about the staff. We have over 500 staff members, which include not only the 200 dealers that we have, the floor staff, the cashiers, the chip runners, and of course the production crew with all of their equipment. They're going to be bringing you the 2 feature tables. So this year, not only the main stage behind us, but we have the outer feature table, ensuring that you guys at home don't miss a single hand from the events throughout the series. With 2 feature TV tables, live reporting, and social media content, there won't be a single hand missed from this year's coverage. You can keep up to date with all of the live reporting as well as the full WSOP Europe schedule over on the kingsresort.com website, as well as following us over on the live streams for all of the coverage from every single event at the World Series.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million euros guaranteed.
Will the aces hold? They will!
And it is an 8! Josef Gulasch Jr., the car salesman from the Czech Republic, is the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion. Go figure.
Become the next WSOP Europe champion. Check the full schedule and book your stay now at kingsresort.com.
I'm bad as bad can be, so bad that it's hard to believe what they say about me. I'm bad, take a look and see, so bad that it's hard to believe. I don't care what they say about me.
Main event champion.
Welcome to King's Resort Rotterdam, home of the World Series of Poker Europe. With this year's festival expected to smash all previous records, we wanted to take you on a journey through WSOP Europe history. Follow me. The World Series of Poker Gold Bracelet is considered the most coveted non-monetary prize a poker player could win, with players coming from all over the world to compete year in, year out, looking to take a piece of the gold back home with them. And this right here is the very piece of gold that poker players dream of taking home with them. So what does it take to run a prestigious series such as the WSOP Europe? About 140.
This October, the biggest poker event in Europe is coming back to King's Resort. 15 gold bracelets. The biggest poker names. 12 million.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome back to the World Series of Poker Europe. It is the first event of the series, and we are down to the final two. My name is Gary Blackwood, also known as GazzyB123. I am joined by my good friend, Henry Kill the Game Bane. How you doing, buddy?
Wow, I'm doing well, man. I mean, it's, you know, tail end of a huge tournament here. Over 2,400 entries, rather. Ponying up that €350 buy-in. And this is what we came to see. Bracelets being won. We know it's going home to Italy as the two final players, Savinelli and Peluso, making it 2 heads up. 95k in cash for first, Gary, as well as that gold bracelet. How was your break, mate?
That was fantastic. I stood and lingered as you talked to the bosses, and I just felt like I didn't really know what to say, and then I came and sat in here and chilled out. It was good. It was nice.
Yeah,
it's nice to take a wee break for a few minutes.
Yeah, just, you know, the old bracelet presentation being brought out by the tournament directors.
Indeed.
The stage getting set, production crew ready, dealer ready, players ready. It feels like Gladiator.
Doesn't it just?
Yeah.
Doesn't it just? I also noticed that we're up to 87 likes on YouTube, guys. Click that like button if you're enjoying the show. Look at this wonderful content. And do you know the best thing about this content, Henry? Free of charge.
Free.
Free of charge.
Free of charge.
Not $1, not one dime, not €1, not £1, not one yen. Completely free. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. If you are, click that like button on YouTube. Trying to get it over 100 by the end of the day. And Henry, I heard you talking outside about what's coming up tomorrow. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, tomorrow is one of my favourite tournaments of the series.
Yeah.
PLO bracelet up for grabs.
Pot Limit Omaha.
Yeah, the €550 PLO 8 max final day. I believe they were down to around the final 26. That was a few hours ago when I took a glimpse at the clock. So I would assume we're down to the final 2 tables coming into tomorrow. I still haven't had the chance to kind of see who's left in the mix in that one.
Okay.
But I'm hoping to see some PLO regulars, man.
Some end bosses of the 4-card variety. As we're off to a pretty cagey start in the heads up side of things. Just now Savinelli with Ace Deuce opening it up on the button. No, he's not. He's limping it. My apologies. Peluso electing to check the King 6 suited. Check on the flop, and Savinelli love seeing that pointy Ace of Clubs roll in on the turn. Decides to check it back though. And the river goes check as well. Interesting stuff. Electing not to bet. A little too concerned his opponent might have an ace. He didn't want to get check raised.
I understand the cage you play. I mean, we're playing for 100 buy-ins heads up match, 100 buy-in heads up match.
These guys will be feeling each other out, sort of seeing where they're at, seeing what type of player they are when it comes to heads up. So the first few hands, understandable if it is a little cagey, a little reserved. I'm sure there'll be fireworks very, very soon. Who's your money on?
I'm probably going to have to go with the guy with the 2-to-1 chip lead.
Savinelli. I think that's reasonable. I think both players have played well, but Savinelli with that chip lead, he will be the favourite. As we get a look at those chip counts just now, Savinelli with 32 million, Peluso with 15 million. So a 2-to-1 chip lead. 8-6 off versus 7 deuce off. As we go heads up to Jack 8-6. Peluso misses, Savinelli smashes.
Kind of feels like Savinelli has been the one to beat from the start of the day. If you recall back, 100 hands ago, hand number 2 of today's coverage with 13 left, he just went on that little spin.
Yeah, king on the turn, hasn't looked back.
Really hasn't, and finds himself heads up with the chip lead for a bracelet. 95,000 euros. Jay Whistlelow in the chat saying the Omaha plays down to the final table today, so tomorrow is going to be final table coverage. That can obviously change. It is down to the tournament director's discretion. If it, gets too late into the day and we still haven't made it to the FT, there may be the off chance that they just call it a day and 10 players bag, 11 players bag.
Something along those lines. You'd be excited for the PLO tournament tomorrow, being a PLO end boss yourself?
I wish I was an end boss, but I certainly am looking for a bit of 4-card fun.
That was not a needle. That was me trying to be nice.
Didn't think it was a needle.
Saving the needles for the end of the trip.
Inhumenko saying, Gazzy, are you going to be in the cash game streets tomorrow or just commentating?
I will hopefully be in the cash game streets as well. Are you going to be kicking around? Are we going to get to do a little bit of battling?
I think in the evening, definitely, because obviously Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we have late starts because of the cash games.
Okay.
So having a late night tomorrow makes sense, getting out there in the mix.
Sounds good.
For sure. Definitely won't be playing before the stream. Right, by the time we wake up. And
yeah. Gotta go for a run tomorrow, Henry. We said we would.
Yeah?
We said we would today. And then we went out for walks and we didn't even know we were both walking.
I thoroughly enjoyed the walk today.
Same.
The weather was absolutely blissful.
Absolutely beautiful. As we see the Queen High and the 6 High taking it slowly against each other. 3 million in the middle to be picked up for any player that wants it. Savinelli with the check mark right now. He might think his Queen High is good and not bluff Peluso. I would like to see a bet here of some kind. He can't be checking down 6 High. He agrees. Reaching for chips. 1.6 million into a pot of 3 million. Gets the job done. Savinelli with a snap fold. Well done, Peluso. Really important to be picking up these dead pots. These pots that your opponent doesn't seem to be wanting. So nicely done from him. Would have been a pretty nitty check down with the 6-4 offsuit. But he does fire the river and gets the job done.
Inhumenko saying, lovely, I'm coming tomorrow. Hopefully I'll get to say hi. Please
Buddy,
do.
Come up to me, tap me on the shoulder and say mashed potatoes and I'll know it's you, okay? Nobody, just you, nobody else. We won't tell anyone about that little arrangement. That sounds good. Seriously though, guys, if you see me or Henry, feel free to come say hi. We'll happily stop and chat. Sign some autographs.
Mashed potatoes is the code word.
Yeah.
So that we know you have been keeping us company in the chat, watching the streams. We do appreciate it, obviously. The engagement from you guys today has been very fun.
It's been top notch, hasn't it? I see that number creeping up. We're at 91. Can we get it to over 100, chat? If you're on YouTube and you're watching and you're enjoying the show, pick up your mouse, click that like button. Get the job done. Get us over 100. As we see 9-7 offsuit out flopping the 10-6 for now. Peluso with the open-ended straight draw and the backdoor flush draw. Picks up that straight and the flush to go with it. Bets out.
I got a funny feeling we may be here for a while.
Does seem to be rather reserved in terms of the pace of play so far, but that's completely fine. I'm strapped in. Henry's strapped in. Hopefully you guys are strapped in as well.
You strapped in? I'm strapped in.
Oh,
Chat strapped in.
Strapped the F in, buddy. I'm ready to.
You're all in.
See this out.
Strapped in.
I'm all in. Are you calling or folding?
I fold. Folding rivers.
Henry's got a slight headache tonight, guys and girls, but he's digging deep for the chat.
Oh, we're here. We're here for it. Apocalypse saying we do have a rule on this channel that anyone from the Twitch chat who appears on stream has to be wearing a "I'm a Twitch chat pro, get me out of here" shirt. I love it.
I love that.
Do love that. That should be that. People should have to sign a contract upon signing up to the casino.
I quite agree.
At entry.
I quite agree, my friend. So as mentioned, slightly. I'm going to come out there and say it. This is not a needle at the players, but a slightly nitty start to the heads-up proceedings. Completely fine though. These guys are feeling each other out. They want to see how the other player's playing. Don't want to do anything crazy just yet. Both biding their time, hoping to cooler their opponents.
I was really hoping the camera was going to zoom all the way in there, like to the point where you could see the pixels.
Right. Okay.
On that large screen. For those of you wondering where Gary and I are, by the way, we are tucked in behind that wall. It's like I mean, this is all soundproof, right? Yeah.
I think it is. Yeah.
The old soundproofed booth.
That's not true. Henry is in seat 1 and I'm in seat 2. We're actually commentating and playing at the same time. Do you guys like my hat?
Oh, right. Prop bet chat. Who do you think's gonna play heads up for a bracelet first, me or Gary?
Come on.
1 in the chat for Gary. 2 in the chat for me.
Come on.
What do you mean? Come on.
What do you mean? Come on, there.
What
They're obviously going to choose me.
Mate, I'm telling you now, just out of spite, like I'm gonna just go ghost, disappear.
Right.
For like a year and a half.
Again.
Yeah. Again. And then you're just going to rock up to the next World Series and just fire absolutely everything. Deuce of 7, triple draw, I'm in. Raz, I'm in. Stud, I'm in there. PLO, high low, like, let's go. We're firing everything.
Let's do it, mate.
Everyone's like, well, hang on a minute. This Henry guy was like, not even playing, 5Ks before. What's going on?
I love it. Absolutely love it. I love your dedication to spiting me because of a passing comment in the
Literally.
Twitch chat.
Have you never spite called someone before?
I have. I've never changed the entire outlook of my life before. But everything you just said, it's really adorable because it's not going to happen, is it?
I mean, the reality is like...
Can't be ours.
Neither. You're not going to get heads up for a bracelet ever.
Okay. Thanks.
Do you want a lifetime bet?
No.
No?
I'll probably forget. Savinelli with the pocket 9s, the Nieners coming in for the raise to 1.5 million chips.
The old Ocho.
No. Did you just fish hook me?
I did.
Yeah, oh, he's got me.
Got him.
Got him. Jack 8 of diamonds, very defendable hand.
Yeah, these two hands could glide on certain board textures.
Not this one.
Upside down 9. King 6-4 rainbow. Savinelli. Not too much to be concerned about. Just 1 over to his 9s.
Complete wiffle ball for Peluso. Savinelli checking it back.
Giving Peluso a free card.
Peluso with just jack high. He's going to start firing. Check, check. Both these players using the folded arm check.
Oh, okay. Let him catch up. That's what happens when you give your opponent 2 free cards.
Peluso with a bet. Savinelli with a call.
Jack is good.
Peluso going to see the bad news. Don't mind a flop check. Turn check with the bottom card pairs. Not sure. Then again, he's doing very well indeed today, so who am I to question his strategies? Seems to me Henry is not giving enough respect to an EPT winner. Oh my days, can we be best friends in Humano? I think we just became best buddies.
Well, I mean, you firstly need to read his name out correctly, and secondly, that is a lie. You are not an EPT winner.
EPT side event winner.
There we go.
You keep hogging the laptop, so how am I supposed to read that? Why check flop and turn? Freddy Krueger, CZ. It's an interesting question, I think. Check. You got to respect the wideness of both players' ranges. The defender can have a lot of king deuce offsuit type hands. So checking the flop seems okay. Sometimes you betting it is fine, checking it is fine. Both are plus EV options. And checking the turn, same rule applies. Your opponent can still have a lot of king X, can have a lot of 4X as well. So just taking a slightly more passive route. I would have leaned towards betting the flop because for the same reason your opponent has a lot of top pairs, they've got a lot of second and third pairs as well. So I would have liked to have seen a bet on the flop there. Checking the turn, I don't mind too much when the bottom card pairs. You lose to a king, you lose to a 4. Not too much value to be had. And you want to allow your opponent to bluff the jack 8 on the river when the river's a complete brick. You want to allow your opponent to take a little stab. As we see, Savinelli here with just 6 high, he's got the gut shot. Peluso with 10 high and the flush draw.
Yeah, did fire out the old 1 big blind stab on the flop and an overcard to said flop. Great card for him to double barrel with 10 high.
Bingo Poker says, do you show PLO after this tourney? That is tomorrow, my friend. Strap in for that. It's going to be a fun one. We'll be here to call the action. Starting at approximately 1 p.m.
I believe we are live from 1:30 p.m. in the booth. Okay. The players will be in their seats at 1, 30-minute delay to obviously protect the integrity of the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Gazzy B and myself.
Keep an eye on the social media channels, the relevant social media channels, for full information as to when the stream starts.
Apocalypse saying, love a bit of PLO. Absolutely garbage at it, but do enjoy watching it. Same.
Same.
Absolutely garbage myself, but I keep pretending like...
That could have been either one of us that wrote that, you know?
Literally.
I mean, you're not garbage at it, you're very good. Shout out to Lozio1988 says, go Italy, which I think you say Forza Azzurri in Italian. Does that mean go Italy? I think that's what they say about the football team. I could be completely wrong there. As we see Jack 5 of diamonds, not the first time we've seen this specific holding today. Savinelli with it this time, raising to 1.5. Peluso making the call. His 5 is dominated. He does not know that yet. Stacks are relatively close now. Savinelli with just a slight chip lead.
Yeah, Peluso's managed to close the gap since getting to heads-up play.
Hasn't he just? And oh my days, he might just close it a little more. What a flop. Peluso flopping the flush. Savinelli with top pair.
Oh boy.
Savinelli might find the check back here. He's been very reserved, as we've seen in heads-up play. Is Peluso thinking about leading here? This is not a limp pot. Savinelli has opened. Peluso has led out here, which is an interesting play.
I wonder how much leading we get to do on this board. I feel like intuitively we get to... Wow, he just folds top pair. Oh, right. Strap yourselves in, chat. Strap yourselves in.
Wow.
The stream cannot end until we get to 100 likes on YouTube.
Let us know what you think about that one, chats. That is a tight fold. And Twitch says, wow. I like PLO, but I'm a really tight player, so it's not the game for me. Yeah, you got to be in there willing it about if you're a PLO player, for sure.
I don't know, I agree with that. I think tight is right in PLO. Like, if you just have a table full of people playing like 50% VPIP, and you're just in there with the old like 20%, you know, let's go.
Reactoon says, why donk bet? Why indeed, my friend? A little surprised to see it. A little surprised to see the fold from Savinelli. Savinelli is playing small ball ABC. He wants to get this bracelet locked up, and he wants to take the long road there, which we're okay with. We're strapped in. We are locked in here in the booth.
Yeah, it reminds me when I was at base camp, or base, was it base 2 or base 3? Base 2 of Kilimanjaro. And we were about 2.5 days in. So we're only like 12 miles into the hike, which is about a quarter of the way there. And you kind of, you know, you're prepped at like the start of the hike, like, right, let's do it. We got 6.5 days of this. 49 miles, around about 80 kilometers, just shy of 80 kilometers. And you're super pumped. Like, right, long road, we got this. Then you kind of start getting your way up. It's kind of like players getting eliminated from the final table as they drop, but then you get so focused on the peak, reaching the summit, that you sometimes forget to put one foot in front of the other and stumble on your own feet. Savinelli needs to be cautious to not just let Peluso run away with this. He's given him a lifeline after coming into heads-up play with a 2-1 chip lead.
Generally, you'll find when two players are playing heads-up, the more aggressive player will be the more profitable of the two. Yeah. Trying to think how to rephrase that. If you've got one player who's playing extremely passively and one player who's playing extremely aggressively, and the aggressive player is not, you know, spewing his guts out, the aggressive player is much more likely to win. And the reason for that is just the wideness of both players' ranges, particularly in a tournament where there's a lot of limping going on. They don't have to think about rake, there's an ante, etc. You know, both players' ranges are extremely wide, which means that they're going to miss a lot, which means the more aggressive of the two is more likely to prevail.
Thanks, perfect. So you can see in the top right-hand corners of your screens, Final 2 players out of 2,454 entries.
As we see our first all-in of the heads-up match. Savinelli ripping it in for 40 bigs versus the 2.5x open. Ladies and gentlemen, we have made it 100 likes on YouTube. Thank you so much for that. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Think we can get it to 200 by the end of the stream?
All right, mate. All right, we will. Yeah. We're going to start setting milestones.
Yeah.
So we're going to increase it by 10%. Tomorrow we want 110.
Yeah.
Although PLO doesn't seem to get as many viewers as the the purists out there. They love the No Limit Hold'em. So.
Really? Wow, surprised to hear that. Gold Roger says, great Italians. They are indeed. Strong facial hair in both these players is commendable. As a man who can't grow a beard, it's very commendable.
You're telling me, mate. Jesus.
To be fair, you're only 12. It'll come in.
It was a bit of an inadvertent needle there, wasn't it?
Top pair for Savinelli Peluso with the gut shot and the 2 overs. 2 overs, very important in heads-up poker. As his 8 will be live a lot of the time. And indeed we see it as live here as bet comes in from Savinelli. Peluso going to come with the call.
Peluso has been drilling turns and well.
There she is. I'm a little surprised that Peluso didn't consider a raise on the flop here. So with the gut shot and the 2 overs, maybe could have pushed his equity a little there, but elects to just call, elects to ping the turn.
Yeah, in a very disguised way. Had a 6 rolled off, had an 8 rolled off. Probably would have seen some passiveness being displayed by Savinelli, but the king of clubs. Peluso turning top pair.
I like this bet from Savinelli. Like I say, you've got to be aggressive. And being aggressive doesn't necessarily mean bluffing all the time. It means going for thin value, you know, betting turns a little thinner, all that great stuff. So I really like this bet from Savinelli. We can see that he is behind, but he's going to be ahead a lot of the time here. And he does about if behind. He does not improve. This is going to go check, check. Peluso going to pull in a very nice pot and propel himself into the chip lead, Henry.
Yeah, 28 mil plays 22 in the space of, what, 10 hands of play heads up. It's gone from a 2-to-1 dog to now being the chip leader and hasn't really won any huge pots. He's just been kind of chipping away, and here we go.
Doing it very well indeed. Shout out to Mike Leonard in the YouTube chat. Thank you very much, sir. As we're at 106, Henry, I think we might get to 200, buddy. I'm quietly optimistic by the end of this. But the way these guys are playing as well, you know, we might get to 200.
Yeah, I love that. Appreciate all of you, both Twitch and YouTube, across the board, keeping us company today.
We love you all.
It's the Gary Blackwood, alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. I'm going to be calling the action for you guys over the next 15 days or so. Oh, sorry, next 16 days until November 16th, where we'll be crowning the World Series of Poker Europe main event champion.
King 9 versus Queen 9 here. A limp and a check. Both players with raisable hands, but electing to take the more passive route. And Jack 10-6. Both players are straight draws. Savinelli with the OESD.
Peluso with the old mugshot. Although Savinelli can never have ace-king here.
Indeed.
So it's always going to be Jen, and wow. Oh boy.
Queens are hot, Henry.
They are indeed. 1.8 million in the middle though, so the SPR is still incredibly high. Having said that, Peluso has liked going for sizable bets.
How about a little 8 of diamonds on the river? Would that be too cruel to ask for?
That would be disgusting. That'd be absolutely disgusting. Savinelli turning top pair. Does just come with a check call. 4 million in the middle.
Oh. Action killer for Peluso.
Yeah, and a fortunate run out for Savinelli, potentially going to save himself some chips here. See what size he comes with.
Looks healthy.
Probably seething at that run out. I mean, I know I am, and I'm here in the booth. I'm not even playing the hand.
Both players will be pretty frustrated. Little does Savinelli know. It is a very good run out for him.
Yeah, I'd rather hero with a hand like Queen Deuce than Queen 9 here. don't know if that's me overthinking things, but I'd rather have Peluso be turning like a 9 into a bluff.
Absolutely.
So having a 9 kicker to go with our queen, I don't know whether I'm just being really results oriented here, because I can see the cards.
No, I think that's a really good point, Henry. You want to unblock your opponent's bluffs, and if anything, we do kind of block the 9-7s, the 9-5s, and the 5. I'll be surprised to see Savinelli make this call here. I think he's played very well today. I think he'll just let this one go. And he proves me wrong by making the call. Aye, aye, aye. 11 million pot coming the way of Peluso, who is dominating this heads-up match so far.
And just like that,
2-1 chip lead.
2-1 chip lead after coming in a 2-1 dog just 10 hands ago. He's turned this ship. I was going to say something, and I stumbled across my words.
Turned the ship right on his head.
Right, there we go.
Yeah.
I was going to go with he's turned the ship around. I don't know where I was going with that.
No, this is not a call. Bird saying that he doesn't love the call. As we have our chat pros in the mixer. Yeah, I'm seeing that too. One less like. 105.
Someone's just teasing you, mate.
Imagine 6 people on like. That would be disastrous.
For hand number 120.
Hasn't felt like 120 hands. It feels like it's been a lot faster than that. As you see Savinelli, he limps in.
Wow, so Savinelli limping in off sub 20. Peluso just puts him in, and Savinelli snap calls. Hang on a minute, Gary. Savinelli has gone from a 2-1 chip lead just 10 hands ago to now being the first player all in at risk in this heads-up match.
The fairest of fights, ace-7 suited versus pocket 5s, the Cincos for Peluso.
And he's going to need to get there just to regain that 2-1 chip lead.
Absolutely, yes. Started off the day winning a flip. Can he end the day by winning a flip to put himself back into the chip leads? Tense stuff for these two Italians.
€37,000 flip and that coveted WSOP gold bracelet on the line. Jack 6-4, not even a club, Gary, for the old backdoor flush draw sweat.
Diamonds for Peluso.
Savinelli looking for one of the 6 immediate outs. Ace or 7 needed. See a turn card dealer. 10 of clubs, changes, nothing. And Gary, that man right there with the bucket hat and the orange hoodie, Peluso is 1 card away from winning a bracelet and €95,000. Just needs to fade an ace or a 7.
Oh, it's tense. Good luck to both players.
The river. Deuce of diamonds. We have our first bracelet winner of the World Series of Poker Europe live from King's Resort. And I'll tell you what, Gary, that man right there, bucket hat, yellow hoodie, been chatty, been in the mix, gets it done, defeating his fellow countryman, Carlo Savinelli.
Wow. Wow, Henry. What a great game. These two played very well. Very different styles.
Very different styles.
Very different styles indeed. But congratulations to our winner. Nice embrace from both of the Italian players just at the end there. But yeah, congratulations to the man with the bucket hat. Peluso winning his first gold bracelet. The first that we are giving away this series. Savinelli a little more reserved with his approach. Two great players playing different styles. I really enjoyed the matchup today overall, particularly the heads-up match. We saw the chip leads deteriorate relatively quickly and then change hands. An ambitious call in the penultimate hand and then 1 flip to finish it off. Henry, if you're going to win tournaments, you've got to win your flips, buddy.
That is very true. Fabio Peluso walking away with €95,000, a seat into this year's WSOP Europe 10K main event, and of course that WSOP gold bracelet. Let's see. Chats with his rail, fist bumps with the team.
Yeah.
Anyone in the chat speaks Italian, feel free to translate for us.
But yeah, congratulations to Peluso. Like I said, I thought he played very solid, very aggressive.
Yeah, especially in that heads-up play as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as mentioned, you know, we've got two good players. The one that's more aggressive without spewing is going to be a worthy winner. 95,670 euros, a 10k ticket, and a gold bracelet. Not bad for 2 days' work, is it, Henry?
Certainly not, especially given the buy-in, 350 euro buy-in, converting that into, well, I mean, let's call it a six-figure score if you sell half your action into the main. You've done it. You've locked up the 100k.
Absolutely.
But he's going to be out there rubbing arms with the likes of Daniel Negreanu, Espen Jorstad, current main event champion, as well as other legends of the game that are going to be coming to Kings for the main event later on in the week. Gary and I are going to be calling it a day after we have presented this bracelet. We'll be back tomorrow, 1:30 p.m. local time, for the final table of the 550 euro PLO 8 max. And lastly, Gary, shout out to everyone at home for obviously keeping us company, and to the staff, the production crew, everyone involved. I mean, those guys, you've seen it. They've been working tirelessly for the last few days, getting everything set up so that we can broadcast this around the world to all of you at home, and of course to my partner in crime, Gary Blackwood.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Really enjoyed the first day. I thought the quality of play was very good. Nobody taking themselves too seriously. They played fast, they played quickly, they played well with a smile on their face.
They did.
And I can only echo what Henry has said about our wonderful production team. You guys have no idea the amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. These guys do a fantastic job. I know they can hear me right now. So thank you very much to everyone who has made this possible. And yeah, thank you to you, Henry, for having me. It's been a lot of fun.
Appreciate that, man. We are going to get a close-up with our bracelet winner, I believe. See the dealer just getting the presentation ready. Once again, chat, tomorrow, bracelet event number 2. Later on in the week, high-stakes PLO and high-stakes no-limit hold'em cash games. Gary Blackwood and myself will be back from 1:30 tomorrow, Central European time. And for the last time, good night from us here at King's Resort. See you guys tomorrow.